374. Apart from the one at the border of Xushui country and Xianxia country and the one at Qingfu Square, Qin Pingon either came and went in a hurry or just strolled around without buying anything. Today he decided to take Pei Qian and the others for a good tour of the ferry. Qin Pingon gave each of the 4 people in the picture scroll a small piece of money and allowed them to buy whatever they wanted. There was a saying of thousands, hundreds and tens in the mountain. A small piece of money was worth 1,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. A small piece of money was worth 100,000 taels of gold and silver. Spiritual weapons and magic treasures were not an extravagant hope, but they could buy some rare items with interesting craftsmanship from the mountain and keep them in their pockets. It was not difficult to take them out for eye candy. After making an appointment with the 4 of them, they would meet at the most famous place at the ferry in 2 hours. Qin Pingon took Pei Qian to walk around and buy things at the ferry. In places like Qingfu Fong, where there were masters, the chances of finding something were very small and the prices were relatively expensive. Some of the people who did not have a place to stay were the best to try their luck and test their judgment. Most of these people were rogue cultivators who lived in the mountains and lakes. They liked to buy things from the descendants of the old rich families at low prices. Some of them claimed that their ancestors or masters had produced Jindan and Yuanying earth immortals. These were the ways to sell things and the buyers did not need to care about these. Qin Pingon had learned a lot from Su Yuanxiao, the big-bearded hero who traveled around the world. Later Yao Jinji explained that the caged pair actually belonged to this line of business. Pei Qian did not have much experience in the world, so he had a feast for the eyes for all kinds of strange immortal calligraphy and paintings, spiritual artifacts, spirits and mountain monsters. Pei Qian had one good point, which was that he was ridiculed by Zhou Xian as a little taotai. He liked to accept things and did not like to spend money, so he could not tell. Therefore, no matter how much she coveted the things, she would only take a few glances and would never open the small sachet that Madame Gui gave her. If she really liked it, she would take a few glances and treat it as her own. It was just a temporary store for her. Qin Pingon had never been extravagant. Therefore, after walking around with Pei Qian for about an hour and walking down a dozen shops, he did not take out a single copper coin. He saw Qin Pingon, who was wearing a white robe and carrying a white scabbard long sword. He followed him for 700 to 800 steps. He looked honest, but his speech was not clumsy. He said that his grandfather was a great general of Jing Kingdom. After the fall of Jing Kingdom, His Majesty the Emperor died during his escape. He lost one of the 17 treasures of Jiaotai Palace, the Qihu Jade Seal, which was brought to the people by his grandfather. Now, a great immortal master of Qingwan Kingdom had already collected all 16 treasures, and only this spirit treasure of condensing luck was left. In this industry, perfection was the most important thing. Therefore, this treasure, which might even contain the dragon qi of the kingdom, was priceless. The reason why the man followed him 700 or 800 steps away was because the young man beside him looked like a rich young master. He had a good temper and did not chase him away. Instead, he listened carefully. Secondly, the man was really worried that if he did not open his business, he would suffer a lot. Last year, he managed to get through the new year with great difficulty. It was related to 3 small sums of money, which was enough to buy him several lives. He had lived a miserable new year in fear. According to the rules, after the first month of this year, if no one took the bait, he would really be in trouble. Every country had its laws and every trade had its rules. People could really die. In order to sell some things to survive, the man could be said to be unscrupulous. As a third realm qi cultivator, not only did he shamelessly follow the young master all the way, he even took the initiative to introduce the scenery of the ferry to the young master. The immortal ferry on the border of Qingwan country was called Wasp Tail Ferry. It originated from when the ferry was first built. It was once a small town in the marketplace. In history, there was a jade immortal who started from nothing here. With the identity of a mountain and lake cultivator, he relied on great perseverance and great luck to ascend to the upper 5 realms. All kinds of immortal deeds were spread across half the continent. He was extremely famous among all the rogue cultivators in the Aquarius continent. This person's ancestral home was located in an alley called Wasp Tail Alley. It was also coincidentally located at the end of the alley. Later on, this ferry was named Wasp Tail Ferry. Because the ferry was located at the border of 3 countries, in order to fight over the ownership of this alley and this ancestral home, Qingwan country's Tang family and the two neighboring countries used pen and knife to fight countless battles on paper and on the battlefield. However, the three sides had a tacit understanding that the battles would not affect the fairy. For this reason, Lakeview Academy specially sent a gentleman and a sage to mediate this matter several times. Under the strong recommendation of the man, the fairy had a unique well wine brewed by immortals in the world. A snowflake cost a small pot. The high officials and dignitaries of Qingwan country liked to use it to show off their wealth. That young master really bought a pot of well wine from a street corner shop and asked for 2 white bowls from the shopkeeper. After sitting down, he actually smiled and gestured for the man to sit down and drink with him. The man originally wanted to stand on the side and act pitiful. Maybe the young master would feel pity for him and buy his tattered belongings. However, the wine in his stomach was really causing trouble. He sat down and drank the wine. As he drank, he complained that he couldn't control his mouth. He thought that if he drank too much wine, it would most likely spoil this deal. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart and he could only treat it as a bowl of wine. Qin Pingon clinked his bowl with the man's and asked with a smile, "Since this imperial jade seal is valuable and there is an immortal master waiting for it to complete the 17 treasures of Jing country, why not just come and sell it directly?" The man had already prepared a plan to deal with this kind of problem. He smiled bitterly and said, "That old immortal master's cultivation level is very high, but I'm afraid that he won't be alive to spend the money." The man's voice was low and he vaguely said half of it. Qin Pingon nodded. This explanation made sense. The immortals on the mountain were said to be cultivating, but this Dao had 800 side doors and 3,000 heterodox paths. Therefore there were also ascendant realm cultivators like Du Mao on the mountain. Even earlier, wasn't there Lu Jimao, the immortal of the river severing from the book Slip Lake? As for the group of Qi cultivators who had evil intentions, if not for the fact that their skills were not as good as the others, they would have killed him in Lu Tai if they had surrounded and killed him in Lu Tai. With such wealth, perhaps there would be 1 or 2 more earth immortals of gold core in the world. The man probably felt that if he didn't use some strong medicine he would miss out on this rich outsider. He put down the wine bowl and said in a low voice, "Actually, my ancestor was the great general of Jing Kingdom. It was a taboo for the venerable one to deceive people. My grandfather was actually a servant in the Peaceful Square in the old Jing Kingdom's capital. The Peaceful Square was originally a place where the royal family raised rare and exotic animals. Later on, due to the lack of financial resources, it was abandoned and was used to settle the eunuchs and palace maids who were banished from the palace after making a mistake. The fallen emperor of Jing Kingdom grew up in the Peaceful Square when he was young and was often taken care of by my grandfather when he was young. Later on, he made a meteoric rise and from an illegitimate child who was hidden outside, he somehow became the emperor. No matter what happened to his country, he was still a sentimental emperor and treated my grandfather with great respect. After the capital was invaded by the army of Yunshao Kingdom, he fled to the Peaceful Square. I was young at that time and didn't remember much. In short, this imperial jade seal was passed down from my grandfather's hands. Before he left, he told me that I must pass this imperial jade seal to the descendants of Jing Kingdom and not treat it as my own." Speaking of this, the man drank a mouthful of wine and his eyes were dazed. "I'm an unfilial descendant. I've let down my grandfather's last words and also let down the crown prince of the Jing Kingdom who changed his surname to Cultivate in the mountains." The man's lips trembled and there were tears in his eyes. "Young master, please do a good deed and buy this precious jade seal. In the future I can buy wine and pretend to be drunk. I don't have to look at it every day and feel guilty until I die." Qin Pingon poured another bowl of amber wine for the man. He shook his head and said, "I can treat you to the wine but I won't buy the item." The man was still unwilling to give up. "Young master, don't you want to take a look at it? I believe you can tell if it's real or fake. When the time comes, even if young master haggles the price, I won't regret it." Qin Pingon still shook his head. "I don't have good fortune. So forget it. Find a buyer who knows the goods and is fated. Don't waste your time on me." Pei Qian just wanted to speak, but he glanced at Qin Pingon and immediately shut up. The man drank the second bowl of wine, apologized and thanked him. Then he stood up and left in a daze. Pei Qian whispered, "It's quite pitiful." Qin Pingon drank the wine. "It's true that he's pitiful, but the item might not be real." Pei Qian wondered, "How do you know if you haven't seen it? What if it's real? Anyway, we're not in a hurry. Qin Pingon patiently explained. What if this one, if it really falls on our heads, of course this is the best result. Then let's talk about the worst result. Pei Qian was confused. Isn't it fake? We made a mistake and cheated some divine money from that guy? Pei Qian suddenly slapped the table with both hands and said with heartache, this can't be tolerated. Qin Pingon smiled and said, this is not the worst result. The worst situation is that we set up a badger trap for others. Not only will we be forced to buy and sell, but once we can afford the divine money, the other party will take a mile after taking an inch and simply kill us to rob us. Let's just talk about this person's character. After all, we're not familiar with him. Even if his nature is not bad, once he encounters a hurdle that he can't get over, such as owing a lot of debt, the person who owes the debt is weak and the person who demands the debt is ruthless. When the two are added together, then the pitiful person must be hateful. If we pity him now, who will pity us later? Pei Qian thought for a moment. We have a lot of people. Anyway, we're in the right. Why don't we beat them to death with 2 or 3 punches? Qin Pingon chested. When we're outside, if we only rely on our fists to reason, then Du Mao can meet us. Can't we meet others? Pei Qian felt wronged. But we're good people. Old thief Du is not an evil person. After being struck by lightning, being thrown into a frying pan, having his tongue pulled out, his heart cut open and red-hot iron poured into his mouth, Qin Pingon interrupted Pei Qian's nonsense. Where did you learn all these things? Pei Qian said with a lingering fear. Last time during the Lantern Festival in Old Dragon City, there was a lantern festival that Xiao Bai said was warning the world and educating people, shaking off evil and promoting good. At that time I stared at it for a while and felt that it had nothing to do with me. But the book said that if there is something wrong, then there is something wrong. Qin Pingon's sword-nourishing gourd was now filled with a small amount of medicinal wine, so it was not appropriate to store the fairy's specialty immortal wine. He also had many jars of osmanthus wine given by the Fan family in his jade tablet. In fact, in the past year he had no shortage of good wine to satisfy his cravings, so he only bought 2 jars from the store. He planned to put them together with the osmanthus wine. When he reached Lualpa Mountain, he would bury them together behind the bamboo house. Every 10 years 1 jar would be raised. It could be considered one of Qin Pingon's rich family assets. On the other side of the Bee-Tail Alley, he met up with Zhou Xian and the other 3 who had arrived one after another. On this trip to the Bee-Tail Ferry, Qin Pingon did not take a fancy to anything particularly interesting. He only bought Pei Qian a beautifully illustrated sage book. The engraving was excellent and every word was full of spirit. Just as Qin Pingon was about to leave the ferry, a young man carrying an empty wine jug walked out of the alley. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a fine iron chain-like belt around his waist. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He planned to avoid trouble and pretend that he did not know him. Unexpectedly, the man saw Qin Pingon and quickly walked in front of Qin Pingon. He stretched out a finger and pointed. He probably vaguely recognized Qin Pingon but could not remember his name. For a moment he looked somewhat anxious. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he could not avoid it. Qin Pingon could only smile and greet him. He said in the language of the Aquarius continent, "We met at the entrance of that small town. At that time I was inside with the gatekeeper and you were standing outside the gate. Your memory is really good. After so long you can still recognize me." The tall and sturdy young man smiled and nodded. He was somewhat happy. "Yes, it's you. Other than the gatekeeper, you are the first person I saw from the small town. I did not expect to see you here. At first I did not dare to recognize you. You have changed too much. You said that I have a good memory, but I feel that you are not bad. You are even better than me." Seeing that Qin Pingon was carrying 2 jugs of well wine, the young man with stubble on his chin laughed. "You have made a loss by buying this well wine. The real and authentic well wine is brewed from the 3 oldest wells. These 2 jugs of well wine were made by the merchants who went against their conscience and secretly built more than 10 new wells. The taste is not right. Let's go, I will bring you to buy the real old well wine. Otherwise you will have wasted your trip to Bee-Tail Ferry." He took a step and laughed. "Forget it, the Jianghu is dangerous. Let's not get close to each other." The tall and sturdy young man told Qin Pingon the addresses of the 2 wine shops. "If you want to buy wine, go buy yourself. I will not make people think that I am trying to please you for no reason. Otherwise both of us will be on tenterhooks." He cupped his fists and bade farewell to Qin Pingon and strode away to buy wine. He was a straightforward person. Qin Pingon sighed in his heart. The iron chain used as a belt by the tall and sturdy young man was clearly the thick iron chain in the iron lock well before the Black Pearl Cave was broken and fell. At that time, Qin Pingon heard that this person had taken away this great opportunity. In addition to the 5 elements objects, among the many magic weapons hidden in the Black Pearl Cave at that time, this object, Song Jisun's green gourd, mountain prawn pot, and the bright evil suppression mirror were the most precious. This dragon lock iron chain was the most valuable one. It was the demon binding rope that had successfully bound the last real dragon in the world. Could be imagined how valuable it was. Now it had been refined into a natal item by this person, and he was openly showing it to others. It was estimated that he was either bold with great skill or had a strong backing or both. That was the first time Qin Pingon really came into contact with the outside world. The mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, Kai Xian of Yunxia Mountain, the Su family of Qingfeng City, and Fu Nanhua of Old Dragon City. It was one life-and-death situation after another. It was the most difficult period of Qin Pingon's life. That kind of helplessness was even greater than when Qin Pingon faced the Yuanying stage Old Dragon in the Flood Dragon Ditch and Ascendant Realm Du Mao in Old Dragon City in the years to come. It was just like Liu Baixiang confided in the small courtyard that time. On the road of life, as long as you can meet a flower in the barren land, everything will be different. Qin Pingon met a good girl. When she smiled, Qin Pingon felt like he was the richest girl in the world. How could he not like her? How could he not be willing to put her in his heart? The last time Old Dragon City drank with fan air on the roof of the medicine shop, Qin Pingon said, "The girl I like, she is already the most beautiful. But she is even more beautiful than the most beautiful. When I look at her and she pretends not to know, she turns her face sideways and her eyelashes tremble slightly." The story of quarrying stone at that time, Fan Air was a little confused and asked him, "How much do you like that girl, Qin Pingon?" Qin Pingon was a little drunk at that time, but he was holding the blade's strengthening gourd and laughing foolishly. When Qin Pingon followed the route to find the real Old Well wine, the burly young man didn't want to bump into the young man who left Lizhu Cave Heaven again to avoid arousing suspicion, so he deliberately chose a different wine shop. On the way, an old man with restrained spirit quietly appeared, came to the young man's side and said a small thing. The young man laughed angrily and said, "These guys have water in their heads. They really value money more than their lives. Pass a message to the person in charge and tell them to stop. Don't let them be a feast for others." He wanted to say something else, to take the opportunity to teach Betail Fairy a lesson, but when he thought of the difficult life of an itinerant cultivator, the young man shook his head helplessly. "That's it. There's no need to deliberately knock them down. It's all their own good fortune. However, no one in Betail Fairy is allowed to provoke the group of foreigners I just met. Also, take this opportunity to help old Liu pay off his debt in private. According to the rules, it's a small sum of money. After that, find a chance to scare old Liu again and tell him not to be a gambler anymore. His current wealth is enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life." The old man carefully asked, "If Liu Gonzi can't control himself in the future, will he gamble again?" The burly young man said, "Then he has only himself to blame. I can help him once but not forever." The old man wanted to say something but stopped. The burly young man shook his head and said, "Although that imperial jade seal is genuine, ordinary Qi refinement warriors can't touch it. Master said before that we shouldn't underestimate the remnant luck of a fallen country. There are great blessings and misfortunes in it. After all, the Jiang family of Jing country still has a crown prince who is cultivating in the mountains. As for that guy who is bent on collecting the full set of Jing country's 17 treasures, he's on the path of dragon supporting technique. He's suitable, but we can't. If we can't control our greed, we'll be the same kind of people as old Liu. We might even be worse. It's unreasonable for us Qi refinement warriors to cultivate immortality. If we continue to gamble with the heavens, we'll be tired of living." The old man obeyed the order and left. This old retainer who lived in seclusion at Betail Fairy was the golden core cultivator who saw Qin Pingon's aura at first glance. The burly young man sighed along the way until he bought a pot of wine and drank the mellow and authentic immortal brew. Only then did his mood become better. When he was young, he was chosen by a wandering master who passed by the sea. He told the family that he had an excellent foundation and was accepted as a disciple. His parents happily agreed because at first, the elders in the family were certain that he was not suitable for cultivation. He was regarded as a good-for-nothing by his peers who matured early in the family and was treated with disdain. After that he left the family at a young age and brought Bee-tail Fairy to his master. He lived in the shabby alley at the tail of the Bee-tail Fairy. In the past few years his cultivation had risen rapidly and he had also seized many opportunities. However, the young man did not have any thoughts of returning home in glory and being proud of the high and strict family. He only wanted to secretly return home, meet his parents and repay the kindness of raising him. However, the young man had always been grateful to his elder sister who was born in the direct line of descent of the family's head branch. He would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. The people on the mountain liked to talk about it, but they would not take it seriously in their hearts. However, he was willing to take it seriously. Therefore, even if his master was very distressed, he still insisted on giving the little thing that he inadvertently caught as one of her dowry. It was said that the whole family was in an uproar at that time. They could not believe it. As a person he did not owe money and did not feel guilty. He felt that this was quite good. Drinking wine, the proprietress of the tavern was an average-looking woman. She was honest and dutiful, guarding the ancestral craft and the old well. She was not very good at doing business. The business of cornucopia, which should have made a lot of money every day, was turned into a small business for her. Over the years, he had seen with his own eyes that the gentle-natured big sister next door had married and become a married woman. Year after year she sold wine. She would still blush and be embarrassed when she met with frivolous drinkers. However, wrinkles gradually grew on the corners of her eyes. The burly young man was glad that he had met his master. Perhaps one day the proprietress's grandson would be old and he would still have his current appearance. Although the wasp-tail fairy was a fairy for immortals, there were many common people who could not escape from birth, old age, illness and death. His master always said that these people at the foot of the mountain who had white hair and 60 years and 70 years old in their 70s were the root of the small group of cultivators on the mountain. Without them, the so-called cultivation was just an attic in the sky. The burly young man did not think too much about this. He was too lazy to think about it. In any case, when it came to cultivation he had always liked to go with the flow. He did not take the initiative to harm others, and when he was harmed he would not be soft-hearted. So his master had always advised him to choose one of the 3 emperors of Qingyuan Kingdom, the Yan family of Yunshao Kingdom, and the He family of Qingshan Kingdom. Then he would conceal his identity and go to court to sharpen his Tao heart. He would find the right medicine early on and resolve his inner demons, so that he would not have to rush to Buddha's feet when he reached the nascent soul stage. However, he had always refused to go. What was the point of interacting with emperors all day long? The emperor of the Tang family was extravagant and wanted to save face. He liked to compete with the immortals on the mountain in terms of wealth. The emperor of the He family of Qingshan Kingdom had strange hobbies. He had the shocking 5 beauties in the harem. The entire court was a mess. The emperor of the Yan family was ambitious and worked hard to govern, but he was vicious and merciless. He liked to use the abacus even more than the disciples of the merchant family. It was said that he had personally written a popular Qian Ben Chao, which said, "Money, sweet taste, great heat, is both poison and medicine." He drank a pot of wine and paid the bill. He filled the pot with a few dozen caddies of immortal wine from the well. He tied it to his waist and swaggered off. He also asked for 2 small pots of fine wine which he held between his fingers. The woman was not surprised by this. The entire Bee-tail Fairy knew that this young man's identity was not simple. No one dared to provoke him. He had lived in the depths of the alley on Bee-tail Fairy since he was very young and had never provoked anyone. It was said that he only looked after half of the alley for someone and was responsible for collecting rent. Those who were able to rent a house on Bee Path were either itinerant immortal cultivators with bulging wallets or the officials of the 3 kingdoms. The rest were the local forces who had bought the house directly. The latter treated the young man who grew up under their noses with great respect. The burly young man walked back into the alley and gradually entered the depths of the alley. 50 steps behind him, in the middle of the alley, there were 2 big empty houses opposite the door. On the door there were 2 painted door gods that had not been changed for hundreds of years. On the left side there were 2 painted door gods and on the right side there were 2 painted door gods. When the young man walked past the two houses, he threw a wine pot in each hand. There were a total of 4 painted door gods on the left and right side, and each of them stretched out a golden arm to catch the wine pot and put it back into the door. Then on the 2 painted door gods, there was an inexplicable extra paper wine pot. After drinking the wine, they passed the wine pot to their nearby colleagues. After drinking the wine, the 4 painted door gods returned to normal. However, the beard of a big bearded door god seemed to be soaked, but it quickly dried up. The burly young man returned to the house that he lived in alone. It was cold and cheerless. It had been like this for so many years. His master liked to wander around. In the past, he would solemnly vow that this time he would definitely find a beautiful master's wife. This time, it was not for the future master's wife who was sleeping in her mother's womb. It was a serious matter. He said that he was going for the glazed golden body of an upper 5 realms immortal weapon disintegration. There were a few pieces that fell on the territory of the Aquarius continent. If he could snatch one of them, he would be rich and would have a wife. For this, his master even found a close friend. Otherwise, he might not be able to compete with a few old tortoises of similar age. With the help of that friend, the possibility of success would be greater. The burly young man also had some concerns. He was worried that such a precious treasure would make his so-called friend covet it. His master laughed and said that everyone in the Aquarius continent had this possibility, but this old tortoise who called himself jade-faced young gentleman would never do it. Although this person's temper was stubborn and smelly, worse than a stone in a latrine pit, this person was known as without a ghost in his heart on the path of cultivation. In this life, for the sake of his friends and for the sake of the sex honor, he had fought to the death twice. After reaching the unpolished jade realm twice, he fell back to the nascent soul realm twice. This kind of heroic spirit might not even be found in the ascendant realm. Wind Snow Temple's sword master Wan Ting was now a military saint. In his early years he was also famous for his straightforward temper. He once threatened that as long as this person needed a sword, Wan Ting would not only immediately forge a sword, but would also personally deliver it to the mountain. It was the first time the burly young man had seen his master so calm, so he was relieved. For a moment he was curious about his master's old friend who was nicknamed Elegant and Unique. After Qin Pingon bought 2 more pots of old well-immortal wine, the group went to the last sightseeing spot at Betail Ferry. It was a 1,000-year-old ancient apricot tree that covered several acres of land. The bottom of the tree was hollow and filled with copper coins and gold and silver. About this tree, the man who called himself Lu Ganzi told a lot about it. Before the rise of Qingshan Kingdom from the ruins of Jing Kingdom, this old apricot tree had a story. First, the founding emperor of the Tang family of Qingwan Kingdom made an exception and conferred it as the tree of the emperor. Later, the emperor of Jing Kingdom did not want to fall behind, so he sent a court official to confer the tree. It was probably 1 grade lower, so the place was known as the Prime Minister tree. In the end, the emperor of Yunshao Kingdom also joined in the fun. 300 years ago, when Yunshao Kingdom was at its peak, a meritorious general rode a horse here and erected a monument. Therefore, the people of Yunshao Kingdom were still used to calling it the General Apricot. The tree of the emperor, the Prime Minister tree, and the General Apricot. One tree conferred 3 titles. It was a strange story. Under the tree, Pei Qian took out the small sachet that Aunt Gui gave her. At that time, other than a few emerald osmanthus leaves, there was also a small osmanthus branch about the length of her finger. It was full of osmanthus seeds. Even if it was broken off and separated from the tree, the fragrance did not diminish in the slightest. Moreover, the golden osmanthus seeds did not fall off. The osmanthus leaves and branches were all placed in the treasure box, occupying a space. She only took out the empty sachet to store the snow flower that Qin Pingon gave her as New Year's money, as well as a few copper coins that she earned through hard work. For example, when she begged Sui Yuyu to buy New Year's goods in Old Dragon City, she bargained for 1 copper coin each time. At that time she earned 7 or 8 copper coins in a spurt of energy and put them all in the sachet. Because Qin Pingon said that the sachet was not an ordinary item, Pei Qian did not dare to casually tie it around her waist. Usually she only dared to put it in her sleeve pocket. At this moment she was holding it with both hands, thinking that it would be nice if she could get some more apricot leaves and apricot branches. There were not many tourists around the 1,000-year-old apricot tree. The native people of the ferry would only come here to throw money and pray for blessings during the New Year or other festivals. Most of the passengers on the B-tail ferry were merchants who were familiar with this place. They did not believe in such things and were not willing to spend money. Therefore, at this moment, there was only Qin Pingon and his group, along with a few groups of children who were playing with each other. Further away, a few children were flying kites. On the high branches of the apricot tree, there were a few kites that unfortunately had their strings broken. Qin Pingon looked at the apricot tree that was faintly flowing with spiritual aura and was about to leave. However, he found that the little lotus person had drilled out from the ground and was standing on the hollow abdomen of the apricot tree, which was like a door, sticking her head out and looking around. Soon, another head popped out from the pile of money and looked at the little lotus person. The latter climbed out of the pile of money, straightened her back and put her hands on her hips. She looked very arrogant, but she could not hide the curiosity and joy in her eyes. The little guy's clothes were luxurious and comical. He wore a cute pocket-sized bright yellow dragon robe. There was an ivory jade tablet and a mahogany scabbard on his waist. Pei Qian pulled Qin Pingon's sleeve. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and took out a piece of snow and gave it to Pei Qian. He said with a smile, "Go. Remember to talk nicely to this little immortal. Don't offend her." Pei Qian ran over and squatted at the small door. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Pei Qian returned with a full load. Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. Without saying anything, he rewarded her with a chestnut. However, this time, the little lotus person unexpectedly stood on Pei Qian's side for the first time. She was dancing with joy and babbling. Pei Qian felt a little guilty. She turned around obediently and wanted to return the piece of grass in her hand. The G of soil as well as the pink sapling was returned to the apricot tree spirit. What a pity! She had even taken out 2 snowflakes to spend. This transaction could be considered a loss. The little lotus person was relatively stupid and did not know how to speak. The little thing dressed in fancy clothes was much smarter. It spoke the language of the Aquarius continent more fluently than Pei Qian. The little thing chattered with the little lotus person for a long time. At that time, Pei Qian did not understand. Then the little lotus person knocked on Pei Qian's boots and pointed at the piece of snow in Pei Qian's hand. Pei Qian began to bargain with the apricot tree spirit. At the same time, Pei Qian also boasted to it that the spiritual qi in her home was much more abundant than here. It was as thick as water and she could drink until she was full with just one mouthful. In the end, the silly little thing coyly made a small sapling on the ground in front of Pei Qian. It told Pei Qian to bring it back to its hometown and find a place to plant it. It must not mistreat it and must let it drink the water-like spiritual qi every day. Pei Qian agreed verbally and patted her chest loudly, but in fact she was already prepared to eat chestnuts until she was full. After Qin Pingon understood what happened, he took the soil and sapling from Pei Qian's hand and walked to the roots of the tree and squatted down. The little thing dressed in a dragon robe, hanging a jade tablet and carrying a saber, stood in the pile of money. Its eyes were full of vigilance. After a series of questions, Qin Pingon knew the truth. It turned out that it was about to enter the 5 middle states, but there was not enough anima qi here. To be precise, it did not dare to absorb too much anima qi. After all, there were a lot of qi trainers here and it was a fairy port for immortals. The reason why it could take root and practice here was because it relied on 3 so-called titles that were not so legitimate. In fact, the imperial court of the 3 kingdoms did not care too much about it, not to mention the power behind this ferry. The weakening of anima qi had always been the most taboo thing on the Mountain of Immortals. For example, Du Mao forcibly occupied the anima contained in the small cave of Wutong. Although he was more selfish and wanted to ascend to another place, in fact, once he succeeded in ascending, according to the rules set by the vast world ritual sage, the Tongya sect could rely on merits and the school academy would protect the word sect for at least 1,000 years. It was undeniable that this was an important reason why Du Mao wanted to take the risk of ascending. Otherwise he could just hide in the cave of Wutong. After Du Mao's failure in ascending, almost all the disciples of the Tongya sect changed from being in awe and love of the ancestor of resurgence to being extremely resentful of Du Mao. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was unforgettable. They regarded him as the eternal sinner of the Tongya sect. What the hell, ancestor of resurgence? He was the defeated ancestor who squandered the foundation of his ancestors. As for Du Mao's original intention of throwing himself into another big cage to find a way out for the Tongye sect, very few people thought about this. The purple-robed sword practitioner, the lord of the Tongye sect, and the old cultivator in the raw jade realm who was in charge of the archives of the Hall of Patriarchs, did not deliberately suppress, guide, and ease the anger of the people in the sect for some reason. Du Mao's lineage, such as the direct descendant Du Yan, not only lost the treatment of a Yuanying retainer, but also was questioned. The Du family's property was almost turned upside down to the sect to fill the vacancy. It was either one or the other, black or white. It was the two ends of a ruler. Especially when it was related to one's own interests, it seemed that this was human nature. Qin Pingon hoped that in the future, if one day he really opened his own sect, he would rather that from the beginning no one would think that he, Qin Pingon, was a flawless moral saint. In the end, if there was really an irreversible change, no one would think that he was an unforgivable evil person. Even if the people's hearts were scattered, he should strive for a good separation and try to achieve a good beginning and a good ending. The poison concubine of time travel Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and lowered his head to look at the ancient apricot spirit. He asked with a smile, "Didn't you discuss with the immortal masters here at Bee's Tail Ferry to be a consecrated guest or something like that? After finding one of the 5 peaks and signing a mountain pledge contract, they should be happy to see one more king of the middle 5 peaks who can't run away." The little fellow sat on the top of Qian Mountain with a worried face and said in a childish voice, "I also want to, but those stinky guys trust me, but I don't trust them. This is a troublesome place." Bee's Tail Ferry is adjacent to the 3 countries of Qingyuan, Qingshan and Yunshao. The few forces at the ferry are intertwined and no one is willing to submit to anyone. For money, they would secretly beat each other's brains out for no reason. For the mountain pledge contract, which of the 5 peaks do you think I should choose? Even if I foolishly choose one, won't the other 2 hate me to death? Maybe one day they will secretly find someone to chop my body into pieces and burn it as firewood? Although now the incense is bleak and I have to eat 3 meals, but at least I won't die. Don't you Qi cultivators say that a bad life is better than a good death? Well, there's also that saying that a dead Taoist is better than a dead Taoist. Qin Pingon pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence. He deeply agreed with the little fellow's worries. As an apricot spirit who had no one to rely on, if he wanted to break through the realm, he would need to sign a mountain pledge with the Qi cultivators. But Bee's Tail Ferry was located at the border of the 3 regions and was not under the jurisdiction of any country. So this was really a big trouble. If Bee's Tail Ferry was a dominant force, it would be fine. Qin Pingon wanted to help but could not. The little fellow said pitifully, "I heard from the little black girl that a mortal master lives in a place like a paradise and absorbs aura like the mortals drinking water. Why don't you help me and bring this little sapling back? Once it grows, it can also help a mortal master to stabilize the aura of the mountains and rivers. This is a mutually beneficial thing for both of us." Ordinary Qi cultivators, not mentioning the merchants who only care about money, just the farmers and the Yao family who wouldn't treat this as a blessing from the heavens. "Immortal master who is passing by, you must cherish it well." Qin Pingon put the soil and the sapling on the ground and smiled. "Do you want to say, if you don't take what is given by the heavens, you will be punished instead?" The little fellow was dejected and scratched his cheeks. "The 2 little ones are easy to fool. You, the big one, are experienced in the pugilistic world. Sure enough, it is not easy to fool you." Once Qin Pingon planted this little sapling on his mountain, it was true that the sapling could help to stabilize the aura of the mountains and rivers. However, it was extremely limited. More importantly, it was constantly stealing aura for the ancestral tree. Therefore, it was definitely a money-losing business. As for the inside story of these tree spirits, when Qin Pingon was on Osmanthus Island, because there was an old locust tree in his hometown town, he chatted with the old sword cultivator Ma Ji of the Fan family and knew some inside story. After Qin Pingon returned the soil and the sapling, the apricot flower spirit was still a little discerning. It also gave Pei Qian 2 snowflakes to spend. The little lotus flower spirit was sickly and Pei Qian was also embarrassed. The 2 little ones felt sorry for Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon put the little lotus flower spirit on his shoulder and held Pei Qian's hand. He smiled softly and said, "What are you feeling guilty for? It should be the one feeling guilty." At the bottom of the apricot tree, inside the big door, Qian Shan yawned and said, "We can only wait for the next fool to take the bait." It fell asleep in a daze and had a beautiful dream. It actually dreamt that it was on a constantly growing and towering mountain, growing into a towering tree. Every apricot leaf was brimming with a golden aura, and every branch was incomparably pure from the golden incense. It had become the only upper five-realm tree spirit in the Aquarius continent. On its branches, there were two blurred figures looking at the sea of clouds. One of them was drinking wine while the other had a sword and blade on his waist. When the little fellow woke up, it was extremely happy. Even if it was just a dream, it would be happy for many years. But for some reason, when it wiped its face, it was actually full of tears. It laid in the pile of money in a daze. It was puzzled and somewhat disappointed. The four people in the picture with the small sum of money that was worth 100 snowflakes, each had their own gains. When Zhou Xian left Old Dragon City, he had an extra bag on his back. This time when he left Beatail Crossing, the bag was even heavier. Now that Zhou Xian considered himself a scholar, of course he would travel to study. The four of them still walked to the capital of Qingwan Kingdom. 2 years ago, Qingwan Kingdom opened a huge water and land Taoist temple, which was personally organized by the emperor of the Tang family. The next year, Yunshao Kingdom and Qingshan Kingdom held a Taoist Luotian grand ritual at almost the same time, as if they were competing on a stage. The emperor of the Tang family decided to hold a debate between Taoism and Buddhism this spring. He wanted to choose between Taoism and Buddhism to become the national religion of Qingwan Kingdom, with a higher status than Confucianism. The loser would naturally be at the bottom. So Qin Pingon believed that Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia would at least stay in the capital of Qingwan this spring. Probably because of the proximity to Beatail Crossing as well as the many Taoist temples and mountains within the territory, Qingwan Kingdom did not belong to the kind of lawless place where spiritual energy was thin to the point of being scarce. Compared to the Shui Kingdom that Qin Pingon passed by, there was much more spiritual energy. At that time he was a pure martial artist and did not have a deep feeling, only a rough feeling. Now that he had refined the water character seal as his natal item, he could slowly absorb spiritual energy. Comparing the two, he discovered the mystery. In the central part of the Aquarius continent, among the countries that Qin Pingon had been to, the Tsai Kingdom had slightly more spiritual energy. As for the Tsai Kingdom, Qin Pingon now had the talisman in his Fengtsuan item. There was also a white bone beautiful ghost that had signed a contract with him. It was just that Qin Pingon did not like her. After Osmanthus Island, he did not let her leave the strange talisman that was the place where she lived. However, when he reached Luopa Mountain in the future, he could let her out. With a mountain god overlooking the surrounding mountains and rivers, he believed that to the female ghost, it would also be intimidating. The orthodox mountain and river god of the Dali dynasty? It was not something that any dynasty in the Aquarius continent could compare to. God Dali? It could naturally be one level higher. Now, in the future, half of the Aquarius continent would already be in the hands of the Song clan. They only lacked the approval of a certain Confucian school in the central region. So, in the future, God Dali? And the god of the Aquarius continent? There would not be much difference. When leaving the border of Beatail Crossing, he found that travelers from outside to inside, regardless of whether they were chi cultivators or martial artists, had to hold a yellow talisman that was sold at the gate. When they entered, a rippling door would appear for them to pass through. The talisman was similar to the customs pass of the secular dynasty. This was something new. It was Qin Pingon's first time seeing this. The other crossings did not have this toll. Leaving Beatail Crossing, they did not need the customs pass talisman. After walking out of the gate, Qin Pingon asked the gatekeeper of a fifth realm chi cultivator sincerely for advice. That person saw that Qin Pingon's temperament was not ordinary, and that he walked out of Beatail Crossing, so he smiled and explained to Qin Pingon. It turned out that Beatail Crossing had a mountain and river array that was jointly created by the School of Yin-Yang and Mechanism Masters. Golden Core Earth Immortals could directly walk in, but those below the Golden Core needed a customs pass talisman that was worth 5 snow coins. Yes, once they forced their way in, they would alarm the patrolmen of Beatail Crossing. As for the talisman, it was a side branch of the barrier-breaking talisman, and also a request talisman for Beatail Crossing. They sent an immortal master to create it for this array. When Qin Pingon asked why other crossings did not need the talisman, when they were clearing the way, the chi cultivator smiled playfully, stepped on the ground and asked whose territory this was. The direction of this gate led to the territory of Qinghuan Kingdom. Qin Pingon naturally replied that it was the Tang family of Qinghuan. Without waiting for the Qi cultivator to elaborate, Qin Pingon suddenly realized that the emperor of the Tang family was really good at making money. The capital of Qinghuan Kingdom was more than 1,600 miles away from Betail Crossing, and there were still more than 2 months before the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that began in the rainy season. Therefore there was no harm in walking there. After that, along the way they saw many Taoist temples of various sizes. The group did not believe in Buddhism and Taoism, but they generally went to the temples because of its reputation. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian respectfully offered 3 incense sticks as a courtesy to the gods. Wei Xian did not believe in this and generally did not go in but just waited at the door. Zhou Xian also did not believe in this and only accompanied Qin Pingon and Pei Qian to walk around. Lu Baixiang only entered the temple to offer incense and was very pious. Sui Yuyu entered the temple to offer incense and was also very sincere. Qin Pingon reminded Pei Qian that it was okay to offer incense, but not to make a wish casually. Moreover, he could not kowtow and make a wish when he saw the bodhisattvas and deities in the temple. However, he also told Pei Qian that if one day he had a feeling and really wanted to make a wish, then he had to be serious and remember the content of the wish, as well as which temple and deity he was offering incense and kowtowing to. Once the wish was fulfilled, no matter how far it was in the future, he had to come back to fulfill the wish. Seeing Qin Pingon's solemn expression, Pei Qian was so scared that she did not dare to make a wish and only offered incense. Otherwise, when she thought of rushing from Longquan County to Qinghuan Country to fulfill the wish, she felt that if she did not die of exhaustion, her intestines would turn green with regret and she would cry half to death on the way. Moreover, when she went in to kowtow and offer incense, Qin Pingon also had a rule. He said that the money for offering incense could not be borrowed from others and must be paid by Pei Qian herself. Fortunately, along the way, Qin Pingon had asked Pei Qian to run errands several times. The skinny little girl received quite a few silver taels. After changing them into copper coins, it was enough for her to offer incense at the temple. Pei Qian did not feel that Qin Pingon was stingy with these few copper coins. She increasingly felt that Qin Pingon was much more generous to her, his first disciple, than to Old Wei and the other 3. This made Pei Qian very happy. During the awakening of hibernation in the wilderness of a small county in Qinghuan Country, even though they were more than 100 li away, Qin Pingon and the others could still feel the earth trembling and the mountains shaking. In the distance, dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. There was a huge monster with a vague outline as if it was in great pain, roaring towards the sky. For a moment, countless birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew away. Qin Pingon thought for a while, then let Wei Xian and Sui Yu rush over first to see if there were any innocent people harmed. Right now, his injuries had not completely healed, and he also had to weigh the compatibility between the lake of spiritual energy and the pure Xianxia. Although his martial arts realm was still at the bottleneck of the 5th level, his true strength was only at the level of the 4th level. Wei Xian held the sweet Du Jiaxi. Sui Yu carried the sword of infatuation on his back. Both of them were good at both offense and defense. Even if they were in danger, it would not be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Qin Pingon didn't deliberately hasten his pace. When Sui Yu and Wei Xian returned, they said that there was the so-called Earth Bull over there. A large group of cultivators from the mountains and lakes had somehow found this Earth Bull that had been hibernating here for hundreds of years. They wanted to kill it and obtain the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from its body. However, they were stopped by 2 meddlesome people. One was a young Taoist priest with a peachwood sword, and the other was a bearded man with a saber. The 2 sides did not come to an agreement and started to fight. There was a great disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Besieging and killing one side was inevitable. There was even a Jindan cultivator personally presiding over the situation. Qin Pingon patted the sword-cultivating gourd and jumped up high. Flying swords 1 and 15 flew out of the gourd. Qin Pingon stepped on the flying swords step by step and hurried away like an immortal riding the wind. The 4 people in the painting looked at each other. Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and looked left and right. What's going on? Sui Yu flashed away. Zhu Lian laughed heartily and followed closely behind. Another fight to fight, this feels great. Wei Xian carried Pei Qian on his back. Lu Baixiang followed silently. It was a little strange. Why did Qin Pingon forget himself like this? Was there an acquaintance over there? But Qin Pingon came from Lizhu Cave and lived in Mud Bottle Alley. Even if he was an acquaintance, shouldn't he be the 9th realm warrior Jing Dafeng, the 10th realm great master Li Er, the sword was Chao Shi and the lord of heaven Xiexer? Qin Pingon's hometown was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was a little unreasonable. Even if an old monster of the Ascendant Realm suddenly appeared one day, Lu Baixiang and the other 4 people in the painting would not be too shocked. However, if a small character in the middle 5 realms suddenly appeared and said that he was Qin Pingon's friend, the 4 of them would not be used to it. Even if Qin Pingon had 2 flying swords to help him, he was still injured after all. His pure genuine qi was somewhat hindered, so his speed was still about the same as Sui Yu's group on the ground. In a huge call with countless broken stones, a yellow earth bull that was seriously injured and had to show its true form was lying in a pool of blood. In front of it stood the embarrassed young Taoist priest and the bearded swordsman. The 2 of them stood back to back, surrounded by more than 20 qi cultivators like wolves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young man dressed in white came. It was unknown whether he rode the wind or the sword. He floated in the air like a real immortal. The immortal master in white fell quickly and landed on the ground. After taking 5 or 6 steps lightly, he walked to the front of the 2 people and raised his palms to them with a smile. The young Taoist priest and the bearded swordsman were stunned and could not believe it. The young Taoist priest rubbed his eyes and then a smile appeared in his clear eyes. The young Taoist priest and the bearded swordsman each stretched out a palm and hit the young immortal master's palm heavily. There was no more depression on their faces. The 2 of them were in high spirits and were very happy. Qin Pingon looked at the 2 people. At this moment his eyes were brighter than Pei Qian's eyes. He held the hands of the 2 friends and laughed. I knew it. In the world only my 2 friends Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia are willing to do such a thankless thing. 375. A qi refinement warrior in his early 30s was standing on a huge rock. His face was covered in dust and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The battle had been full of accidents. After the battle he had to discuss with the others and ask for more money from the earth deity of the golden core stage. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures of an earth bull were all taken away by him, such as the golden core, the horns, the bones, and so on. The rest of them only took some of the internal organs and flesh. In the end they had to fight 2 more battles. If they were not willing to pay more money, then don't blame them for cursing behind their backs. The qi refinement warrior's name was Zhou. He was born in the countryside and had been a woodcutter for generations. Now he was a cultivator of the mountains and lakes without a fixed residence. Last year he had just crossed the first threshold and became a qi refinement warrior of the cave-dwelling stage. Although he was at the bottom of the 5 middle levels, becoming a cultivator of the cave-dwelling stage was like reaching the sky in a single step for an itinerant cultivator. After this step he could work in a residence of an immortal with an orthodox inheritance, be a consecrator for an emperor in the secular imperial court, and be a guest in the residence of a noble. In other words, a cultivator of the cave-dwelling stage was finally worth something. Zhou's dream was to be luckier than the cultivator's bones and relics he encountered in the cliff cave. He wanted to obtain a Taoist book that could lead him to the earth deity stage. Even if he could not become a high and mighty earth deity of the golden core stage, he would be satisfied if he could stand outside the door and touch the threshold of the earth deity stage. Zhou's greatest wish, or rather his extravagant hope, was that he who was almost 60 years old would be lucky enough to become a sword cultivator who had nurtured a natal flying sword. Therefore, when Zhou saw 2 rays of light flashing back to the crimson wine pot on his waist after the young immortal master in white landed on the ground, his eyes immediately turned red. A flying sword. It was definitely a natal flying sword. Didn't they say that a sword cultivator of 100 years was still young after being in a cave dwelling for 60 years? Could it be that the person in front of him was a great cultivator who could retain his looks? If he was a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm, it would be a huge problem. If he was a sword cultivator of the Golden Core stage who had been in seclusion, there would be heavy casualties in this meticulous plan. Zhou quickly calmed down after a short period of emotional turmoil. A young sword cultivator who had cultivated a natal flying sword, who could withstand the astral wind of the world, and who was tempered by baleful qi, was not only terrifying such as his shocking killing power, But what made these rogue cultivators even more fearful was that almost all sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent were the treasures of the immortal sects on the mountain. Whoever dared to hurt them would definitely alert the ancestral halls of their respective sections. Xianxia glanced around from the corner of his eyes. Apart from the golden core earth immortal who had used a camouflage technique to conceal his true appearance, no one could see any changes in his expression. The rest of the unaffiliated cultivators who were exactly the same as Xianxia had the same mentality as Xianxia, except that some of them were even more timid and knew how to act according to the situation. They had already put away their weapons to show their friendliness to the sword cultivator, in case the uninvited guest picked up a soft persimmon and killed them with one strike as a demonstration. There were also some who were not afraid of being stuffed to death. They hid their burning gazes, but some of the little tricks that Xianxia figured out revealed his true thoughts. He would deal with them together with the Earth Bull and make a shocking deal which was enough to make everyone on the scene rich overnight. At most they would stay away from the Qingwan kingdom. They were rogue cultivators who were regarded as wild dogs by the immortals on the mountain. They were originally rootless duckweeds. Besides, even if the sky fell, there were still tall people to hold it up. Therefore Xianxia and the others subconsciously glanced at the golden core earth immortal a few times. The origin of this master was unknown. Half a year ago he had roped them in and roughly explained that there was a great monster of the earth bull species in this place. It had been hiding in a broken dragon vein with a long history for more than 200 years. It had accumulated the cultivation of the Dragon Gate realm, which was equivalent to that of a chi cultivator. Once it broke through to the golden core realm and formed its gold core, the Qingwan kingdom would inevitably usher in a world-shaking tragedy. At that time, there would be countless casualties in the several counties and cities within a radius of 1,000 li. Therefore it had to be suppressed and killed before it formed its gold core, so as to prevent it from bringing disaster to the country. Xianxia and the other two unaffiliated cultivators who had temporarily formed a group to travel and search for treasures would have laughed out loud after hearing this righteous reason if they were not afraid of this person's cultivation of the golden core realm. The reason why he had temporarily formed an alliance with the other two and traveled together to Qingwan and Qingshan was because one of the siblings was a rare earthly cultivator. At this moment the brother and sister had already quietly drawn closer to him. This time, Xianxia and the female cultivator had contributed greatly to being able to get a share of the golden core cultivator's dish. Xianxia was skilled in formations and was able to suppress the commotion caused by the earth bull's backflip, so as to avoid attracting the attention of the orthodox immortals. In the end they had been busy for half a day fighting to the death with a beast, but in the end they had to work for someone else. The female cultivator's proficiency in techniques was an important prerequisite for the golden core earth immortal to be willing to recruit the three of them. This immortal had only roughly circled the hiding place of the earth bull. As for the specific location, he was still unable to find it. Therefore this female cultivator who did not know how to fight came in handy. The woman was dressed in bright clothes and looked like a married woman. She was a fifth realm chi cultivator. Her talent could not be considered good, but among the unaffiliated cultivators she was not bad. She had a good impression of Xianxia. This time she had participated in the scheme of a golden core earth immortal. At the very least the two siblings and Xianxia could be considered honest with each other. Using the ripples in her heart she quietly asked, "He has come with ill intentions. He's clearly a friend of those two. What should we do?" Xianxia wiped his face. "Let's wait and see." The woman nodded. In this encirclement she could be considered the most detached. After the curtains to the battle had been raised, she was even more leisurely than her brother and Xianxia. It could even be said that she had nothing to do. This was because she was an earthly scholar from a side branch of the school of Yinyang. The woman's brother was a muscular man of 8 feet. He held a broad axe in his hand and wore a set of green armor engraved with many talisman characters. His face was covered in blood, but fortunately, they were all external injuries that left his skin open. By chance he had taken the path of a military cultivator, but it was only in appearance. He had only obtained a lost secret manual from a third-rate immortal that refined the body and consolidated the spirit. Coupled with the fact that he had spent all his wealth in his early years to purchase this set of spiritual armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was rather famous around the borders of the kingdom of Qingshan. However, the one who was truly making money was not this muscular man in armor with impressive battle prowess, but his earthly scholar sister. The Qi practitioners in the mountains, especially those who did not have a teacher or sect, had a great deal of knowledge when it came to finding treasures. Other than the so-called chance of the great path that they had stumbled upon, they could also find clues from the local county records. In addition, there were maps hidden in the yamen. They needed to examine them on the spot and ask the local woodcutters, fishermen, and other common people who often traveled mountains and rivers. Only then could they find a chance to make a fortune. This required the help of magistrates and earthly scholars to open up the mountains and ask for directions. Magistrates were rumored to be able to see the face of the world clearly. They could use the stars to divine the fate of people and the fate of countries. Earthly scholars were skilled at finding dragon points. They were particularly sensitive to the minute changes in spiritual qi. Once they found it, they would have to pass through a hurdle. The heavenly treasures of the world were often closely guarded by ghosts and spirits. This had always been the most fatal obstacle for the earthly cultivators. Independent cultivators often traveled alone. They were not like those mountain sects with immortal dwellings. Once they found a location like this, they could move out in full force. If they really could not, they would find one or two immortals with whom they were friends, so it was very rare for them to fail. Once the independent cultivators were certain that they could not obtain the treasures by themselves, they could only find a partner. As for why they did not find the immortal sects on the mountain, wouldn't the chances of success be higher? Firstly, the benefits were too small. They were clearly the first to discover the heavenly treasures and ancient treasures, but they could easily end up with leftovers. Furthermore, there was an even more tragic ending, which was to be secretly killed by the immortal dwellings. One had to know that independent cultivators had always been despised and hated by orthodox immortal masters. They were lonely souls and wild ghosts among the Qi cultivators, vermin of the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, and scrupulous cultivators of the evil path. Why did the Jade Roar Realm cultivator senior in the history of Beetail Fairy have such a high reputation among the independent cultivators of the Aquarius continent? It was because this senior had once spoken out the hearts of thousands of independent cultivators. I just want to stand and eat my fill. The names were recorded. One was in the sect's ancestral hall, and the other was in a certain imperial court near the mountain gate. This kind of Qi cultivator was known as the Immortal Master of Records. If they were not listed, they would be considered as independent cultivators. The imperial court and local officials did not like this kind of independent cultivators. They were fickle and easily caused trouble. They were erratic and often had to clean up their messes. In particular, the independent cultivators who had reached the middle 5 states were almost all decisive in killing. They were ruthless people who had forcefully opened a path in countless bloody storms. They were temperamental and did not care about worldly affairs. When they walked in the human world, they did things without scruples. However, it was certainly an exaggeration to say that all the independent cultivators were desperados who did not care about human life at all. It was just that the immortals on the mountain, the imperial court, and the righteous sects in the Jianghu were all so exaggerated. Therefore, year after year, the independent cultivators were like rats crossing the street. The independent cultivators who had some strength would ask for an identity from a certain imperial court, or get an identity that was very fake in a certain sect on the mountain. They would travel in the mountains under the name of the Immortal Master of Records. LV Yangzhen's group of 3, because one of them was a formation master who was not good at attacking, one of them was a military cultivator who focused on defense, and one of them was a land warrior who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. They were quite steady. However, there was another group of 7 or 8 people. When they looked at the young immortal master, besides the implicit judgment of judging the situation, there was also a trace of ruthlessness in their eyes. Most of the people in this group were familiar with each other. They were unfamiliar Qi trainers in the territory near the Qinghuan kingdom. Most of them took advantage of the excitement of the water and land Taoist field and the heavenly grand ritual to try their luck. This time they contributed a lot to the encirclement of the earth bull monster. There were military cultivators who were good at close combat, unorthodox Taoists who were proficient in talisman puppets, ghost cultivators who used a soul-summoning banner, and a strong man whose natal item was actually 3 rattan tokens, a tulip token and an iron talisman shield. He was responsible for defending his companions who could not dodge in time. There was an old sword cultivator who was still in the 5th state. After leaving the aperture acupoint, his flying sword condensed into a substance. It was completely black, more than 2 feet long, wrapped in wind and thunder, and had a strong smell of blood. Because he had not entered the cave-dwelling realm and really opened up a mansion, his Reiki was not enough to support the flying sword for too long. Usually he would return to his natal aperture acupoint to be nourished after a successful attack. He would spend a lot of money to replenish the Reiki of his aperture acupoint and wait for the next attack. Half of the fatal wounds on the yellow earth bull were caused by the flying sword of this old sword cultivator. The leader of this group was an old man in a black robe. His mount was a huge black fox with 5 tails. The old man turned his head and looked at the Jindan cultivator who was hiding his head and tail. His meaning was very simple. You are the guy who used the Reiki to exchange for the treasures of the earth bull monster. Previously, everyone had put in a lot of effort and did what should be done. Now, a sword cultivator with unknown origins came to cause trouble. You have the final say on whether to fight or to retreat. If you want to fight to the death and provoke this young sword cultivator, the reward will not be the small amount of money before. If you want to retreat anyway, you have already paid the deposit before, so the 2 sides went their separate ways. The Jindan cultivator, who was hovering in the air with the wind, did not use telepathy to inform the 20 or so individual cultivators. The earth immortal, whose face was covered by the mist of mountains and rivers, looked at the white-robed young man and directly said, "Do you really want to cut off people's path to wealth? I can promise you that as long as you are willing to withdraw from the call and not interfere in this matter, I will take 10% of the treasures that should belong to me from this yellow earth bull and convert it into Reiki. After the matter, I will personally hand it over with both hands." After Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia's explanation, Qin Pingon already knew the general reason of the matter. The yellow earth bull in the pool of blood behind him was a monster of the earth bull species in the world. It was born with a gentle temperament. The so-called earth bull turning over in the marketplace had nothing to do with it. It had been hiding here for more than 200 years because it wanted to repair the broken ancient dragon's vein and use it as a place to open a mansion in the future. For so many years, it had been lying in its true form. Its body was like a mountain range piled up with mountain rocks, and the mountain had long been covered with lush trees. The real earth bull turning over was the turtle, fish, mole, cricket, earthworms, and giant frogs hibernating underground. These mountain spirits and water monsters liked to be quiet and did not like to move. With their innate talent, they liked to connect their huge bodies with the roots of the mountain and slowly absorb the spiritual energy of the earth. They were afraid of spring thunder. Once they reached the cave-dwelling realm of the middle 5 realms, or when they formed the golden core, they needed to swallow the spiritual energy of the world. Because they had been hiding underground all year long and nibbling away at the luck of the mountain roots, once they broke through, it involved the opportunity of the great Tao. Their nature would often burst forth and their ferocious nature would be revealed. Therefore there was the saying of the earth bull turning over and the turtle fish turning over, which led to many tragedies of earthquakes. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia were previously the targets of recruitment. However, although Zhang Shanfeng's cultivation was not high, he was proficient in the origins of many mountain spirits and ghosts. He was also very familiar with the roots and nature of the yellow earth bull, so he rejected the other party's invitation. The real tricky part was that Zhang Shanfeng knew that once the yellow earth bull was really in the Dragon Gate realm, it was only one step away from the core formation realm. If it was besieged and attacked, even a clay bodhisattva would be angry. Even an honest person would burst forth with blood and qi, let alone a monster. Therefore Zhang Shanfeng was afraid that when the earth bull was on the verge of death, it would affect the earth veins. If that happened, it would really be a huge earth bull turning over. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it would be affected by the earthquake. The 2 counties closest to this place might have tens of thousands of innocent people killed or injured. Su Yuanxia had traveled extensively and was relatively experienced. Therefore she did not speak out for the rogue cultivators and wild cultivators to directly give up on besieging the earth bull. Instead she told them in detail about the possibility and danger of the earth bull turning over. She hoped that one of the cave realm cultivators who recruited the 2 of them at that time could pass a message to the person behind the scenes to spend a little money to hire and win over a few array masters to minimize the impact of the earth bull turning over. At the very least, it would not cause tens of thousands of people to lose their homes and become homeless. At that time the cave realm chi cultivator patted his chest and promised that he would pass on the message. At that time, Xianxia pretended to be naive and honest and exchanged some polite greetings with the cultivator. After that, she and Zhang Shanfeng secretly followed and investigated. When they discovered that there was only one array master in the camp of the Earth Immortal of Jindan realm, they knew that this was destined to be a disaster caused by greed. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia discussed and the two of them split up. Su Yuanxia went to the nearest sect on the mountain and told them about this matter. She did not expect those array masters to stop them from becoming enemies with the Earth Immortal of Jindan realm. Instead, it was to exert pressure on the other party or to make preparations in advance to help suppress the dangerous situation of thousands of miles of tremors. Because Zhang Shanfeng had a proper identity, he could be considered a Taoist from a side branch of the Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Central Plains in the Julu continent. Therefore, he went to the government office and found a governor, hoping that the imperial court of the Qingwan kingdom would pay attention to this matter. It would be best if the emperor of the Tang family could send a royal consecrator to this place to supervise. Even if it was to reinforce the Earth Immortal of Jindan realm, it would be fine as a means to win him over. However, it was necessary to set up a few great formations of mountains and rivers around the hiding place of the Yellow Earth Bull. The governor who held real power in his hands was easy to talk to. He promised to immediately report this matter to the imperial court and ask for help from the Immortal of Jindan realm on the mountain within his jurisdiction. He would strive to send a message to the capital via flying sword. However, this powerful minister of Qingwan kingdom was quite pragmatic and shrewd. He asked Zhang Shanfeng to hand over 2 valuable items. Otherwise, it would be a false alarm or he, a foreign Taoist, would make irresponsible remarks. How could he explain it to the Immortal of Jindan realm and His Majesty? Both Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxiao felt that it was reasonable, so they each handed over the Jinwu magic sword, a short knife obtained in the Battle of Tsai Kingdom. The final result was the current situation. It didn't make sense. It seemed to be the most natural principle for individual cultivators to seek profit. Just like the 4 words that the Jindan realm cultivator said directly, cutting off people's way of making money, was a behavior that angered both men and gods among the cultivators in the mountains and lakes. As for this group of chi trainers who got up early to seek profit, of course, they also had their own justifiable arguments. In this remote and secluded place they besieged a monster. They didn't kill people in the market, nor did they use immortals' spells and immortals' weapons to harm people. Even the Immortal of Jindan realm who searched for treasures was just like this. What else could they do if they wanted to make money in such a clean way? You are a young Taoist without hair on your mouth, plus a Jianghu warrior who has a lot of beard. You said that this yellow earth bull would affect the ley lines and cause earthquakes thousands of miles away. Who do you think you are? After that, they sneaked all the way here. They saw with their own eyes that the yellow earth bull, which was as big as a mountain, shook off countless stones and trees on its back. The yellow earth bull, which was as big as a mountain, confronted more than 20 chi trainers. At first, the yellow earth bull wanted to escape. It fought and retreated, but it was still miserably chased. Only then did it start to fight back. Both sides fought fiercely. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxiao could only protect in front of the yellow earth bull. When it was seriously injured, it had no choice but to reveal its true life form, which was the size of a buffalo. If it fought with its life, it would really be irreversible. However, for some reason the monster lying in a pool of blood saw that the two of them did not attack it, but instead risked their lives to save it. The monster struggled in its mind for a while. Although it was clear what the two of them were thinking, they were probably afraid that it would trigger an earthquake, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack for thousands of miles. However, it did not do that in the end and allowed its life to flow away. Qin Pingon looked at Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxiao. The group of chi trainers should be confident that they would win. They didn't kill the two of them. The young Taoist suffered some external injuries. However, his shoulder was pierced by the sword cultivator's flying sword. He was bleeding non-stop. After applying medicine, the effect was not good. He should have hurt his muscles and bones. After all, it was a life-flying sword. It was definitely not as simple as the word sharp. The bearded warrior's beard was stained with blood. Many parts of his beard were knotted together. It looked a little funny. At that moment, the golden core cultivator took a step back. Zhang Shanfeng was worried that Qin Pingon would agree immediately. He grabbed the latter's arm and said anxiously, "We can't do that." The golden core cultivator smiled and said, now that the demon has already resigned itself to death and shows no signs of struggling for its life. You two righteous men and this immortal master who has just arrived, why do you have to make unnecessary moves and kill each other? Xianxia could no longer support herself. She sat on the ground with a black face. She supported herself with her saber and wiped her beard with the other. That's the logic. It's just that I feel a little aggrieved. The bearded man turned and glanced at the yellow earth bull. I feel that I've let it down. Zhang Shanfeng sighed and kept his peachwood sword behind his back. He released his hand that was holding Qin Pingan's arm and said helplessly, "It seems like that's the only way?" However, it was a questioning tone. In fact, everyone, including the Golden Core cultivator, had long noticed the 4 retainers of the young sword cultivator. They were all pure martial artists with shocking auras. They believed that this was the real reason why they had been biding their time and talking nicely. Qin Pingan patted Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder. "I'll take care of it." Zhang Shanfeng was stunned for a moment. He grinned and said, "No matter what you do, the two of us have no objections. We won't make things difficult for you." "Really?" Qin Pingan nodded. He turned and looked at the Golden Core Earth Immortal who was riding the wind in the air. He asked with a smile, "I wonder which mountain immortal house you came from, or that Qingwan country's governor's office?" Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, smiled knowingly. "I owe Qin Pingan, this brat's mind has become much more active now." He immediately pointed out the direction of her conjecture. It's a pity that his martial arts realm doesn't seem to have advanced a single step. Still the same 3 realms. That's normal. It's only been 2 years since the last time they parted. How old is Qin Pingan now? 17 years old. Now that he has such a good foundation in the 3 realms, it can be considered pretty good. He doesn't need to feel guilty about obtaining the title of martial arts genius in the Jianghu. Outside of the 3 people there was a circle of tigers, leopards, jackals and wolves. The 4 people on the picture scroll to the right of Wei Xian and Sui did not walk into the circle to Qin Pingan's side. Instead they stood further away from the circle. Could it be that these 4 people who are purely martial artists want to surround the 20 or so Qi cultivators? That Golden Core cultivator smiled. "Who I am has nothing to do with your decision, little immortal teacher." Qin Pingan asked, "This yellow earth bull, in your opinion, how much snow is it worth?" The Golden Core cultivator thought for a moment and answered seriously, "The market price is about 20 to 30 small snow coins. However, earth bulls are extremely hard to find. There's a price but no market. Therefore it's fair to double the real price. According to this calculation, it's roughly 5,000 snow coins. Why, little immortal teacher, do you want to calculate how many snow coins are you going to spend on your 10%? Or do you feel that 10% is too little and is not worthy of your strength? Do you want 20% or even more?" Although this Golden Core Earth Immortal's words had a hint of laughter in them, the sinister intent within could be heard by all the cultivators present. This was the prelude to a falling out. A Golden Core Earth Immortal imperceptibly exuded a majestic aura. Even the black-robed old man riding the Black Fox Great Demon felt somewhat suffocated. As long as one became a Golden Core expert, one could borrow strength from the heaven and earth. Although you guys are unreasonable, it's actually my 2 friends who created the current situation. However, no matter what the reason is, it's fortunate that the situation didn't reach the worst step and the earth bull didn't flip over and cause the earth to shake for 1,000 miles. Therefore we can discuss it properly now. Qin Pingan smiled. "All right. This yellow earth bull that you guys are determined to get, we'll calculate it according to your price of 50 small snow coins. After deducting my 10%, here's 45 small snow coins. Take it." Everyone watched as the white-robed immortal cultivator threw a large handful of small snow coins towards the Golden Core Earth Immortal who was quite far away. The Earth Immortal frowned and waved his sleeve. More than 40 small snow coins flowed like a stream and circled around him, preventing them from actually getting close to him. Then he looked at them one by one with rapt attention. There was no tampering with the divine coins and they were genuine snow coins. LV Yangzhen and all the other independent cultivators were jealous and suspicious. How could there be such a business in the world? The Golden Core Earth Immortal cultivator didn't immediately put away the small snow coins. It was equivalent to 4,500,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. Not to mention the Qingwan kingdom, which was known for its wealth in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Just the Xianxia kingdom, how much did the imperial court's annual tax revenue amount? Therefore this was a huge fortune. Even an earth immortal like him didn't think it was a dispensable income. The earth immortal continued to observe the slowly flowing divine coins as he asked, "May I ask this young master, where is your home of immortals?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I asked you where you came from before, but you didn't answer me either." The golden core earth immortal smiled and said, "Then may I ask, young master, why did you spend money to buy this yellow earth bowl?" "Senior, you don't have to worry about this." Qin Pingon thought for a while and threw another 5 small snow coins to the earth immortal. "Senior, please distribute these 5 to the other immortal masters. Take it as my apology for being late but first served." In this way the mountain and lake cultivators' eyesight improved a lot. After all, the extra 5 pieces of small summer money were equivalent to taking it for free. There were more than 20 Qi refinement warriors, and there were actually 4 mountains of different sizes. Xianxia and the other 2 were on the smallest mountain, while the group of people led by the old man in the black robe riding on the fox was on the largest mountain. They were the most outstanding in terms of both numbers and strength. Therefore they might be able to take away 2 of the 5 pieces of small summer money. The golden core earth immortal smiled and said, "Young master, you're really bold and wealthy. You can give away the small snow coins as if they were snow. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority." As soon as he said that, some of the wild cultivators began to have thoughts again. Indeed, the earth immortal's words were too harsh. Wild cultivators like them had their heads tied to their belts and risked their lives to earn money. How many small snow coins could they earn in a year? Now that I've said the good words and done the good deed, it's time for me to talk about something more practical. Qin Pingon looked around and said indifferently, "Money doesn't just fall from the sky. I do have some small snow coins with me. If you're interested, you can take them with your own abilities. But if you can't take them away, then I'll take your lives." The golden core earth immortal suddenly put away the 50 small snow coins and asked with a smile, "Aren't you worried that I'll just walk away? I can't carry a yellow earth bull and parade it through the streets, but with 50 small snow coins I can come and go as I please." The golden core earth immortal asked again, "Aren't you afraid that I'll buy your lives with the 50 small snow coins I've already got? Everyone, including me, earned twice the amount of money. Why not?" Qin Pingon stretched out a hand, "Just walk and buy as much as you want. As long as you're happy. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Please run away or commit murder so that I can kill you." The golden core earth immortal was silent, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. All the wild cultivators were waiting for the golden core earth immortal's decision. At this moment the severely injured yellow earth bull spoke in human language and looked at the back of the snow-white robe. "Immortal master, why do you have to do this?" Qin Pingon did not turn around. He reached out to hold the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist and said softly, "I think you're more human than most people. It's that simple. From now on I hope you can continue to cultivate well. In the future there will be another kind golden core earth immortal." 376. The Jindan cultivator suddenly laughed. "So you're from the legalism school, no wonder." Qin Pingon did not know why he misunderstood. The earth immortal, who should be familiar with the world of Qinghuan, smiled and said, "Then it's time to learn from each other." The atmosphere in the valley suddenly became tense. The wild cultivators were used to the scene of falling out with each other. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Who would not be willing to earn an extra 50 small coins? If they could earn clean money, of course they would earn it. When had they ever earned dirty money? For those itinerant cultivators who were recruited by the imperial court, or those who asked for the title of Reverend of Immortal Fuji, the stepping stone to help them ask for the amulet was most likely to do some shady business first, such as helping the imperial court to assassinate the generals and ministers of the enemy states, or helping Immortal Fuji to solve the grudges and vendettas that were not suitable for him to do personally. The Earth Immortal looked around leisurely as if he was inspecting the battlefield. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you know that once a bull chooses to turn over, it will affect the earth veins and bring disaster to tens of thousands of people?" The Earth Immortal hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said frankly, "At my level, of course I know this." The wild cultivators were not too surprised about this. Only the formation master Lu Yongzhen frowned, but he hid it very well. Qin Pingon asked again, "Then can you control the earthquake?" The Earth Immortal did not give an answer directly but smiled and said, "This is not easy. Either according to your friend by burning money, we can set up a large-scale array to stabilize the earth veins and reduce the earthquake, or we need a chi cultivator to have a natural spiritual treasure similar to the pearl and refine it into a natal item to stabilize the earth veins." Seeing that Qin Pingon did not ask any more questions, the Earth Immortal looked at Qin Pingon carefully again. "See you later." The Jindan cultivator seemed to have given up on the idea of learning from each other. He looked at the backbone of the few rogue cultivators, such as the black-robed old man who rode the five-tailed black fox and the formation master Liu Yangzhen. They told each other the location of the loot distribution through telepathy, paid the rest of the payment and then flew away. All the individual cultivators left with the Earth Immortal, but the direction was slightly different. Presumably, the Jindan cultivator would pay the immortal coins to the four groups at different times and places, so as to avoid the unequal distribution of the immortal coins. Zhang Shanfeng lightly punched Qin Pingon and joked, "Not bad. You're treating the summer money like snow." Xianxia has already stood up, sheathed her saber and combed her blood-stained beard with her fingers. "We're safe for now. I'm just afraid that this Jindan Earth Immortal is a local snake with bad intentions. If we can't handle it, we shouldn't wait for the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of Qingyuan Kingdom. We should leave as soon as possible." Zhang Shanfeng hesitated. "Qin Pingon lent me the True Force sword and that dagger of yours. Don't tell me you're going to leave them in the governor's estate?" Qin Pingon corrected. "I'm not lending them." Although Su Yuanxia's heart ached, she still looked determined. "Such a big governor's estate doesn't have legs. We'll have a chance to get it back in the future. If the governor's estate is the mastermind of this siege, we'll be walking into a trap. The emperor of Qingyuan Kingdom has always been arrogant and unruly, and the governor is the emperor's confidant. We'll easily become the target of public criticism. Moreover, we won't be able to defend ourselves." Zhang Shanfeng used to be a stubborn person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned Confucianism and become a Taoist priest in the mountains. This time he traveled south from the North Continent and traveled to the Aquarius continent. He had seen a lot and gained a lot. After listening to Su Yuanxia's explanation, he no longer insisted on his opinion. Qin Pingon pondered for a long time before he came up with a reasonable explanation. It could not only prevent Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia from being involved in his treacherous affairs, but also allow them to go to the governor's estate without worry. "I had a chance encounter in an academy in the Tongye continent and obtained a jade pendant. It can be used to save our lives at a critical moment. Although Qingyuan Kingdom is filled with all kinds of people and we can't let our guard down, but with that jade pendant, it's equivalent to the academy's gentleman's presence. Ordinary Jindan and Yuanying cultivators wouldn't dare to kill us. Therefore it shouldn't be a problem for us to take back the True Force sword and the dagger." Treating people with sincerity was indeed important. However, if one were to put people in danger because of this and encounter a calamity similar to Qin Pingon's encounter with Du Mao, then it wouldn't be sincerity. It would be heartless and ignorant of worldly affairs. Pei Qian and the other four people had already approached. They were very curious about the identity of the young Taoist priest and the bearded ranger. It seemed that they weren't from Qin Pingon's hometown, but were friends that he met on his travels. The four of them could see that the young Taoist priest was only a chi cultivator of an ordinary realm, while the bearded swordsman was a martial artist of the fifth realm with a decent foundation. Was that all? Pei Qian had been secretly sizing up the two people. At this moment she was holding a walking stick in her hand and the bamboo blade and sword made by Qin Pingon were hanging from her waist. She stood beside Qin Pingon and smiled. "Hello Taoist brother, hello Uncle Swordsman. I'm Pei Qian, my master's first disciple." Su Yuanxia laughed heartily. She had gained seniority for nothing. Although Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder had been pierced by the sword cultivator's life-bound flying sword, his face was still somewhat pale after applying the wound medicine. However, seeing this skinny girl who claimed to be Qin Pingon's first disciple, the young Taoist priest's lips curled up. He smiled and greeted the little girl. "Hello Pei Qian. How old are you?" Pei Qian smiled and said, "I'm only 7 years old. That's why I'm only this tall." Qin Pingon gave her a chestnut. Pei Qian, who was willing to suffer for her pride, immediately said with a sad face, "I'm actually 11 years old." Qin Pingon turned around and squatted down. He turned to look at Xianxia. You're so heavily injured. What should we do? Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng squatted down together. The bearded man stroked his beard and muttered, let's not talk about that sneaky earth immortal Jin Dan. Let's just talk about that group of wild cultivators riding the black fox. They have bad temperaments. If we leave Earth Ox alone, we'll die sooner or later. What you said earlier was true. No one's money falls from the sky or is blown by the wind. Let's send Buddha to the west and let it follow us in its true form for the time being. When its injuries are better, we'll find a place where it can hide and it won't be too late to separate. However, in this way, Qin Pingon, the burden on your shoulders will be heavier. Qin Pingon smiled and said, how long has it been since we last met? You're already treating me as an outsider? Xianxia laughed and said, it's not like you're spending my money to be polite. Pei Qian was like a chick pecking at rice. He deeply agreed. It really didn't cost her money to be polite and flattering. This bearded uncle could be considered as her kindred spirit. Compared to Pei Qian, the four people in the picture scroll saw more and thought further. The four people on Wei Xian's right and Sui Xiong's right had never seen Qin Pingon ask for other people's opinions. Moreover, he naturally listened to them. It should be known that along the way the four of them had fought and killed many times. Sui Xiong's right had died many times. Qin Pingon's various performances had unknowingly displayed an extremely tough, tenacious and opinionated side. However, at the same time he had given sufficient respect to the four people. Even Wei Xian had to admit that the so-called overlord's potential, that he had flattered Qin Pingon, was actually not a big exaggeration. If it was during the chaotic times of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, perhaps Qin Pingon would be his opponent on the battlefield. Qin Pingon looked at the yellow earth ox and said, can you appear in human form? If I remember correctly, after reaching the Sea Viewing Realm or the Dragon Gate Realm, you should be able to transform into human form, right? I have a bottle of healing pills. If you consume it in human form, the effect will be even better. Before leaving Old Dragon City, Madame Gui had sent someone to bring a treasure chest made of cinnamon wood. There were 12 bottles of pills inside. He did not spend a lot of money. Every bottle was needed by an earth immortal. Instead, it was the most cost-effective for each step of the middle 5 realms. After hearing Qin Pingon's question, the Dragon Gate Realm monster that had injured its Dao foundation shook its head. Zhang Shanfeng explained, compared to ordinary mountain spirits and water monsters, it is more special. Just like a water dragon, the purer the 5 elements, the harder it is to transform into human form. For example, it needs to reach the Golden Elixir realm. Qin Pingon suddenly understood and nodded. It's okay. This time when we go to the Governor General's manor, we will try our best to avoid the big cities and choose the scenic paths. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, we are familiar with this. In these 2 years, we have visited many places in Qinghuan and Qingshan Kingdom. After Qin Pingon took out a pill that was suitable for qi cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm, the yellow earth ox could already struggle to get up after consuming it for half an hour. Although it was still covered in wounds, it could walk without hindrance. After all, the earth monster in the world was known for its tough physique and amazing endurance. Furthermore, the Dragon Gate monster had confessed that it had refined a green glazed landscape vase as one of its natal items. It could store the spiritual qi of the world. Qin Pingon knew what it meant, so he directly gave all the pills in the vase to the yellow bull. He allowed it to store them in its natal green glazed vase and slowly absorb the medicinal qi to heal its injuries. After the yellow earth ox stepped on the ground, its eyes were actually filled with tears as it stared at the young man in a snow-white robe in front of it. Immortal Master Gaofeng, how do you repay me? It said guiltily and uneasily, I have been cultivating here for more than 200 years. I only took a fancy to the dragon vein here. Previously, I obtained 2 spirit weapons and dharma treasures by chance and have already refined them into my natal items. Other than that, I did not plunder any other treasures of heaven and earth. Immortal Master has saved my life and even continued my Tao. Pei Qian sighed. It was all my fault. How come he had just left Old Dragon City and he had already become a loser? At B-Tail Ferry it almost lost 2 snowflakes. At this call it was even more of a loss. Qin Pingon said with a smile, it's okay. If you really want to, after your injuries have healed and formed your golden core, you can travel around as a human. In the future you can go to my hometown. The scenery there is beautiful and the spiritual qi is abundant. You are welcome to be a guest. When Qin Pingon said this, Xianxia said with deep meaning, why wait until you form your golden core? After your injuries have healed, you can go directly to your hometown. Maybe you can form your golden core there. With the saint overseeing the destiny, you don't have to worry about the earth ox turning over. The yellow earth ox's eyes were confused and seemed to be puzzled. Qin Pingon carefully considered whether this was feasible or not. Su Yunxia already said with a smile, no hurry. We can still walk a long distance. Let's see if your temperament is right before making a decision. If your temperament is not right, it's better to leave a good impression. If we are fated to meet again in the future, it's better than being together all the time and then having a bad relationship. A good relationship would be wasted. Zhang Shanfeng said in agreement, it's feasible. Qin Pingon had no objection. The group walked slowly and left the valley, heading towards the famous governor's office in Qingwan Kingdom. Qin Pingon, Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yunxia talked about some of their travels. The two of them also told Qin Pingon about their Jianghu stories after they parted ways at Qingfu Square. The royal family of the Tang family of Qingwan Kingdom had always been titled as kings but not vassals. The princes and princesses all stayed in the capital and had their own mansions. Moreover, these mansions only had the right to live but not ownership. Once they lost their titles, they would be taken back by the imperial clan court. There were 5 governors' offices in Qingwan Kingdom. Other than the 4 borderlands and 4 mansions, there was another one in the central region. It had great power and was in charge of transportation, salt and iron, as well as many other vital affairs of the country. Ordinary monarchs were afraid of the danger of having a powerful official in their hands and the worry of having a separate government. In the hundreds of years of Qingwan Kingdom's history, the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. Moreover, it had always been a performance that outsiders couldn't understand even if they cracked their heads. Could it be that none of the high officials of the border who were far away from the emperor had ever had any ambition? Each and every one of them was conscientious in their duties and worked hard for the emperor of the Tang family until they died. No matter what, the Qingwan Kingdom located in the southeast of the Aquarius continent was like a paradise, a pure land. Especially after the war in the central region was in full swing, it caused many scholars to move south and abandon the north. The 3 countries of Qingwan, Qingshan, and Yunshao absorbed tens of thousands of descendants of powerful families who moved south. Among them, the Qingwan Kingdom had the most people. Of the current 5 governors of Qingwan Kingdom, the 4 closest to the border all relied on their military exploits on the battlefield or their status as relatives. Only the governor's office in the middle had always been surnamed Wei. The current owner relied on the inheritance of his ancestors and passed it down from generation to generation. Moreover, for the past 300 years, the family's bloodline had always been supported by a single seedling. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but it just didn't fall. It had been an iron crop governor for over 300 years. The current governor Wei, the one who had asked Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxiao for the Zhenwu sword and dagger, after the inheritance was passed down, he no longer traveled around the mountains and rivers. Instead, he lived in seclusion. However, relying on the various deeds and rumors from his early years, his reputation in the 3 countries of Qingwan was not small. He was skilled in Qingzi, cursive writing, annotation of Buddhist scriptures, and painting of Buddha statues. Especially the latter, there was a saying that it was unparalleled for a time. It was difficult to obtain it. Regarding this Governor Wei, who was in the prime of his life, his reputation in the scholarly and literary circles was extremely good. He was praised as having a graceful bearing, a candid and honest person, solemn as the wind at the foot of a pine tree. Among the noble ladies and young ladies of the capital, there were even more favorable comments. It was rumored that when this governor was traveling, he had entered the mountains with several good friends to visit immortals. He was mistaken by a woodcutter as a banished immortal and kowtowed to him, exclaiming that he was an immortal. This time, the capital of Qingwan Kingdom was holding a large-scale debate between Buddhism and Taoism. Governor Wei would head to the capital to be responsible for the safety of the capital. He was allowed to bring 6,000 elite soldiers up north to be stationed in important areas around the capital. From this, it could be seen how much the emperor of the Tang family relied on and trusted him. It was to the point that there were some groundless rumors in the Jianghu, saying that the ruler and official were homosexual. It should be known that for this debate between Buddhism and Taoism, the two rulers of Yunshao country and the He family of Qingshan country would both come to the capital of Qingyuan kingdom. Furthermore, for Governor Wei to bring soldiers up north was something that the two rulers of other countries did not regret. This was even more strange. On this day, a tall and sturdy young man came to visit the governor's manor. He did not disturb any outsiders. Governor Wei Liang was receiving guests in his study. Wei Liang was only 30 years old and had a handsome appearance. They were roughly divided into two types: the literary knife that had been around for a long time and the paper knife that was used to cut rice paper. The former was also known as the shaving knife. In ancient times, it could only be used to record words on bamboo slips. The small knife that was used to cut bamboo slips was called the literary knife. It was first made of bronze and later made of iron. The various precious materials today were actually more for people to play with and collect. It had already lost its earliest function. At this moment, Wei Liang was holding a knife in each of his hands. It was two paper knives. One was a bamboo yellow paper knife. The scabbard on the table was engraved with the words, "Made by Zhen Song Hall." The other was a white jade 100 refinements, knife carved with dragon patterns and gilded with gold. Zhang Yun put the book back inside. His expression was complicated. "So you set up a trap and killed so many uncultivated cultivators in one go? Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. It took me quite a bit of effort to deal with those immortal masters on the mountain. It's already a blessing that I didn't directly kill these uncultivated cultivators. Of course, I went through so much trouble because of my selfishness as well. However, quite a few of them had already become the eyes and ears of my estate. They'll be quite useful in the future. Look, this is how simple it is to act according to the rules of the world." As he spoke, Wei Liang never raised his head. He stared at the gongguan knife with exquisite patterns before gently tapping it with the bamboo carving knife. The sound was crisp and clear. He closed his eyes and listened to it, enjoying it very much. Although Zhang Yun was on rather good terms with Wei Liang, he was still rather annoyed. "Don't you care if your methods are righteous or evil? Evil methods are still laws." He opened his eyes and changed the topic calmly. He smiled. "Let's not talk about these things that are destined to be a conversation between a chicken and a duck. When I went out this time, I came across a legalist disciple of the same sect as me. He was extremely interesting. His friend even left 2 items in my estate. If you're interested, you can stay for a few more days." 377. They actually found a bamboo hut that had been abandoned for many years by a lake in the mountains. The original appearance of the hut was still vaguely recognizable. Presumably, when it was first built, it was very exquisite. It was most likely built by a rich hermit who liked to fish. The group settled down here, each with their own tasks. Qin Pingon went to cut 2 slender old bamboo poles, one long and one short. When he returned, Zhou Xian had already lit a bonfire. Qin Pingon squatted beside the bonfire and slowly smoked the bamboo poles to increase the toughness of the fishing rods. Otherwise, if something big in the water came into contact with light, the bamboo poles would break with a slight tug. Qin Pingon handed the short bamboo pole to Pei Qian, asking her to learn from him. Inside the bamboo hut, Zhou Lian was exchanging knowledge with the bearded man. The two of them sat a little far away from the others. Zhou Lian seemed to be showing off the immortal book that the old man surnamed Sun gave him. The man and woman fought, sweating profusely. The young Taoist and Liu Baixiang sat on the ground playing chess. Wei Xian squatted at the side, still waiting for the outcome to be revealed. The yellow earth ox was keeping watch in the forest near the bamboo hut. Facing the beautiful landscape, Sui Yu left the bamboo hut while there was no one around. He took off his boots and sat on the edge of the bamboo raft-like foundation. He put his snow-white feet into the water and placed the infatuation sword across his knees. His hands pressed on the 2 ends of the scabbard as he looked into the distance. The fresh air of the mountains refreshed his mind. Qin Pingon swung the 2 fishing rods a few times to test the size of the arc. Pei Qian stood beside him and imitated him. The 2 of them, one old and one young, came outside the bamboo hut. Qin Pingon began to tie the fishing line and hook. Pei Qian followed suit, but if she missed some details, Qin Pingon would help her retie the line and tighten the hook. Then he took Pei Qian to the lake in the distance and lifted the rocks, looking for a kind of aquatic insect that looked like a mole cricket. In the end, Qin Pingon did not fish but let Pei Qian fish alone. He put the long fishing rod into the jade pendant that Jing Dafeng gave him. Inside the jade pendant, there were not only old but not discarded straw sandals, fishing hooks, fishing lines and other inconspicuous common goods, but also the slightly more valuable wine that the immortal in the well had brewed. There was also the yellowed parasol leaf, which was said to contain 2 sets of protective formations that originated from Taiping Mountain and Fuyao sect, as well as a large pile of money that the Tongya sect had repaid for the Guyu. Pei Qian was not a patient person by nature, but with Qin Pingon by his side, plus the fact that he had been copying books and practicing calligraphy for such a long time, he had more or less become impatient. He just stared at the water quietly, wishing that he could drag a big black fish that weighed more than 100 pounds ashore in the next moment. Qin Pingon was thinking about the 4th style of the mountain shaking fist manual, which was named Heaven and Earth Stance. It was a boxing stance with a big tone. In addition to the detailed introduction of the operation of genuine qi, the posture of this boxing stance, which combined movement and stillness, was really strange. The 3 realms required the later generations who studied the mountain shaking fist to practice it upside down, using their palms, fists, and a finger as supporting points and then walking. As for the Heaven and Earth stance, the book said, "A man of indomitable spirit who learns my boxing skills must turn the world upside down with my fists." No wonder the barefoot old man, after reading the mountain shaking fist manual, said that this boxing stance was mediocre, and that it was useless except for its big tone. Qin Pingon gently patted the ground, flipped his body gracefully, and used one palm to support the bamboo raft on the ground. When Pei Qian turned her head and saw this scene, she wanted to laugh. Qin Pingon, who was standing upside down, pointed at the water with his free hand, indicating for Pei Qian to focus on fishing. Pei Qian obediently turned her head. Qin Pingon changed his palm into a fist, using his fist to support himself, and then using only one finger to support himself, he slightly raised his body. Using the operation of the mountain shaking fist's genuine qi from beginning to end, there was no difficulty at all. Qin Pingon closed his eyes. Aside from using one finger to support himself, 2 fingers of his other hand were pressed together in front of him. Of the 18 stops of sword qi that Alliance had taught him, he was about to break through the final bottleneck between the 12th and 13th stops. Qin Pingon had originally not been in a hurry. He had only taught Pei Qian the 18 stops in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. Not long after leaving Betail Ferry, Pei Qian had told Qin Pingon, saying that she had only earned 2 or 3 copper coins. She was a little excited but didn't think it was anything special. She had already told Qin Pingon that she could freely circulate her genuine qi up to the 12th stop. This made Qin Pingon feel a little helpless. He could only continue to remind Pei Qian to avoid being arrogant and impatient and to be down to earth. Qin Pingon couldn't help but feel a little anxious or perhaps worried. If Pei Qian continued to climb the martial path at an astonishing speed, there would be a day when this joking disciple of hers would walk side by side with her master Qin Pingon. In the future she would walk further and further away. She would climb high alone and look down on the world. A disciple doesn't have to be inferior to their master. This was what Qin Pingon had said to Jing Dafeng. And the student surpasses the master. This was a classic point in Lord Wensheng's persuasion. Qin Pingon didn't care that Pei Qian's martial path was further and higher than his own. Qin Pingon, however, was worried that he was Pei Qian's teacher and protector. If Pei Qian went astray one day, what would he do? Just like how the flood dragon that threw the snake gall stone at the young flood dragon indifferently said, "If it's an ill-fated relationship, I'll cut it off with my sword." Could Qin Pingon do that? Taking a step back, even if he had such a cold heart at that time, Pei Qian's martial arts would be so high that Qin Pingon might not be able to catch up to him. How could he cut it off? In the lotus flower blessed land, under the guidance of the old Taoist of Donghai, they had traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers. Once, as a bystander, they had seen how the friends of gentlemen in the imperial court went from worrying about the country and the people, to worrying about the economy and the people. Step by step the atmosphere became corrupted. Everyone flaunted themselves as gentlemen. Since they were already gentlemen, how could there be any flaws? As long as a person was demoted in the imperial court, they didn't care about right or wrong. In the imperial court, They were filled with righteous indignation and angrily rebuked their political opponents. Everyone comforted their good friend, broke a willow to send him off, raised a glass of wine to comfort him, and lamented that the human heart was not what it used to be. In the distant literary circles of Jianghu, there would be disciples who would lead the way and write all kinds of erotic or groundless unofficial histories for their political opponents. Since Qin Pingan had the idea of establishing a school, he had to put an end to this worst situation. If he couldn't even teach Pei Qian, who was closest to him, well, how could Qin Pingan dare to say that his future school would not be the second Tongyi school thousands of years later? Would he not be the second Du Mao? Learning to be polite and practicing martial arts to strengthen the body. This was Qin Pingan's original intention for Pei Qian. Under normal circumstances, this was like walking with two legs, stable and not a problem. But the key was that Pei Qian's martial arts talent was too high and her martial arts luck was too high. One day, as long as she felt that the reason in the book was just a chore to deal with Qin Pingan, and once she felt that it was too annoying and boring to reason with people, she would think that he had boxing skills and a sword at his waist. He followed his heart and didn't care about self-restraint and didn't know how to restrain himself and return to etiquette. In the past, in order to create a Jindan stage great demon who was kind to others, Qin Pingan spent 50 small rain coins without frowning. In the future, if he personally created a 9th stage martial artist or even a 10th stage martial artist, not to mention 50 small rain coins, even 50 or 500 small rain coins would not help, let alone 50 small rain coins. Qin Pingan stood upside down, closed his eyes and pondered. Turning over and over, he still couldn't think of an answer that satisfied both sides. Did he really have to personally cut off Pei Qian's martial arts path because of that what if in the future? Previously in the call, facing the mountain and lake wild cultivators who harbored evil intentions but didn't cause a tragedy, Qin Pingan said, "Fortunately, the worst result didn't happen, so the reason can still be talked about again. Otherwise, Qin Pingan wouldn't have to be so roundabout and fight with their own abilities." These were some of the changes Qin Pingan made after he proposed to ask oneself honestly during the battle at the border inn. After the battle at Old Dragon City, he learned about the subsequent changes at the mountain gate of the Tongye sect through Huang Ting. That was because Qin Pingan felt that he should take a small step back. Things differed from place to place and from person to person. He should learn more about this small step and ponder more. Otherwise, the world would use having a clear conscience as an excuse everywhere and there would be more wrong and wrong. Pei Qian, who was angry at the fish for not giving her face, suddenly touched her slightly painful cheek, only to find that Sui Yu was winking at her. Pei Qian followed Sui Yu's line of sight and saw Qin Pingan not far away. His brows were tightly furrowed, not quite the same as usual. Sui Yu withdrew his finger that was flicking Pei Qian's cheek with water droplets and continued to look into the distance. Pei Qian gently put down the fishing rod and tiptoed to Qin Pingan's side. She squatted there and stared at her master's brows. Could it be that her master realized in hindsight and now began to feel sorry for the 50 small summer coins that had been wasted? Qin Pingan opened his eyes and looked at the black charcoal face that had not yet turned white from the wind and the sun. He asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian thought for a moment. "Master, is there something worrying you? Tell me about it." Qin Pingan slightly exerted force on his wrist and turned his body upside down, returning to his normal standing position. Then he sat down cross-legged, somewhat hesitant. The matter was too far away and the reason was too great. Wasn't Pei Qian a little too young now? Would his words and emotions be like a heavy boulder that pressed down on her shoulders? Qin Pingan took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of medicine wine. The cool breeze of the mountains and rivers gently caressed his face, which made Qin Pingan's state of mind slightly relaxed. One who was less than 100 years old often had worries for 1,000 years. After drinking the wine, Qin Pingan smiled and narrowed his eyes, mocking himself in his heart. Was he a bit like a scholar now? He turned his head and said with a smile, "It's related to you. Do you want to hear it?" Pei Qian swallowed her saliva and immediately began to reflect on what mischievous things she had done along the way. She probably already knew that it was not a small matter, so she said with a bitter face, "Can I not hear it? Wait until I'm a little older and can remember more things. Master, can you tell me more about it?" Qin Pingan touched her little head. "It's not about anything good or bad. It's just some words from my heart. You don't have to worry about being pinched by the chestnut." Without any burden, Pei Qian immediately sat up straight and faced Qin Pingon, who was sitting sideways. Her eyes were smiling. She held the two bamboo sabers and swords at her waist and pretended to say, "Master, please speak. I'm all ears." Qin Pingon smiled and turned slightly to sit down. The two of them sat facing each other. He asked, "If one day your saber art, sword art and fist art are all better than Master's, and then you encounter something where Master says it's right but you think it's wrong, what would you do?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "I'll listen to Master. What else can I do?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Think about it carefully." Pei Qian began to scratch her head and said with a bitter face, "But I just think that what Master says is right and what Master says is wrong is wrong." Qin Pingon was silent. Pei Qian had to continue to think about it blindly. Anyway, Master didn't seem to be in a hurry. Pei Qian suddenly asked with a smile, "If one day I'm more powerful than Master, how powerful will I be?" Qin Pingon said, "For example, the old thief Du mentioned by Huang Ting and Du Mao of Tongyi sect. Both of them are in the ascendant realm." Qin Pingon added with a smile, "For the time being we will only talk about cultivation, not good or evil." Pei Qian opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "Oh my God, if you're so powerful, you must have a mountain of gold and silver at home. Can you count the money? It's too tiring to count money, but if you don't count it clearly, you will be afraid that someone will steal a few. Alas, when can I have the troubles of the rich?" Qin Pingon looked at the tan little girl who was getting more and more worried. He couldn't help laughing, leaned forward and patted Pei Qian's head gently. "In my hometown, there is a military sage, Master Wan, who is good at forging iron and swords. In retrospect, there is one thing he did very well. When it comes to accepting disciples, Master Wan will not only look at the aptitude, but also look at whether the person is of the same mind and can walk the same path. He will not find some disciples who are very talented but have different temperaments, or some disciples who will only stand up and fight when their master has a conflict with others." Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she didn't say anything. Qin Pingon continued, "Back to the original question, if you have a dispute with Master, what should you do? Don't always think that Master is right. Master is not a saint and will make mistakes. We should do what we did today. You and I should sit opposite each other and talk about what is right and wrong. We should listen to the one who is right and wrong. I, Qin Pingon, will not use my identity as your master to suppress your reason. If you are very powerful at that time, you can kill me with a punch, but you can't rely on your high cultivation to do whatever you want regardless of the reason I, Qin Pingon, told you." Pei Qian's tears were glistening. In fact, she didn't quite understand, but she always felt that it was a very sad thing. Especially when Pei Qian heard Qin Pingon say, "Kill me with a punch." Pei Qian was almost sad to death. Pei Qian felt so wrong that he turned around and sat down. He secretly shed tears and didn't look at Qin Pingon, who was talking nonsense. Qin Pingon sat back in his original position facing the lake. The spring breeze rippled the water surface. He stretched out his palm and raised it again and again. Reason is actually divided into high and low, just like the circle of flowers on the mountain peak. Master once met a little fox demon in a place called Colorful Clothes Country in a rundown temple. She liked to read novels about scholars and beauties and caused trouble to people. She never really harmed people but instead helped to shelter them from the wind and rain. This time we met that yellow earth cow who would rather die than turn over. Then, does this mean that when the demon race attacks the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we can skip the heroic sacrifice of the sword cultivators who have been at the tip of the sword for thousands of years to the south, pity them and question why the sword cultivators are so cruel? Are there no good people in the demon race? Pei Qian's back was still facing Qin Pingon. She sniffled and said, "I know this. These people don't distinguish between right and wrong, and don't distinguish between reason and size." Qin Pingon drew the biggest circle with one hand and raised the other hand above his head. "But Master Wenxing and Master Bai, who is rumored to have helped the human race forge the cauldron and draw the mountain map, I think they are the ones who are qualified to talk about the righteous reason. We are far from it." Master and disciple, singing the same tune, amidst the green mountains and clear waters. 378. 20 days later, Qin Pingon and his group passed by a mountain that was as steep as a woman's eyebrows. After entering the boundary of the earth, they had already met two groups of men and women. One group had a dozen or so people with a noble aura. Most of them were from the government. There were a few retainers and guards, all of whom wore standard long swords. There were men, women, old and young. The other group had a Jianghu aura. There were a total of 6 people. 4 of them were about 50 years old. Their breathing was steady and they walked silently. They were undoubtedly the top martial artists of Qingwan Jianghu. The leader was an old man with an aquiline nose. His eyes were sharp. Beside him was a round-faced girl. Although her appearance was not outstanding, she was born with a pair of bright eyes. The 2 groups of people were going up the mountain. Previously, when Qin Pingan met the officials, he took the initiative to ask about the scenery here. After they introduced it, Qin Pingan found out that there was a gold osmanthus temple at the top of Qingyao Mountain. There were immortals cultivating in the temple, but they often closed the door to visitors all year round. Last winter, the temple sent word from the woodcutter that they were going to accept 9 disciples. As long as they were under 16 years old, their background was not important. Therefore, recently there were no less than 300 people, each of them young men and women from their families, pouring into Qingyao Mountain in an endless stream. Qin Pingan was thinking about the Zhenwu sword and short sword that were still in the governor's office, so he did not want to join in the fun. Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia had traveled extensively these past 2 years, especially after seeing Qingwan Jianghu's Taoist temple and Qingshan Jianghu's Luotian grand ritual. They were not very interested in the opening of a mountain to accept disciples. As for whether the gold osmanthus temple's Taoist priests were real immortals or fake masters, the group did not care too much. In the Aquarius continent, an earth immortal of Jindan was already an unattainable existence. After all, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers like the Dali dynasty. Even in the vast world there were not many. As the Song clan's cavalry stepped not far to the north of Lakeview Academy, apart from the official name given by the academy, Dali had, in reality, taken over half of the state. The calls for Dali to be regarded as the 10th great dynasty grew louder and louder. When they met the second group of people, the shock in the round-faced girl's eyes never stopped. There was a young man in a white robe who carried a bamboo chest on his back and a vermilion wine pot on his waist. There was a little girl with charcoal riding on the back of a yellow ox. There was a beautiful woman with a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword hanging from her waist. There was also a young Taoist priest and a big bearded swordsman. It was really a strange traveling group. Could it be that this was the mountain and lake wild cultivator that Grandpa had mentioned before? Fortunately, although the black-clothed old man didn't look like a simple person, he was still willing to abide by some old rules as a veteran of the Jianghu. He quickly stopped the girl's unbridled gaze. Not only that, he also nodded to Qin Pingan in greeting, probably as an apology on behalf of the younger generation. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and smiled in return. In the Jianghu, most people would meet by chance like this. However, 2 groups of people who should have been strangers were reunited by a sudden rainstorm. The rare storm made the mountain path particularly muddy and difficult to walk on. The spring cold was already bone-chilling. The mountain wind whistled past and the rain was extremely gloomy and cold. Zhang Shanfeng and I have been to that Buddhist temple long ago. It's too famous and we had to go. However, other than the inscriptions on the wall, we didn't see anything else. The ruins of a few famous Buddhist cases had long been cordoned off and no pilgrims were allowed to enter. The 2 of us wandered around for half a day and saw a scene that I wrote down in my travel notes. In the twilight, there were 2 young Buddhist monks who were responsible for carrying the merit chests. They probably felt that there were few pilgrims around and there were no outsiders, so the 2 young Buddhist monks stood on their tiptoes and reached out their hands to randomly grab money. After half a day, the young Buddhist monk who took out a silver coin laughed loudly. The 2 of them carried the merit chests on their shoulders and the young Buddhist monk who took out the silver coin walked in front. When Zhang Shanfeng and I saw this, we were very amused. It turned out that the merit chests had to be carried to the back and there was a long flight of stairs to climb. Naturally, the one in front would have the advantage while the one carrying the burden at the back would suffer. Qin Pingan didn't know much about Buddhism. Buddhism wasn't very popular in the Aquarius continent. It could even be said that it was the continent with the least number of pilgrims. So much so that when Qin Pingan was in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he often visited the temple of Exin Xiang adjacent to the Xingyuan Alley. Only then did he come into contact with some Buddhist teachings. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that monks don't touch money? Zhang Shanfeng laughed. There's no such rule in the world that cannot be broken even by thunder. Su Yuanxia joked. You didn't waste your time visiting those temples. These words are very meaningful. Yellow Ox rarely spoke. It would only speak when someone asked it a question. At this moment it fell silent. But it clearly remembered that the ancient Buddhist temple was built at the foot of a mountain. At that time it was already at the level of sea viewing. When it looked at the temple, because it didn't dare to get too close to the incense of the mortal world, it was afraid of disturbing the mortals and even more afraid of provoking the disgust of the immortals. It could only see a young monk in a snow-white kasaya in the distance. Under the eaves of a hanging iron horse, he stretched out his hand and golden osmanthus seeds fell like raindrops onto his palm. Qin Pingon, Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia chatted and laughed. Their footsteps were swift as they put away the remaining half of the light-raising talisman into their sleeves. They had already arrived at the cave that Zhou Xian had found. It was quite large, like the ancestral hall of a rural village. It was large enough to accommodate 30 to 40 people. Along the way, the yang light-raising talisman burned slowly. And the further they went from the mountain path, the slower it burned. This true rain was most likely caused by the qi cultivators who were targeting the golden osmanthus temple's recruitment. The first group to arrive at the grotto were all women. There were 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was a white-haired old woman and the youngest was a budding girl. Because of the heavy rain, the hedge used to cover their faces seemed cumbersome. They were placed beside their feet together with their bamboo hats, umbrellas and straw raincoats. At this moment they were warming themselves by the fire. When they saw Qin Pingon and the others, their eyes were cold. Some of them moved closer to the fire. Obviously, they didn't want to have too much interaction with Qin Pingon and the others. Qin Pingon couldn't help but turn and glance at Zhou Xian. The latter's smile was simple and honest. These women, who were from the same sect, must have entered the grotto when it rained and collected the dry branches early. Now the wind outside the grotto was strong enough to flip the roof. Qin Pingon and the others could only watch helplessly. As a qi cultivator, although Zhang Shanfeng's realm was not high, it was not difficult for him to use some entry-level techniques to start a fire. However, it was a taboo for cultivators to casually use supernatural powers outside. Qin Pingon helped Pei Qian set up the cowhide tent. Then he took out her clean clothes from the bamboo box and asked Sui Yu to help Pei Qian change into them. When Pei Qian walked out of the tent energetically, the group of Jianghu people they met earlier also returned to the grotto to take shelter from the rain. This rain was really so heavy that even the heroes of Jianghu had to bow their heads. When Qin Pingon saw the old man with an aquiline nose, he nodded his head to greet him. The latter also nodded his head as a form of greeting. Since Qin Pingon was so courteous, Zhou Xian and the others changed their seats and quietly cleared out an empty space. The round-faced girl, who looked like a drowned rat, was already surrounded by the retainers to block the view of outsiders. After all, her clothes were soaked in the rain and the girl's curves were exposed. After the group of Jianghu people sat down, the round-faced girl began to size up the women again. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "Don't tell me you are the aunties from Rouge Building in Yunxiao country?" Previously, the girl had only sized up Qin Pingon a few times and the black-clothed old man had already dissuaded her. But this time the girl's words were so disrespectful and almost provocative that the old man still closed his eyes and rested, turning a deaf ear. On the other side, a young woman with sharp eyebrows turned her head and said angrily, "Impudent." The round-faced girl was not afraid at all and asked back with a smile, "May I ask, how am I impudent?" These women were from Rouge Building, one of the top Jianghu families in Yunxiao country. The youngest of them was a budding girl with a chin as sharp as a goose's egg and a beautiful face. She opened her eyes wide and curiously sized up this boastful girl of the same age. There were only a few people who dared to provoke Rouge Building in the Jianghu and Yunxiao country. Then it should be some big sect in Qingwan country or Qingshan country. The sharp-chinned girl subconsciously stretched out her thumb and rubbed the inscription on an exquisite dagger at her waist. It was a yellow bamboo scabbard with a round and pleasant color. The words "Swo" were engraved on the bamboo. Her senior sister from the same sect, the young woman, had a pair of mandarin duck knives at her waist. At this moment she held the hilt of the knives and her face was as cold as ice. She said in a low voice, "Then let's exchange blows and see how strong I am." Exchanging blows was a relatively elegant way for people in the Wulin to learn from each other. It was more civilized and less likely to see blood. The old woman sneered. If I'm not mistaken, sect leader Zhou wants to send this little girl to Gold Osmanthus Temple to cultivate immortal spells. Then sect leader Zhou, do you know that the temple master of Gold Osmanthus Temple is an old acquaintance of our Rouge House? Among the 9 disciples, our Rouge House has already decided on one person. This was even said by the old immortal himself. Therefore this climb up the mountain is just a formality. In this case, if this sharp-tongued little girl beside sect leader Zhou really has some aptitude for cultivation, and the temple master likes her, he will have the opportunity to call our Qingqing senior sister. The oval-faced girl from Rouge House blushed in embarrassment. The round-faced girl looked at her and giggled. You're called morning, I'm called night. Zhou Xian smiled. The temple master of Gold Osmanthus Temple is a rare true immortal. This time he opened his door to accept disciples. That's why I'm willing to return to the Jianghu. However, Gold Osmanthus Temple is not the only immortal residence in Qingwan country. I can kill all of you first and then take my granddaughter to another place to visit immortals. Or I can just leave this place and let my great swamp sect's disciples secretly protect the girl you sent up the mountain so that she can cultivate in peace. The old woman's expression turned ugly. She sneered, Go to another place to visit immortals? Easy for you to say. Why does the old immortal of Gold Osmanthus Temple set an age limit? You Zhou Xian don't know? If it's delayed for another 2 or 3 years, your granddaughter won't be able to cultivate to become an immortal. Even if she's allowed to enter an immortal mansion due to the Great Marsh Gang, I reckon she'll only be able to serve others as a servant girl. Immortals are the most ruthless when it comes to cultivation. Do you want me to teach you this principle, Zhou Xian? Zhou Xian's expression was gloomy. Even the round-faced girl who looked naive had a dark expression. She was not a pure warrior but a third-realm qi cultivator. Although the old woman was blind and could not see this point, the young lady herself was well aware that on the path of cultivation, the younger one was, the more years one would be delayed. Even after becoming a qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms, one would need to spend decades to make up for it. According to her grandfather Zhou Xian and the military counselor of the Great Swamp Sect, she was a once-in-a-century cultivation talent. Unfortunately, the Great Swamp Sect's arsenal only had one secret book of immortals that could help her reach the middle 5 realm. The quality of the book was quite good. However, how to become an immortal who could live in the clouds and drink the dew and ride the wind for thousands of miles? That book came from an immortal family in the history of Qingwan country, but it was not recorded. It should only be a cultivation method for inner disciples. Only by becoming a direct disciple could one practice the secret arts of the mountain and the inheritance of the ancestral hall. Pei Qian squatted beside Qin Pingon and listened with great interest. She felt that this kind of battle of words was the most interesting. It was more interesting than watching women scratch each other on the streets of the capital of Nanyuan country when she was a child. Qin Pingon was a little worried. Both sides were not easy to deal with. He was afraid that they would fight if they didn't agree with each other. The grotto was so small that there was nowhere to hide. Swords had no eyes. Did he have to remind them now to let the Great Swamp Sect and the Rouge Sect fight outside? Qin Pingon sighed and stood up. He walked straight through the 2 groups of people and walked to the entrance of the grotto. He pinched out the half-lit talisman hidden in his sleeve with 2 fingers and burned it again. A small golden flame, even in such a heavy storm, was still swaying leisurely like the grass in the warm spring breeze. Then Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. This rain is strange. This unusual evil aura has been continuous since the beginning of the rain. It is very likely that it was done by the qi cultivators hiding in the dark. Looking at the situation, the immortals of the Gold Osmanthus Temple have not taken action for the time being. Therefore you must be careful on the way to the Gold Osmanthus Temple. You can put aside the grudges of the pugilistic world for the time being. After all, the path of cultivation for the 2 ladies is close at hand. It is more important. Once you climb the mountain, you are almost on the path of cultivation. Qin Pingon looked at the 2 ladies and said slowly, Why should the path of cultivation become narrower and narrower? If you don't see eye to eye with each other, the path is so wide. You can just walk your own path. Zhou Xian smiled and nodded. This young master is right. I hope that in the future you will have the opportunity to visit my great swamp sect. I will definitely prepare a big banquet to welcome you. Although it was just polite words, these words were personally said by the old devil Zhou Xian. At least in the pugilistic world of Qingyuan country, it was still worth a lot of gold and silver. The white-haired old woman glanced at the yellow talisman in Qin Pingan's hand and said with a smile, "Our family's Qingqing will definitely remember young master's priceless advice." The oval-faced young lady smiled sweetly at Qin Pingan. The yang qi-lit talisman on Qin Pingan's fingertips had already burned out and the golden flame was extinguished. Qin Pingan rubbed his fingertips and smiled. Someone said that in the pugilistic world one's fist is not strong enough. As an immortal, one's skill is not strong enough. The round-faced young lady smiled and asked, "May I ask young master which expert said that?" Qin Pingan replied, "A friend." The round-faced young lady who called herself Wan gave him a thumbs up and clicked her tongue. "I'm convinced." The oval-faced young lady named Morning was somewhat curious about the young man's identity. Zhou Xian and the old woman from Rouge House looked at each other. They were both experienced in the pugilistic world and didn't need to say anything. The small conflict between them was not worth mentioning compared to the cultivation of their juniors. Even if they held grudges before they successfully ascended the mountain and entered the Golden Osmanthus Temple, they really had to mind their own business. Even if there was danger on the road, the Great Swamp Sect and Rouge House might have to sincerely cooperate and help each other. Qin Pingan turned his head and looked outside. The heavy rain was still shocking. What season was it in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land? Who were the current 10 people of the world there? However, Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu, Lake Mountain Sect leader Yushini, and Bird's Eye Peak Lu Fong were definitely among them. I wonder if the houses in that alley have brand new door gods and spring festival couplets pasted on them? Qin Pingan sighed softly. After taking down the bamboo chest, Qin Pingan was only carrying the half-immortal weapon, Sword Immortal, that the Fu family of Old Dragon City had given him under the guise of Fan Junmao as compensation. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky above the curtain of rain. Back then he was ignorant. He remembered that there was a guy who wore a bamboo hat and led a donkey. He boasted that his swordsmanship was impenetrable in the heavy rain. Now even Qin Pingan could do it. He just didn't know when he could become a true sword immortal. With this sword immortal on his back, Qin Pingan temporarily had difficulty even unsheathing it. When he thought of this, he took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. However, he forgot that the wine in the gourd wasn't osmanthus wine or immortal wine, but the medicinal wine that Fan Junmao had refined. Qin Pingan immediately shuddered. His face flushed red and he coughed incessantly. He could only cover his mouth with the back of his hand and turn around. With a slightly apologetic expression, he resentfully walked toward Pei Qian. For a moment he didn't look like an immortal anymore. Baishui Temple was located in the south of the central part of Qingyuan. Inside the temple there was spring water that flowed from the ground like rolling pearls. It was important to brew tea. As a result, scholars from Yunshao and Qingshan would often come here to drink tea from the spring. The Baishui Temple's incense was at its peak. Thus, it was on par with the North Mountain Temple in the capital. However, compared to the North Mountain Temple's active monks, the Baishui Temple's monks didn't seem to like showing themselves in public. Furthermore, in the past 100 years, there hadn't been a dazzling Zen master. Thus, in this grand debate between Buddhism and Taoism, the North Mountain Temple was in the limelight. On the other hand, the Baishui Temple, which had a history of 1,000 years, still didn't have a single monk who announced that they would attend the meeting to decide the order of the 3 religions. Recently, there had been continuous spring rain. Many temples in Qingyuan stood in the misty rain. Today at dusk, there was a young monk wearing a snow-white cassock walking slowly inside the Baishui Temple. The Baishui Temple had already closed its doors for almost a month, causing the sincere and kind men and women to suffer. The young monk's face was cold. Along the way, the old monk and the young novice monk greeted him, but the eye-catching young monk in the cassock ignored them. Everyone was used to it. The young monk came to the railing of a small pond with dark green water. This unremarkable pond had the reputation of being a dragon's pond. It was rumored that in the small but bottomless pond, there lived an old turtle. He was released by the monks when the Baishui temple was first built. Every time the monks of the Baishui temple gave a wonderful lecture, the old turtle would come out of the water and appear in the world. Regarding this matter, there were detailed records in the official history of Qingyuan. No one questioned it. The young monk continued to stroll casually. He walked along the long corridor behind the Hall of Great Strength. Step by step he climbed up. Under the eaves hung a string of delicate bells. When the young monk climbed up the stairs, there were spirits called iron horses under the eaves, that were born and lived in the bells. At this moment they all flew out of the bells. They had a pair of transparent wings and began to shake the wind chimes. The young monk didn't seem to like the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of the ancient temple. He frowned. Those small and exquisite spirits immediately hid back into the bells. The young monk turned his head and looked down at a small square behind the Hall of Great Strength. That was the place where the eminent monk preached "Heavenly Maiden Scattered Flowers" in the history of the Baishui temple. He remembered that there were many golden osmanthus seeds that fell that day. The monk who preached and the monk who listened to the teachings both sat in the pile of osmanthus seeds. The monk who preached was not used to the fragrance and even sneezed a few times. The monk who listened attentively felt that he understood and thought of many things to say. Then he wrote them down one by one on the stone tablet of the Baishui temple. After walking up the stairs and reaching the top, he went around the hidden scriptures tower and walked to the side of the abbot's room. There was a yellow mud wall that was half the height of a person enclosing a small space. There was a well, and beside the well there was a stone table and stone benches. The young monk pushed open the small door made of bamboo and walked to the side of the well. The mouth of the small well had been sealed for many years. In the early years there was a famous Buddhist case that happened here. It was said that even the Central Plains had heard of it. This was the reason why the Baishui temple didn't have any eminent monks in the past 100 years, yet it still stood tall. Regarding this case, the Baishui temple had argued for hundreds of years. The various temples of Qingyuan country had argued, the Buddhists and Taoists had argued, and even the scholars of Buddhism and Taoism had argued over this case. Just based on the various walls of the temple, there were more than 40 eminent monks and scholars from all over the world who had written their opinions on this case. The Baishui temple's hidden scriptures were abundant, and its unique good books were complete. It was the best in Qingyuan country. However, this young monk who was standing beside the well in a daze hated that place the most. He had never set foot in it even once. The scripture of Li, it was said to be demonic. Buddha's head was covered in feces. He sat on the mouth of the well that was like a round stool after it was sealed. He had a question that he couldn't figure out all these years. He remembered that in the Buddhist scriptures, there was a Luohan who became a Buddha in the future. A heavenly demon appeared and threatened him. The Luohan was terrified and went to the Buddha. Then the Buddha gave him a dharma and the heavenly demon was eliminated. When the young monk read this for the first time, he didn't think too much about it. He only woke up in horror one day and then fell into endless pain. He had an obsession in his heart. Why is it that I, a small monk from a small temple, am confident that I won't lose my composure when I meet a heavenly demon? Why is it that the Luohan who is destined to become a Buddha, the disciple of the Buddha, is terrified and uneasy? What's the difference between this and an ordinary teacher who has never studied Buddhism? Where is the root of wisdom? Where is the Dharma that he learned? Where is the Dharma that the Buddha passed down? How high and how far can the Dharma be passed down by this Luohan who became a Buddha? The young monk was puzzled. He sat alone at the mouth of the well with tears streaming down his face. This young monk, who was suddenly enlightened at a young age, vaguely remembered that he once killed a cat here, cut it in half and threw it into the well. The young monk had been quiet for so many years, but he worked hard in the Baishui temple. Therefore his hands and feet were full of calluses. Every winter his frostbite would crack and his hands would be full of blood. He patted the mouth of the well that was sealed again and again. His palms gradually became bloody, but he didn't know. The young monk said hoarsely, sobbing. He still patted the mouth of the well with his palms. Wrong, wrong, you are wrong again. The Dharma is in it. I was wrong too. Zen can't be said. It's wrong to speak, but isn't it also wrong to not speak? We were all wrong, how can we be right? 379. The rain contained an unusual gloomy murderous aura. Once Qin Pingon pointed it out, the key to making the two groups of martial artists in the grottos give up was not the earnest advice about not walking on a narrow path, and it was not even the lantern-raising talisman Qin Pingon had shown. It was only because of one sentence: the old immortals of Jin Guiguan have not made a move yet. This meant that Jin Guiguan could either plan and act weak to lure the snake out of its hole, or he could not defeat the enemy and could only hide in the temple to avoid the sharp edge. No matter what the reason was, the Rouge House woman from Yunxiao country was unwilling to put her family's life in a fight between immortals on the mountain. As for the old devil Zhou Xian, who had once set off a bloody storm in the Jianghu of several countries, he was even more mature and prudent. This time he climbed the mountain to build a ladder for his granddaughter to cultivate and ascend to heaven. Jin Guiguan could conveniently take in a disciple that he was proud of. Both sides were just taking what they needed. The Great Swamp Gang was not inferior to others. Zhou Xian was unwilling to be a pawn for the Taoist of Jinding Temple. Qin Pingon returned to his original place. Pei Qian took out a small stone slab from somewhere and used it as a stool for Qin Pingon. She squatted on the ground and wiped the mud with her hands. She looked up and comforted him. "Master, you are still very elegant. There are some flaws in the ending stage, but they can be ignored." Pei Qian had often watched Liu Baixiang play chess with other people, and had been influenced by what he saw and heard. Pei Qian had learned quite a few things from the four people in the painting, such as Old Wei's art of war. When fighting on the battlefield, there's no need for the long snake formation or the dragon's gate formation. It's just a matter of fixed ranks and vertical and horizontal. In the end, it all depends on one's own ability. She learned some rules of zither and chess from Little White and learned some cooking methods with wine and dishes from Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian saw that she often helped and could endure hardships, so he gave Pei Qian a Jianghu Ranger book. Pei Qian was so absorbed in reading that he forgot to eat and sleep. He also asked Sui Yuyu about a lot of Jianghu slang, such as, "If you want to pass, leave money to buy your life. If you are bold enough to cut the path, take my spear," and so on. Zhang Shanfeng looked at the rain outside and was more worried. He whispered, "Such a heavy rain, and it has been falling for so long. Even a sea-viewing realm cultivator may not be able to withstand it, unless he has already set up a rain-attracting formation. But if it is really a rain-attracting formation, it is like throwing snow from the sky to the ground. So it is more likely that he is a Dragon Gate cultivator. I don't know what realm chi cultivator the Gold Osmanthus Temple Taoist is and whether he can cope with this rain that affects the fate of mountains and rivers." Zhang Shanfeng's voice was not loud, but Zhou Xian and the old woman of Rouge House were Wu Dao masters in Jianghu. They could hear it clearly if they paid a little attention. Zhou Xian did not mind that he was eavesdropping. He smiled at the old woman and said, "Since Rouge House and Gold Osmanthus Temple have a good relationship, you must know the level of the Temple Master's celestial spells, right?" The old woman hesitated for a moment and nodded. "It is said that Temple Master Zhonggua is 200 years old. He is the Dragon Gate cultivator who is like a dragon in the clouds and can summon wind and rain." Zhou Xian frowned and said, "The rumor in Jianghu recently is that Zhonggua has been in isolated cultivation for decades. Now that he has successfully come out, he has become a legendary earth immortal." The old woman smiled bitterly and said, "An earth immortal who has formed the golden core is beyond the world. Why would he accept disciples? He just needs to focus on cultivation and go straight to the Great Way. If it were Zhou Xian, would he be willing to pick up money in the mud? Even if there is gold and silver in the mud, we Jianghu people want it. We still have to bend down and touch the mud. Would the immortals on the mountain care about it? However, it is true that Temple Master Zhonggua has the talent of an earth immortal. Zhou Xian need not doubt it. It is only a matter of time. Your granddaughter has Zhonggua as her master and cultivates in Gold Osmanthus Temple. Her future will not be bad." Zhou Xian nodded and his expression turned slightly better. Zhou Xian, as a martial artist of the 7th realm, would be wary of a Dragon Gate cultivator, but he would not be afraid. The number of cave realm and sea viewing realm cultivators who died in his hands could be counted on one hand. However, Zhou Xian was willing to pay enough respect to a Dragon Gate Taoist who had the potential to become an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. He was qualified to be his granddaughter's teacher. Every year, the Great Swamp Gang would take out a sum of silver and send it secretly to Gold Osmanthus Temple on Mount Qingyao. Zhang Shanfeng sighed in his heart. It was not that the people on the mountain did not know about the matters on the mountain. The immortals in the eyes of Zhou Xian and the old woman from Rouge House were too high up in the void and did not touch the mud. So what if they were earth immortals of the Golden Core realm? They also needed to be cautious and conscientious in accumulating their wealth. Cultivation was the biggest bottomless hole in the world. However, most of the earth immortals, except for the mountain cultivators who were used to living in seclusion, had no need to take care of their own affairs. They would have connections with people in their sect. They only needed to concentrate on cultivation. In this way, the old woman from Rouge House was half right. At this moment, in the distant mountains in the rain, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. The earth trembled and the wind and rain tilted. There was also a loud sound like a lion's roar, one after another. After a while, the strange phenomenon stopped. There was only this storm left in the world. After about half an hour, Zhou Lian and Zhou Xian, who were on the right of Zhou Xian in the grotto, raised their heads and looked out of the grotto at almost the same time. Zhou Xian's expression was normal, but his heart tightened. Among the retainers of that young immortal master, there were two people who had keen intuition no weaker than his. One must know that he was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Qinghuan, Qingshan and Yunshao. Although the battle with the immortal 30 years ago had damaged some of his martial arts foundation, and after 30 years of healing he still had not recovered to the peak of martial arts and was reduced to the bottom of the 4 great grandmasters. But he, Zhou Xian, was far from being in dire straits. He had only fallen from the 2nd to the 4th position, but he was still worthy of the title of Great Grandmaster. This grand event of Buddhism for 3 years had attracted many hidden cultivators, but the number of top masters in Jianghu could be counted with one's fingers. Some of the so-called master grandmasters were just 7th realm martial artists who did not live up to their reputation. If they were to fight to the death, they would not be able to withstand a few punches from the 4 of them. How could there be so many of them in this chance encounter in the mountains? Other than the beautiful woman with a sword, the seemingly amiable hunchback old man, the dignified man with a saber and the taciturn man, they were all Jianghu masters. This was the only reason why Zhou Xian had a whole new level of respect for Qin Pingon from the beginning to the end. Clouds follow dragons, wind follows tigers. If that young immortal master was a snake or a cat, how could he subdue these martial arts masters? The rain gradually lessened. In the curtain of rain, many young Taoist priests and little Taoist children came together. The leader of the group was a Taoist priest from Golden Osmanthus Temple. He had a handsome face and a charming smile. The Taoist priests behind him had umbrellas in addition to their own umbrellas. Only the Taoist priest at the front had nothing else in his hands. After entering the grotto, he put away his umbrellas gracefully, which was different from the noble young masters of aristocratic families. He had a unique charm. He looked at the crowd and smiled. There are demons causing trouble, trying to destroy the landscape of Golden Osmanthus Temple with the dark rain. Don't panic, our temple master and 2 close friends who came from afar have already put away their supernatural powers. You can rest assured and follow me up the mountain. No one has escaped. The old woman from Rouge House secretly glanced at the young girl, Qingshan. Her eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. Previously, when the old woman saw the thunder, she already had some guesses and was very excited. If it was true, Qingshan, who had high hopes for her master, would be able to learn martial arts from him. At this moment, hearing that the handsome Taoist priest confirmed that the temple master's close friends helped, the old woman thought of the immortal's face on the portrait that her ancestor treasured. For a moment, all kinds of feelings welled up in her heart. Before her ancestor died, she still asked the young woman and a senior sister to hold the 2 ends of the portrait scroll and spread it out so that she could see the man in the portrait one last time. This time they had worked hard to escort Qingshan up the mountain to cultivate. It was that immortal man who ordered someone to send a message to Rouge House. In more than 100 years, this was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak to Rouge House. Everyone in the sect was overjoyed. The handsome Taoist priest, who had an otherworldly and elegant temperament, smiled and said, "These oil paper umbrellas only have ordinary umbrellas. However, the handles were made by the seniors in our temple using spirit chi and kasha branches. It can withstand demonic wind and demonic rain. No matter if you are crossing the mountains, entering the lakes, or walking alone in the cemetery at night, with our kasha branch umbrellas in hand, you don't have to worry about being harassed by evil spirits. When they encounter these umbrellas, they will naturally retreat far away. The temple master was worried that there would be women and children in your group who have never practiced martial arts. Therefore, she specially sent us down the mountain to deliver the umbrellas. He gave out more than 10 Kasha branch umbrellas that were a specialty of the gold osmanthus temple. A little Taoist boy with rosy lips and white teeth had already met his only peer, Pei Qian. When his martial uncle gave the order to deliver the umbrellas, he immediately ran towards charcoal. The little Taoist boy handed over the Kasha branch umbrella in his hand and grinned. Pei Qian didn't care about the lousy umbrella of the gold osmanthus temple. However, Qin Pingon was right beside her, so she still had to talk about the rules of the temple. She tactfully rejected the little Taoist boy's oil paper umbrella, and then thanked the little fellow sincerely. The little Taoist boy was a little worried. He said that this dark rain shouldn't be underestimated. It could easily harm a person's yang qi. Those with weak bodies and those with poor destinies would immediately fall ill. At that time, even medicine wouldn't be of any use. Anyway, these umbrellas were lent to them by their temple. They didn't accept money, so why not take it? Just take it. The Kasha branch umbrella handle isn't heavy. Pei Qian hated that she couldn't roll her eyes. Looking at the adorable little Taoist boy explaining to Pei Qian the dangers of this dark rain, Qin Pingon smiled. He rubbed Pei Qian's head and asked her to accept the oil paper umbrella. He then looked towards the handsome Taoist boy. Sir Taoist, I heard that your temple is opening its doors to accept disciples this time. I wonder if we, as outsiders, can go up the mountain to observe this grand event and disturb you? The handsome Taoist boy smiled and nodded. Of course you can. After ascending the mountain, you only need to receive a small booklet and pay attention to some of the Taoist taboos recorded in it. The little Taoist boy immediately turned his head and shouted to the handsome Taoist boy, Young martial uncle, I've memorized the contents of the booklet by heart. Why don't I explain it to this young master? The handsome Taoist boy smiled and said, If the young master is willing to listen to your chatter, then you can accompany him up the mountain. Qin Pingon clasped his fist and thanked the two Taoists of the gold osmanthus temple. He smiled and said, Thank you, Taoist boy. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked towards Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. The two nodded lightly, indicating that there was nothing wrong with climbing the mountain and entering the temple. After making up her mind, Su Yuanxia was even more delighted. The gold osmanthus temple closed its doors all year round and refused to accept guests, causing outsiders to be unable to appreciate its elegance. There was a rumor at the foot of the mountain of Qingwan country. The source of the golden osmanthus came from the 1,000-year-old osmanthus trees behind the gold osmanthus temple. There was even a wandering immortal who descended and visited the Taoist temple. He pointed at the osmanthus trees and said, It was planted in this month. Yellow earth ox didn't even enter the grotto before. After all, it was a monster. This time it encountered an unforeseen event. The Taoist temple's cultivators might be suspicious. Once the gold osmanthus temple's suspicions were aroused, Qin Pingon would have to explain a lot. Fortunately, Yellow Earth Ox was also well versed in the disputes on the mountain. It told Qin Pingon through telepathy that it had been waiting at the foot of the mountain recently. Unless an Earth Immortal was patrolling, it wouldn't be easy to discover its whereabouts. Qin Pingon then told it to be careful. The Taoist temple was at the peak of Qingyao Mountain. The path was muddy and it wasn't easy to climb the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Taoist temple, the path was only wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. There was no need to expect a carriage to pass through. It could be seen that the gold osmanthus temple was indeed unwilling to deal with people at the foot of the mountain. When Qin Pingon and the others went to the Green Tiger Palace in Qingjing Mountain, they built a total of 3,000 steps of pill stairs. It was even more magnificent than the walls of the Imperial Palace. The gold osmanthus temple wasn't big. It could only accommodate 40 to 50 Taoists to cultivate. Those people who brought their juniors up the mountain had already asked people to build thatched cottages halfway up Qingyao Mountain as a place to stay. The gold osmanthus temple didn't stop them. Some of the quick-witted Jianghu sects from Qingwan country saw that the gold osmanthus temple was easy to talk to. They simply hired dozens of young men halfway up the mountain and started to build cottages. The scale of the cottages they built wasn't inferior to the inns and restaurants in the marketplace. The Golden Osmanthus Temple was an uncommon forest temple. However, according to what that handsome Taoist said, the temple's property didn't completely belong to the Taoist lineage. Moreover, when the temple master accepted a disciple, he would receive a golden jade certificate issued by the Green Yuan country's imperial court. As long as one entered the temple master's tutelage and wasn't a simple Taoist who lived in the Golden Osmanthus Temple to cultivate, they would be registered as an immortal master. Perhaps this was the reason why the rich and powerful families of Jianghu were willing to bring their juniors here. Only those Taoist palaces would have a total of 18 heads. The Gold Osmanthus Temple only had 40 to 50 people. Naturally, it wasn't that particular. Excluding the temple master, there were only 5 to 6 deacons and treasurers. The handsome Taoist priest Su Borui was the drumhead of the Gold Osmanthus Temple. After all, no matter how small the temple was, the bells and drums were still indispensable. If one were to talk about the largest temple for descendants in the world, it would undoubtedly be the Central Divine Continent's celestial master residence on Mount Longhu. The old immortal of this temple, Zhang, would accept a disciple the day after tomorrow. Zhou Xian's great marsh gang, as one of the largest local tyrants of Qingyuan country, had already built a summer palace at the waist of the mountain that cost more than 100,000 taels of silver. It was extremely eye-catching among the numerous buildings. It seemed that Zhou Xian had never doubted the selection of his granddaughter. The Rouge building also hired people to build a unique courtyard garden. However, the Taoist priest Su Borui straightforwardly said, "Lu Qingqing, Zhu Xiang, the two of you can follow me into the temple." The Gold Osmanthus Temple has already prepared 2 elegant rooms. Afterwards, Su Borui smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "The temple is simple and crude and doesn't treat guests well. Right now there are only 2 rooms left. If young master is willing to stay alone, you can follow me up the mountain. If you don't want to be separated from your friends and have nowhere else to stay, I can step forward and help young master greet some of Qingyuan country's nobles that you are familiar with to stay for a few days. It's not a big deal and is instead a good deed to form a relationship." Zhou Xian laughed loudly and said, "Taoist priest Su doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Young master and his group can stay at my place." The old woman from the Rouge building also wanted to invite Qin Pingon and his group. Unfortunately, they were all women and needed to avoid arousing suspicion. It was really inconvenient for them to open their mouths and could only watch as this great good deed was snatched away by those vulgar martial artists from the Great Marsh Gang. After the mountain rain stopped, Qin Pingon asked Su Borui if he could go take a look at the osmanthus tree in the temple today. Su Borui smiled and said that it was fine, but he needed him to lead the way and was not allowed to wander around the temple. Therefore Qin Pingon took Pei Qian, Zhang Shanfeng, and Su Xianxia to continue climbing the mountain together. The 4 people in the painting scroll followed the old devil of Qingyuan country, Zhou Xian, to his residence. The little Taoist boy liked to get close to Pei Qian and held a large oil paper umbrella in his arms. It couldn't be helped. He was the youngest in the temple and the rest were all old antiques. When they opened their mouths, they didn't have many teeth left. Otherwise, it would be a serious Taoist priest like his youngest uncle Su Borui. It wasn't easy for the little Taoist boy to meet someone of the same age who could chat with him. Pei Qian was a little impatient. Why did he meet such a chattering little sparrow? Shouldn't the cultivators on the mountain all be blind, mute or deaf? Lu Qingqing, the girl from Rouge House, and Zhu Xiang, the granddaughter of Zhou Xian. After leaving the protection of the sect and the elders, the former was a little timid, while the latter was fearless. She had been asking the Taoist priest, Su Borui, to confirm the truth of some rumors about Jin Gui Guan. Su Borui should be a person with a gentle temperament. He answered them one by one without exaggerating or hiding anything. This made Zhu Xiang feel good about Jin Gui Guan. Lu Qingqing plucked up her courage and asked the round-faced girl from Great Swamp Gang softly, "So your name isn't Wan?" Zhu Xiang slapped her forehead. "How can there be such a naive Jianghu person like you?" Zhu Xiang was already being merciful by not directly saying that the oval-faced girl was stupid. Zhu Xiang glanced at the exquisite dagger on Lu Qingqing's waist from the corner of her eye. The bamboo sheath was inscribed with the word, Swa. She smiled and asked, "Your dagger is quite nice. Let me take a look?" Lu Qingqing shook her head and said timidly, "This is a relic of my great ancestor grandmother. I can't just give it to others." Zhu Xian still wanted to pester her, but Lu Borui smiled and said, Zhu Xian, don't force people. If you cultivate with the same sect in the future, you have to be careful. Zhu Xian had a good impression of this handsome Taoist priest, who was one of the direct disciples of Abbé Dean Zhonghua. Soon he might be his senior brother in Gold Osmanthus Temple. Therefore he let go of the soft-tempered Rouge House woman beside him. Lu Qingqing gave the Taoist priest a grateful look, but the latter laughed it off. Looking at the two young girls who were about to become cultivators on the mountain, Qin Pingon naturally thought of the encounter in the colorful robes kingdom. There was a young Qi cultivator with a bell who once fought side by side with Qin Pingon to eliminate demons. Although her cultivation was not high, she did not make things worse. She was a very chivalrous girl. Later she became the envied disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. There was also the suffering brother and sister whom he first met in the woodshed. Now the two children could be considered half-cultivators. The mystery of the world was in drinking and pecking. When they arrived at the Taoist temple, the two lucky girls, Zhu Xian and Lu Qingqing, were led by the Taoist priest to the collapsed area. The little Taoist boy and his senior brothers went to place the osmanthus umbrellas. These items were very precious. If they were willing to sell them to people at the foot of the mountain, they could be sold at a sky-high price of thousands of taels of silver. They were indeed the Moon Palace osmanthus branches that were cut from the ancestral osmanthus tree. The little Taoist boy was daydreaming. If a single osmanthus branch umbrella was so valuable, then if 6 osmanthus trees were sold at a discount, wouldn't his Mount Qingyao become a huge mountain of gold and silver? Su Borui led Qin Pingon and the others through the small quiet Taoist temple and went straight to the back door. After the rain, the view was clear and open. They could already see the ancient and tall osmanthus trees with lush branches and leaves. The one in the middle was especially tall. Every old osmanthus tree had its own name. Su Borui introduced them one by one. Which expert on the mountain said some witty words under which tree Su Borui said one by one. It was concise and to the point, but it did not lose its humor. Between the osmanthus trees, there was a crisscrossing bluestone road. Under the shade of the trees, there were stone tables and stone stools. The stone table under the ancestral osmanthus tree was carved into a chessboard by the Taoist temple. Su Borui stayed there for a while and touched the chessboard with his finger. He joked that the chessboard was not carved by a knife, but by a foreign sword immortal who had traveled here. He spat out sword qi and used the sharp sword qi to measure the chessboard. The Taoist in the temple once used a ruler to measure carefully and found that the horizontal and vertical distance was not even a millimeter off. Therefore, the sword immortal must be at least a gold core sword cultivator, or even a nascent soul sword immortal from the Aquarius continent. Speaking of this, Su Borui was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "A long time ago, there was a senior in our temple who insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter. He traveled thousands of miles to the Wind Snow Temple Zhenwu Mountain Xingyang Mountain, and the Wind Thunder Garden in search of the Sword Immortal. He met many famous sword cultivators and finally came to a conclusion. It was very likely that the Sword Immortal was the head of the Aquarius continent's nascent soul in the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing, the great Sword Immortal Li. Unfortunately, after that senior returned to the Taoist temple, he did not have the energy to return to the Wind Thunder Garden to confirm this matter. In the 100 years that followed, this became an unsolved case. Qin Pingon said, "I once saw the Wind Thunder Garden's Garden Master Li's sword through a painting of immortals on a ferry. It was very powerful. Unfortunately, after Garden Master Li resolved his feud with Xingyang Mountain, it was said that he had already died. I wonder if the Wind Thunder Garden can find the reincarnation of this sword immortal so that he can return to the sect to cultivate and continue his Taoist fate." Su Borui said in surprise, "The great sword immortal Li had already died?" It seemed that the Jin Guiguan had indeed not paid attention to worldly affairs for the past 100 years. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "That's what I heard. However, as for the truth, the great sword immortal Li's cultivation was exceedingly high. I dare not jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was looking for an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the pure jade realm." The Wind Thunder Garden's Lu Baqiao was one of Qin Pingon's few friends on the mountain. There was once when Lu Baqiao rode on his sword to chase after Qin Pingon's fairy for the sake of fairy Sujia. The two of them had met once. Therefore Qin Pingon knew that Lu Baqiao's death was absolutely true. However, as Lu Baqiao's friend, It was naturally not appropriate for him to speak of such a major matter with certainty to outsiders. Knowing the inside story of this matter would be a topic for him to brag about. However, Qin Pingon, who was used to seeing through the details, suddenly realized that when he casually mentioned the pure jade realm, Su Borui's eyes had a subtle change. Qin Pingon then realized that not all Qi refinement warriors knew the name of the upper 5 realms. Some even looked up to the 2 words Earth Immortal their entire lives. This was just like how Zhu he was certain that the limit of martial arts was the peak of the 9 realms. There was no possibility of going further. However, with Qin Pingon's current state of mind, he was no longer too concerned about such harmless mistakes. In the pugilistic world, one had to settle grudges with pure martial artists. One could also have to climb mountains to enjoy the scenery and interact with Qi refinement warriors. It might not be a good thing to keep a low profile everywhere. Some similar leaks of heavenly secrets might save him a lot of trouble. After seeing the celestial osmanthus trees in the gold osmanthus temple tour came to an end, Su Borui once again sent Qin Pingon and the rest to the mountain gate. He solemnly invited them to attend the ceremony the day after tomorrow. He would help to arrange their seats. Qin Pingon thanked him and went down the mountain. After walking more than 100 steps, Xianxia looked back at the Taoist priest who did not turn around to enter the temple. She was still watching them leave. Xianxia turned back and laughed softly. This Taoist priest Su is a conscientious person. He will definitely do well in the gold osmanthus temple in the future. Qin Pingon nodded and said, the celestial mansion on the mountain needs a personage who treats people well. Zhang Shanfeng was a little sad. Obviously he was thinking of his own sect. After wandering outside for a few years, he missed his master's rosacea nose and thunderous snoring. If he had not met Qin Pingon and Xianxia, this celestial master with a different surname from Mount Longhu would have returned to the North Continent. When they arrived at the mansion built by the Great Swamp sect, there was already a capable steward who had been waiting at the gate for a long time. He slightly bent his body and led Qin Pingon and the rest to their residence. After Qin Pingon and the rest settled down, behind the gold osmanthus temple, in a quiet and elegant house deeper than the osmanthus trees, Su Borui stood respectfully in the courtyard. The corridor under the eaves was extremely wide and clean. There were 3 pairs of wooden clogs at the bottom of the stairs. An old Taoist priest with a celestial aura was the temple master, Zhonggua, a dragon gate cultivator. There were also 2 distinguished guests who helped out and suppressed the unruly people. In fact, they had interacted with Qin Pingon before. The burly youth Jiang Yun and the governor of Qinghuan country Wei Liang. At this moment the 3 of them were sitting around a table and eating a bowl of vegetarian noodles, spring bamboo shoots, mushrooms, a few kinds of wild vegetables that grew in the forest in spring, oily gluten and noodle soup that was simmered slowly. The fragrance filled the air. After Su Borui talked about his general impression of Qin Pingon and the rest, the temple master smiled and let this disciple leave to rest. The old Taoist priest asked, "Is it a coincidence or did they follow the clues and find us?" Wei Liang thought for a moment. It's a coincidence. If it wasn't for Su Borui's reputation, this group of people would have blocked my door. Wei Liang turned to look at Jiang Yun. Seeing the change in your expression, do you know this person? Jiang Yun nodded. He's a local of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. When I first met him he was just an ordinary person. After all these years the world has turned upside down. I almost didn't recognize him. He's a good person but I think he's involved in a lot of things. I didn't dare to talk to him when I met him at Betail Ferry. Wei Liang smiled. Since he's a local of Lizhu Grotto Heaven it's not strange. Jiang Yun had no objections. He was an outsider who came here with gold and copper coins in search of opportunities. In fact, he couldn't be compared to a local who was waiting for a good fortune to fall on his head. However, he was one of the luckier ones among the outsiders. He was able to take away the dragon locking rope and refine it into his natal item. This was a great surprise. Even with his master's cultivation he was still shocked and overjoyed. He laughed and said that he might have stolen a lot of the luck of the Yunlin Jiang clan to be able to obtain such a great fortune. At that time he saw the iron chain hanging on the well of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. After obtaining it, his master specially asked a friend to help appraise it. The conclusion was that it was at least a precious relic of an immortal realm cultivator. Before all the secret restrictions were unlocked, it was already a genuine half-immortal weapon. It was rumored that the highest grade of this dragon-locking rope was called dragon-slaying rope. Its power was even more exaggerated than the Dragon King basket that could capture an ancient earth immortal flood dragon. As long as a great cultivator threw it out, it could easily bind the flood dragon. With a casual shake, it could directly peel off the skin of the flood dragon on the spot, leaving only its spine and a pearl. However, Liju Grotto Heaven's greatest opportunity didn't lie in these inanimate objects. However, those 5 little things couldn't be found just by digging 3 feet into the ground. One could only rely on one's life. Jiang Yun didn't even see them once. The old Taoist Zhonggua put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. I've abstained from eating for many years. In order to entertain you 2 first-class guests, I've made an exception. Feels pretty good. Zhonggua squinted his eyes and asked with a smile, Governor Wei, this time Jin Guiguan spent so much effort to open the door and accept disciples. He also purposely revealed the secret of my ancestor, the Gui tree, being able to refine a half-immortal weapon so that unruly people could mix in. Only then did he close the door and beat the dogs, helping your Qinghuan kingdom to kill more than 10 foreign cultivators. Didn't the emperor of the Tang family show any appreciation? Wei Liang smiled. Appreciation? Of course, didn't I just sit here and eat a bowl of vegetarian noodles? Zhonggua pointed at Wei Liang. The Taoist Grotto Heaven's ancestor was right back then. Xinji. No wonder he passed down the message for Jin Guiguan to have less dealings with your governor's manor. Wei Liang had already put down his chopsticks when there was still half a bowl of vegetarian noodles left. In the end, the bowl was taken away by the burly youth. Wei Liang ignored this and said to Zhonggua, You should be content. When Jin Guiguan was first built, there weren't many people who invited Li Tuanjing to eat vegetarian noodles here. And this time you Zhonggua invited young Master Jiang of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest? Even if you brought a bowl of lousy vegetarian noodles to him, would Jiang Yun be willing to pick up his chopsticks? Jiang Yun buried his head in eating noodles and didn't give Wei Liang any face. A pair of chopsticks is enough. Just a few more bowls of vegetarian noodles will do. Zhonggua laughed loudly and was in a good mood. In his impression, the disciples of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest were all arrogant. This young cultivator called Jiang Yun was different. Since he came together with Wei Liang and had a close relationship, he shouldn't be from a side branch of the Jiang family. This was a bit interesting. Wei Liang hesitated for a moment and said, Zhonggua, I'll have to trouble you to take care of that little girl from Rouge House in the future. Zhonggua smiled playfully. The paper knife, swirl, on the little girl's waist should be an item you gave to a female patriarch of Rouge House back then, right? Wei Liang sighed. Zhonggua didn't go overboard. Actually, every cultivator of the middle 5 realms would have some sort of love and hatred in the mortal world. Looking back, it was just a passing cloud. It was up to the cultivator to remember the past. The enmity at the foot of the mountain in the early years would become very complicated when one party became an immortal. Cultivators held grudges. Their grudges were still fresh even after 100 years. Often, there would be some local wealthy families that would inexplicably encounter unexpected disasters. An undeserved disaster would usually be completely eradicated, leaving no one alive. Cultivators were sentimental. Then, dozens of generations of descendants of a certain person at the foot of the mountain might have been able to quietly enjoy the grace of their ancestors. Perhaps even they themselves didn't know why they could escape from the calamities time and time again. In the unseen world, it was as if there was always a big hand shielding them from the wind and rain. Zhonggua said, Among them, the one with the best aptitude is the little girl of the great marsh sect, Zhu Fengxian's granddaughter. Now she is already a 3rd realm Qi cultivator. She should be the only one with the aptitude of an earth immortal. As for the other 70 people, the highest achievement is only the little girl from Rouge House who has reached the cave-dwelling realm. At most, they have a chance of reaching the sea-viewing realm. Then, excluding Zhu Xian and Lu Qingqing among the remaining 7, I don't think anyone has reached the middle 5 realms. Wei Liang and Jiang Yun said in unison, Not necessarily. Zhonggua's eyes brightened. Which one? Wei Liang smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Yun raised his head and also didn't give an answer. Instead he changed the topic and asked, That earth bull monster, aren't you going to take care of it? Didn't you want to take it under your command a long time ago so that it can become the northern mountain deity of your Qinghuan country? Your mount? Wei Liang shook his head and said, "Forget it. When it comes to opportunities we can only go with the flow. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Actually, the northern mountain deity? You told me a long time ago that this earth bull looks docile and harmless, but it has a fierce temper. Which Dragon Gate monster would be willing to be bound to a mountain and serve a mountain deity for the rest of their life? Riding on it and entering the divine path, this is the result of never being able to rise again. Once its fierce nature is aroused, it will probably be a disaster for the northern mountain deity." Zhang Guo clicked her tongue and said, "If this monster can guard my Qingyao mountain, it will be a mutually beneficial thing. At most, both sides will be on equal footing. Jin Guiguan will treat it as a guardian of the mountain. Governor Wei, what do you think?" Wei Liang still shook his head. His eyes were deep and he reminded with a smile, "You'd better not provoke that Qin Pingon. After he left Lizhu Grotto Heaven, it's highly possible that he became a disciple of some legalism expert. You should know the way legalism disciples do things. We treat everyone equally on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain." Zhang Guo said helplessly, "Got it. The 4 troublesome people on the mountain are bullshit sword cultivators, the Mahist Saber Master, the Taoist Saber Master, and the last one is your most unreasonable legalist disciple." Wei Liang smiled and said, "We're unreasonable?" Zhang Guo was a little guilty. She suddenly smiled and said, "Then why don't you reason with that earth bull monster?" Wei Liang said indifferently, "The laws of the world are based on people." In Qin Pingan's room, Pei Qian was copying books. Zhang Shanfeng was diligently cultivating in his room next door. This young Taoist from the North Continent claimed that his aptitude was average. Back then his master only took pity on him because he had nowhere else to go. Hence, he reluctantly accepted him as his last disciple. Moreover, his path of cultivation afterwards proved that his master's judgment was not bad. Zhang Shanfeng's progress was indeed slow. He had yet to successfully ascend to the middle 5 realms. However, Zhang Shanfeng was resilient and had never been discouraged. His occasional disappointment was only due to his lack of ability to subdue demons. In this matter, his attitude was exactly the same as Qin Pingan's. It was nothing more than walking one's own path. As long as one did not compare with others, one's aptitude would not matter. On the contrary, one could walk a firm and steady path. The so-called aptitude of a qi cultivator was extremely particular. The mystery lay in the word, innate. The size of the cave abode they opened determined the amount of spiritual qi that could be accommodated. Apart from that, there were also differences in the speed of absorption. On top of that, there was also a difference in the purity of the spiritual qi extracted. Whether it was a pitiful gurgling stream or a breathtaking roaring river. After that, one would be qualified to pay attention to the quality of the elixir chamber and the appearance of the future nascent soul. Qin Pingan now often practiced the awkward posture of the heaven and earth stance. He used his fingers to support the ground. However, after practicing for so long, Qin Pingan had also figured out some tricks. For example, if he practiced the 3 stances of the mountain quaking fist at the same time, he would use the heaven and earth stance to perform the 6-step stance. Then he would use the sword furnace formula with one hand. During this period he would circulate the sword aura for 18 times. It was a completely different world. However, there was a price to pay. Qin Pingan often went astray while walking in the forest where there was no one around. He would leave the path that everyone was walking on and fall into the stream or down the hill. Later it was Pei Qian who came up with a stupid idea. She tied the rope at the top of the mountain walking staff to the blade strengthening gourd at Qin Pingan's waist. Pei Qian walked in front, leading Qin Pingan. Of course, she also needed to practice the 6-step stance now. One big and one small walking in front of each other, they were truly kindred spirits. At this time, Qin Pingan was roughly drawing circles around the table and doing the stance while standing upside down. After Pei Qian finished copying books, she looked at Qin Pingan's heaven and earth stance countless times. Pei Qian still found it interesting no matter how she looked at it. Qin Pingan turned upside down and took a deep breath. From Old Dragon City to Tail Fairy, then to Qinghuan Country's Jin Guiguan, after being stabbed in the stomach by Du Mao's sword-swallowing boat, he slowly recovered from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. He still needed to rely on the stance walking and small amounts of medicinal wine to recover from the peak of the 5th realm. However, in this way there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it greatly delayed the speed at which he reached the sixth realm. The advantage was that his foundation of the fifth realm would be more solid. Zhou Xian once said half-jokingly that even if he didn't rely on external items, Qin Pingon could still use his peak of the fifth realm to defeat the four of them who were at the peak of the sixth realm. Sui Yu scoffed at this, but Lu Baixiang agreed. As for the taciturn Wei Xian, he was busy talking nonsense with Pei Qian. Qin Pingon sat back at the table and checked the content that Pei Qian had copied. After confirming that she didn't make any mistakes, he indicated that she could go play. Pei Qian quietly said, "Master, I feel that the osmanthus trees behind the Taoist temple are far inferior to the osmanthus leaves and branches that Aunt Gui gave me. They're far inferior. Why do those Taoist priests still treat them like treasures? They even boasted shamelessly that they're seeds of the moon. If they're the descendants of the osmanthus tree in the moon palace, then our Aunt Gui would be an immortal living on the moon, right?" Qin Pingon's heart moved slightly. He said, "Don't talk about others behind their backs." Pei Qian made an "oh" sound. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed to himself. "I think you're right." Pei Qian smiled brightly. "Master thinks so too." "I knew it." Qin Pingon stopped smiling and reminded, "So the next time you see Aunt Gui, be more polite." Pei Qian nodded. "Of course. I really like Aunt Gui." Qin Pingon joked. "What about that little Taoist boy who lent you an umbrella at the Golden Osmanthus Temple?" Pei Qian punched the table and said angrily, "That guy is very annoying. If I meet him on a narrow path with no outsiders present, I'll beat him up until his parents and master can't recognize him." Qin Pingon laughed. "Now you know it's annoying? Think about it. How did you pester Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang?" Pei Qian opened her eyes wide and thought for a long time. She could only take out her favorite demon suppression pagoda talisman and stick it on her forehead. She sighed. "So it seems that old Wei and little Bai are quite pitiful." Qin Pingon threw a chestnut at her. "You just realized? The books say that a gentleman should reflect on himself. You should reflect on yourself." Pei Qian hugged her head and stood up abruptly. She ran to the door and smiled. "Master, I'll go tell old Wei and little Bai that the next time we go to the market, I'll buy each of them a stick of candied haws or something." After Pei Qian left, Qin Pingon began to think about refining the second natal item. As for the Du Maoyang God Slew, which was equivalent to the immortal golden body, Qin Pingon decided to wait until he reached the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and asked Cui Dongshan, who was proficient in this field, before making a decision. Qin Pingon didn't trust the character of this young imperial tutor from the bottom of his heart, but he believed in the knowledge of the former first disciple of the sage of literature. This time he met Zhang Shanfeng again and asked him a lot of questions about cultivation, especially about refining the natal item. Of course, Zhang Shanfeng told him everything he knew. Although Zhang Shanfeng's cultivation was not high, his vision and insight were not bad. Probably had something to do with the fact that he was born in an orthodox immortal family. After all, his master was an external Taoist master of Mount Longhu. Although the level of external Taoist masters was very different, a Taoist master who could be recorded in the yellow and purple register of Taoist Master Mansion was not simple. Qin Pingon took out a pot of osmanthus wine, found a wine cup and drank alone. According to Zhang Shanfeng, even if financial resources and fated chances were not a big problem, it was still not good to have more natal items. It was best to have enough 5 elements. A natal item similar to a yellow earth bowl was necessary to help quickly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. A natal item used to fight and attack, such as the natal flying sword of a sword cultivator, was the ultimate offensive natal item in the world. A natal item used for defense, achieving the same effect as the golden necklace robe and the military school's armor pill. A natal item similar to the Fengtsuan arsenal and the sword tomb was close at hand. However, this kind of rare item was almost impossible to come by. A natal item nourished in the natal aperture acupoint would have an innate deterrent force against evil spirits and demons. It could also continuously increase one's yang qi and pass through many unpredictable places of yin qi. Zhang Shanfeng also said that refining a natal item was a double-edged sword. Since it was a natal item, once it was damaged, it would implicate the foundation of Dao and Shake. The consequences were unimaginable. Moreover, each natal item needed to occupy an aperture acupoint mansion. Once it was used to make up the number or did not consider the circulation route of spiritual qi, it was easy to have conflicting attributes. It would hinder the cultivation of the qi cultivator and it was possible to go mad. Zhang Shanfeng finally said that collecting the natal items of 5 elements was the dream of all qi cultivators except for sword cultivators. However, there was no need to deliberately pursue this matter. It was too expensive and it was too important to rely on fated chances. Generally speaking, it was enough to have 3 natal items of slightly better quality. 1 for offense, 1 for defense and 1 for qi cultivators to absorb and store spiritual qi. Most of the 5 states qi cultivators in the world were like this, except for those earth immortals who would pursue more. Qin Pingon was a little hesitant about whether or not he should refine the golden script gall given to him by the city god of Yanji County of Psai Country. However, it was said that in the green wooden box was the seal of Psai Country's city god of Tuoji County of Psai Country that was personally engraved by a certain generation's celestial master of Mount Longhu. Qin Pingon decided to use it as a parting gift to Zhang Shanfeng, the future celestial master of Mount Longhu. The city god of Yanji County, Shenwen, attached great importance to this seal. Qin Pingon guessed that it was very likely to be a half-immortal weapon. Shenwen said personally that as long as this seal was combined with the 5 thunder technique of Mount Longhu's direct lineage, its power would be shocking. Back then, when the seal was sealed in the city god's pavilion, it was able to block the invasion of the baleful aura of the huge mass grave outside Yanji County. It was enough to show that its quality was high and it was not something that could be achieved by a Dharma treasure. From the time Qin Pingon received the seal until today, he had not even opened the green wooden box once. The reason why he was hesitant about refining the golden script gall was that Qin Pingon had obtained a white bowl with the true shape of the 5 mountains of the ancient Yu country when he was in Psai country. Under Su Yuanxia's suggestion, he did not sell it at Qingfu Square in the end. It could create the 5 color soil of the ancient Yu country. Of course, Qin Pingon would not use the white bowl that earned him 5 pieces of snow money every year as his natal item of the 5 elements of earth. Instead, Qin Pingon thought about the momentum of Dali's cavalry heading south. It was like a hot knife through butter. In the north, there was his hometown's cloud-splitting mountain Wei Pai, and in the south, there seemed to be Fan Juanmao's new southern mountain in Dali. Once it was realized, the 5 colors soil would become extremely precious in Dali, which had a state as the territory of the dynasty. At that time, the Dali imperial court would definitely have tight control over it. Therefore, if Qin Pingon could now determine the location of the other 3 mountains outside the north and south, gather enough 5 colors soil, and find a suitable vessel, the benefits would definitely be great. However, the difficulty lay in the location of the 3 mountains. The hidden danger lay in using it as a natal item. The short-term benefits would be huge, but it would be closely related to the ups and downs of Dali's national power. However, below the upper 5 realms, there were definitely more advantages than disadvantages, and one could quickly become an earth immortal. At this moment, Qin Pingon drank the wine, thinking of the Dali scouts in the snow and the neighbor next door, Song Jisun. After drinking the last bit of osmanthus wine in the cup, Qin Pingon finally decided to dispel the idea of refining the 5 colors soil. After making the decision, Qin Pingon no longer hesitated and prepared to refine the golden script gallbladder. However, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to take advantage of the right time, place and people like in Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon stood up and went to the window. He leaned on the windowsill, lost in thought. After all, this was not like practicing boxing where one could persevere over and over again and one day one could always complete 1,000,000 punches. Xianxia knocked on the door and entered. Qin Pingon sat back at the table, took another wine cup and the two drank together. They didn't talk about anything serious. Xianxia talked about his landscape travel book and said that she hoped that one day, a bookstore would be willing to publish it and make some money. Qin Pingon took out a few small bamboo slips that recorded what he saw and heard along the way. Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City, the huge immortal fairies of the mountain and sea turtle, the sea of clouds above the city, the Rain Master statue of the sect on the sea, the Rain Master who fell into the sea due to exhaustion near the flood dragon ditch, the sword immortals in the portraits in the Lingji house on the inverted mountain, the horse path of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Yaotian street of the Fuyang sect in Tongya continent, the sunrise on Zhaoping Peak outside Mirage City. He handed these green bamboo slips with densely engraved characters to Su Yuanxia. Su Yuanxia asked some more details. Next door, the young Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was in the house. He stopped his meditation and began to practice boxing slowly. It was not the same as most boxing techniques in the world. It was not suitable for killing enemies and could only be used to practice boxing to nourish the body. However, Zhang Shanfeng felt that it was most suitable for his friend. This set of boxing techniques was created by him and it was still in its embryonic form. The boxing theory came from his master's drunken words and his own understanding. He just didn't know if Qin Pingan would dislike it and be willing to learn it. In the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom in the evening, two Taoists in green robes who came from afar sat at a small table with a lot of grease on it. There was a bamboo tube on the table and a bunch of bamboo chopsticks. A thin Taoist priest in his 30s was familiar with the temperament of the other party, so he said solemnly, "Zhou Yuan, let me say it first. I can't eat spicy food." The young Taoist priest named Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Monkey, just because you can't eat spicy food, you have missed out on so many delicacies in the world." The older Taoist priest, who was jokingly called Monkey, shook his head helplessly. Along the way he had walked with trepidation. It could not be helped. Zhou Yuan was simply a troublemaker. This person's sense of right and wrong was always more blurred than the other sages of the academy. Fortunately, he was still able to accept it on the whole. This thin Taoist priest, who was more in line with the temperament of the academy than Zhou Yuan, looked around. This time, the emperor of the Tang family of Qinghuan Kingdom insisted on winning the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. As the national religion, his status was higher than that of Confucianism. If not for the fact that the attention of the Lakeview Academy was now focused on the Taoist heavenly lord of the North Continent and had no time to care about this matter, Hou Zheng and Zhou Yuan would not be traveling around Qinghuan Kingdom. Instead, the two of them would have gone straight to the palace and reprimanded the emperor of the Tang family. The sage Zhou Yuan ordered 2 servings of local delicacies from Sichuan. One was spicy and the other was not spicy. He started eating with the monkey from Old Dragon City. The young sage, who liked to call himself Zhou Yuan, put a large piece of Sichuan into his mouth and said vaguely, "I heard that the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qinghuan Kingdom this time is a little different. To the outside world, it is said that Buddhism and Taoism will each send 10 immortals and eminent monks, and then they will quarrel in the palace to see who is better at quarreling. However, the real deciding factor is in the dark. They specially invited an old man from the Jiang family of Yunlin Kingdom to be the CEO, and then let 2 earth immortals use their supernatural powers to observe a Taoist priest and a monk. They want to seamlessly arrange a private debate between these two to see who is better in Buddhism and Taoism. Not only do they want to determine who is better in Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, but they also want to compete in social interactions and the merits of persuasion, knowledge, self-cultivation, and education." The older Confucian frowned. This was the first time Zhou Yuan talked about this inside story. After thinking for a while, his brows relaxed. No wonder the hill master is not angry. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. This move by Qinghuan Kingdom is not entirely a bad thing. Zhou Yuan smiled knowingly and pointed at the Confucian opposite him with his chopsticks. "You, Hou Zheng, are the most compatible with my temperament. It is good that you are able to see through things." The gentleman from the academy named Hou Zheng shook his head and did not speak. Zhou Yuan asked, "Such a big thing happened in Old Dragon City. Don't you want to go home and take a look?" Hou Zheng still shook his head. "It's useless even if I go. There isn't much of the family tradition passed down from the ancestors of the Hou clan. It's just a candle in the wind. If I go, I'll just twist the flame a little brighter. It's better to hang on like this. I can only hope that a responsible junior will appear. Only then will I dare to help." Zhou Yuan nodded. "You are so thoughtful." Hou Zheng smiled bitterly. "After all, I was born and grew up there. How can I not think more?" Zhou Yuan put down his chopsticks and asked, "Are you full?" Hou Zheng looked at the empty big white bowl in front of Zhou Yuan. There was not even any soup left. He ignored Zhou Yuan and buried his head in eating. Zhou Yuan sighed and turned his head to shout, "Shopkeeper, give me another bowl. Remember to put less spice. The spicy food in your stall is really spicy. It is really spicy." On the street, there were women and young girls who had just returned from their excursions. Zhou Yuan sighed and said, "The beauties who have just returned from their spring excursions are slightly sweaty. coupled with the faint fragrance from the mountains and lakes. They are really beautiful. Hou Jing turned a deaf ear. Zhou Xian said again, "Why don't I join in and turn the debate between Buddhism and Taoism of Qingyuan Kingdom into a small battle between the three sects?" Hou Jing replied very quickly this time. He did not even raise his head and said indifferently, "No." Zhou Xian slammed his palm on the table. "Shopkeeper, I want more spicy food." When the sages and gentlemen of the academy were sitting opposite each other and eating, there was a small Taoist temple not far from the capital. The temple master was a middle-aged Taoist. He was not famous in Qingyuan Kingdom. If he was only a cultivator, he was not worth mentioning. This temple master was not even a qi cultivator in the middle 5 states. Compared to the ancient Taoist temples in Qingyuan Kingdom that were easily thousands or hundreds of years old, this Baiyun temple was only built a little more than 100 years ago. The feng shui treasured land in the capital had long been divided up by those senior Taoist temples and temples. The Baiyun temple, which was as small as a piece of tofu, had to be close to a noisy market. There were a few old trees in the temple, but these barely presentable trees caused a lot of trouble for the Baiyun temple. The children in the nearby market liked to fly kites and often hung them on the big trees in the temple. Therefore, every now and then, there would be women and men leading their crying children to curse outside the Baiyun temple. After they finished cursing outside the temple, they would rush into the temple and reprimand those cowering little Taoists. They would ask them to climb up the trees and retrieve the broken kites. After retrieving the kites, the children would stop crying and laugh. Most of the adults who delayed the work at hand were still cursing. It was inevitable that they would say that these obstructive trees should be chopped and burned as soon as possible. The haggard middle-aged temple master would actually walk out of the study room every time. He only dared to secretly stand in the distance with a sad face and let his junior brothers or his own disciples block the disaster. Once his own little Taoist child secretly ran out and flew a kite with the neighborhood children he was familiar with. He accidentally got hung on a tree too. After a long struggle, he really felt sorry for the kite and still forced himself to tell the temple. In the end, he was finally caught by his master and the temple master to vent his anger. He was beaten so badly that his butt almost split open. However, on the same day, the little Taoist child was overjoyed. It turned out that there was a porcelain doll that he had coveted for a long time in his bed. He showed it off to the other Taoist children for a long time. At this moment, it was already dusk. The middle-aged Taoist priest raised his head in the small study room and stared at the words in the book for a long time. His eyes were slightly sore. On the 4 walls of the study room, there were 2 bookshelves that reached the top. In addition to a whole set of Taoist scriptures, there were also many Buddhist scriptures and Confucian classics. The middle-aged Taoist priest had already read them all carefully. Just the small regular script that he wrote based on his reading experience over the years had more than 900,000 words. Other people cultivated for the sake of achieving immortality and breaking free from the prison of heaven and earth. However, the temple master of this small Taoist temple wanted to live for a few more years so that he could read more books. He wanted to read all the books of the sages of the 3 religions and hundreds of schools. Although Qin Pingan and his group were currently living under the roof of the Great Swamp sect, Zhou Xian had never once visited Qin Pingan to get close to him. It was only on the morning of the ceremony that he called Qin Pingan to climb the mountain together and go to the golden osmanthus temple at the peak of the mountain. On the way up the mountain, Zhou Xian and Qin walked side by side. The things they talked about were only the local customs of Qingyuan country. When they arrived at the entrance of the golden osmanthus temple, Su Borui welcomed them with a smile. He arranged for Zhou Xian and Qin Pingan's group to sit in the front row adjacent to the entrance of the temple. In the end, the temple master, old immortal Zhonggua, accepted 9 disciples. Zhu Xiang and Lu Qingqing were among them without any suspense. As for the other 7, 2 of them were siblings from the streets. The remaining 5 were the descendants of the wealthy families of Qingyuan, Qingshan and Yunshao country. Including Su Borui and the other 2, there were a total of 12 direct disciples of the temple master. The little Taoist priest who lent the umbrella to Pei Qian was now the senior brother of the 9 disciples. He stood behind Su Borui and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Then he quickly looked at Pei Qian, only to find that she didn't even look at him. The little Taoist priest was a little disappointed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the ceremony of a Taoist master accepting disciples was complicated and complicated. It actually took almost 2 hours. After the ceremony was over, Qin Pingan Zhu Xian, the old woman from Rouge House, and the other leaders of various forces were all given an expensive osmanthus oil paper umbrella by Jin Guiguan. Zhu Xian still had to stay at the mountainside for a few days. After all, Zhou Xian had just become a disciple of the Golden Osmanthus Temple. If he wasn't acclimatized to the environment or wasn't used to it, Zhu Xian wouldn't feel at ease leaving the mountain. After watching the disciple acceptance ceremony for nothing and receiving an umbrella for nothing, Qin Pingan bid farewell to Zhu Xian and the old woman from Rouge Building. Qin Pingan and the others left Mount Qingyao and continued on their way. They followed the secluded and deep mountain forest path toward the Viceroy Manor. The yellow ox joined the group and Pei Qian sat on its back. The first time Pei Qian asked to ride the yellow ox, she was hit by Qin Pingan. However, the yellow ox didn't refuse and allowed Pei Qian to sit on its back. Compared to the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia knew more about the mountain, so they were especially surprised. After another 10 days, they passed by a village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. At dusk, smoke rose in spirals from kitchen chimneys. Black roof tiles and white walls, richly ornamented buildings. It was a paradise. Qin Pingan and the rest walked along the mountain path. When they reached the village entrance, they found that they couldn't speak the language. Later on, a teacher from the village school hurried over and communicated with Qin Pingan in the language of the Baoping continent. Coincidentally, Qin Pingan found out that almost everyone in this village had the surname Qin. They had been practicing martial arts for generations, but according to the ancestral rules, no matter how poor the family, their children had to finish 4 years of schooling before they could leave school and become farmers. The patriarch was an old man in his 70s. He was hale and hearty and he walked as if he was flying. He wore a gray robe and cloth shoes. According to the teacher, the old patriarch was highly respected and had profound martial arts skills within a radius of several hundred miles. Because of his heroic feat of stopping a horse to save a child in a busy city, he had the good reputation of Qin Pai Fong. When the old man heard that Qin Pingan also had the surname Qin, he was extremely happy and invited them to his home as guests. They had already finished dinner, so the old man directly asked his family to prepare a sumptuous meal. The old man himself picked up a pot of homemade wine and pulled Qin Pingan to drink. Although the old man loved to drink, he didn't like to persuade people to drink at the table. As a result, Qin Pingan drank a little too much. In the end, he didn't know how he got to the house. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar antique bed. He lifted the quilt, put on his boots, pushed open the door and looked up. The arch was exquisite. Back in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Qin Pingan had asked the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu for many books on bridge construction from the Ministry of Works. Among them, there was a book called Construction Methods. Qin Pingan read it the most. Not only was it about bridges, but it also introduced buildings, attics and other buildings. Qin Pingan was also entranced by it. Most of the houses in the village were connected together, so the corridors were often very long. After the brothers separated, they were still adjacent. Qin Pingan walked out of the corridor and walked along the bluestone road until he reached the side of a pond. He stood there for the whole night. In fact, he didn't think much. He was just in a daze. The next day, he was asked to stay by the old patriarch who couldn't refuse his hospitality. Although Pei Qian didn't speak the local dialect, she still played with a large group of people of the same age. That day, when he called Pei Qian for dinner, the group of children were playing eagle-catching chicks. Pei Qian wanted to play with Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan smiled and hooked 2 fingers. He raised his hand and made a gesture of hitting a chestnut. However, he couldn't resist Pei Qian's pestering. Qin Pingan became the old hen protecting the chicks, and Pei Qian became the eagle catching the chicks. Pei Qian couldn't catch the chicks at the tail of Qin Pingan's group. Thus she swapped places with her peer. In the end, Pei Qian laughed the loudest. A young Taoist priest stood in the distance. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was waiting for the master and disciple to come to the table to eat. Almost all the children dispersed and went home. Accompanied by the smoke and the afterglow, there were also elders at the door of their own homes, shouting the names of their children. Qin Pingon held Pei Qian's hand and walked towards Zhang Shanfeng. When the three of them walked in the alley, a short old Taoist with a brandy nose suddenly appeared in front of them. He was dressed in a black Taoist robe, with a lifelike bright red fire dragon embroidered on his left and right sleeves. Zhang Shanfeng was stunned on the spot. Qin Pingon held his breath and focused, as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Pei Qian only took a few glances before hurriedly turning her head away, not daring to take another look. Zhang Shanfeng quickly walked forward and asked in puzzlement, "Master, why are you here?" The elder glared and said, "If I didn't come to bring you back to the mountain to cultivate, were you going to marry and have children outside and have children?" Zhang Shanfeng turned his head and smiled helplessly at Qin Pingon. The gist of it was that his master was like that, so there was no need to take it to heart. After the young Taoist priest turned his head, the elder looked at the slightly pale Zhang Shanfeng in a daze. He then looked at his disciple's shoulder that had been pierced by the intrinsic flying sword. He stomped his foot and said angrily, "Who dares to hurt you? Tell me your name and I will stab his scarecrow." Zhang Shanfeng wiped his face with his palm. Having such a master, he was too ashamed to face Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed to the old Taoist priest from the North Continent. The old man, who was a heavenly master of Mount Longhu with an external surname, nodded at Qin Pingon and spoke directly to him through the ripples in his heart lake. "Kid, your longevity bridge has been destroyed and rebuilt, right? It was a little rough. However, you are now the intrinsic item of water of the 5 elements, and you have refined it with immortality. Not bad, not bad." After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Shanfeng again and asked him to extend his palm. The old Taoist priest put 2 fingers together and drew a talisman in the air above Zhang Shanfeng's palm. After the talisman was completed, he waved his sleeve and a golden light flashed. Then the Jinwu sword that was supposed to be in the Governor-General's office and Su Yuanxia's dagger fell out of the air. Zhang Shanfeng was not surprised and reached out to catch the Jinwu sword and dagger. He did not forget to turn to Qin Pingon and explain, "My master's cultivation is not high. He is not good at other things, but he is very good at these unorthodox tricks." The elder smiled while stroking his beard. He was proud of exposing his last disciple's shortcomings. Instead of being ashamed, he was proud. Qin Pingon looked at the young Taoist priest and then at the old Taoist priest with embroidered fire dragons on his sleeves. He felt that Zhang Shanfeng was too ignorant and misunderstood his master too much. The elder seemed to draw a talisman on the ground with the tip of his foot. There was no trace on the bluestone floor, and then he asked Zhang Shanfeng to stand in it. Zhang Shanfeng wanted to say something but stopped. The elder said in an unquestionable tone, "I want to take you to Mount Longhu." Zhang Shanfeng walked into the talisman that did not seem to exist. He threw the dagger in his hand to Qin Pingon and said with a bitter smile, "Help me apologize to Brother Su. I was in too much of a hurry and had to leave without saying goodbye." Qin Pingon took Su Yuanxia's dagger and remembered something. He quickly took out the green wooden box from the Fengzuan item and threw it to Zhang Shanfeng. Inside is a seal of the city god pavilion of Tsai Country's Yanji County. "I'll give it to you. It's best to use it with the 5 thunder execution." Zhang Shanfeng saw that the wooden box was old and looked very ordinary, so he put it away. The elder squinted his eyes and returned to normal in an instant. He said with a smile, "You can make a request and I'll count it 10 times. I won't wait if it's too late." Qin Pingon said without hesitation, "Then I'll have to trouble you to teach Zhang Shanfeng some profound Taoist techniques. I'd like to ask you to put in some effort." The elder laughed heartily and pointed at Qin Pingon. He said, "Good boy, you're cursing me in a roundabout way." The elder grabbed Zhang Shanfeng and the 2 of them disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon found that there was no movement in the thin spiritual aura around the alley. Qin Pingon was lost in thought. Pei Qian pulled his sleeve and asked, "What should we do?" Qin Pingon came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Let's go eat." "380. Qin Pingon went to the table of the patriarch of the Qin family and sat in Zhang Shanfeng's seat. He briefly told Su Yuanxia that Zhang Shanfeng was taken away by his master. The bearded man was not sad at all. Since he was born in the battlefield, he was used to life and death. Qin Pingon drank a few cups with Su Yuanxia. Before entering the room and sitting at the table, Qin Pingon took 2 pots of osmanthus wine. He gave one to the old man in the long gown and drank the other with Su Yuanxia. The old man had been drinking his own sorghum wine all his life. His impression of wine was that it was hot to the throat and intestines. Since he was a straightforward man, he asked his teacher and Qin Pingon to tell him that the wine should be very expensive. However, the wine tasted soft and not strong enough. It was just right for the women in the village to drink it. Qin Pingon could do nothing about it. Su Yuanxiao knew that the osmanthus wine was very precious. It was really the immortal wine that could really prolong the life of a mortal teacher. This small pot of wine was not enough to buy even all the sorghum wine in the whole village. However, the old man in the long gown said that the wine was unbearable. The bearded man almost choked to death. After the meal, Qin Pingon and Su Yuanxiao took a stroll around the quiet village. Su Yuanxiao put away the dagger after Qin Pingon gave her some descriptions of Zhang Shanfeng's master. He was very surprised. The Qi refinement warrior's shrinking ground to inches was originally derived from the Taoist's astral steps. Zhang Shanfeng is a Taoist with a different surname from Mount Longhu, so it's not strange that his master is proficient in this technique. At the end of the day, it's still a family's martial arts. The key is how far one can travel with one's divine ability. The difference is naturally the difference between a few hundred feet and dozens of miles. Su Yuanxia continued, that's not all. But what kind of skill can Zhang Shanfeng use to draw the Zhenwu sword and the short knife from thousands of miles away? Qin Pingon sighed, I don't know. Su Yuanxia smiled and said, no matter what, it's a good thing. Zhang Shanfeng has a master with great magical powers, but this kid is not honest. He kept hiding things from me and made me think that he was an outer sect disciple of a sect in a remote mountain in the North Continent. After all, the so-called celestial masters of Mount Longhu went down the mountain to slay demons and devils. Along the way I was very worried. I tried to ask him a few times, trying to make sure that he hadn't joined a sect that cheated people of their money. If he had really become a disciple of a swindler, he would have turned back and decided not to return to the North Continent. Fortunately, I wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, my eyeballs would have popped out. Qin Pingon laughed gloatingly. Su Yuanxia hesitated. The two walked slowly along the bluestone path of the pond. Qin Pingon said, Brother Su, if you have something to say, we don't have to be polite. Su Yuanxia said, on this trip to the Qinghuan Kingdom, Zhang Shanfeng accompanied me to deliver the urn of ashes. Later, I accompanied him to watch the Water and Land Spiritual Assembly and the Heavenly Grand Ritual. Now that Zhang Shanfeng's master has gone to the Celestial Master's residence in the Central Divine Continent, I'm a little homesick. Qin Pingon smiled and said, then go back early. Su Yuanxia stopped and reached out her hand to stroke her beard. After wandering outside for so many years, I don't know what has happened to my hometown except for the soldiers' pay and the letters sent back regularly. Qin Pingon asked softly, I'll go with you? If you think that Wei Xian and the others are not suitable, I'll only bring Pei Qian back with you. Let Wei Xian and the others go to the capital of the Qinghuan Kingdom first. Su Yuanxia smiled and waved her hand. You're not a beautiful girl. Why would I want you to go back with me? Just follow the planned route. You don't have to mess up my plan. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I don't have a plan. What's wrong? Is there something shameful in your hometown? Are you afraid that I'll see through you? Su Yuanxia sighed and squatted by the pond. She tapped the handle of her dagger on the bluestone and said, my family is quite well off. In the county, we can barely be considered a local noble family. I had a marriage arrangement in my early years. Before I left my hometown, I stole a glance at the girl. She was quite pretty. Actually, I liked her. At that time, I was ambitious and thought that I would be able to make a name for myself in 3 to 5 years. At that time, I would just marry her in a grand manner. But I didn't expect that I would be out for more than 10 years. Qin Pingon squatted beside Su Yuanxiao and comforted him. Brother Su, you're a real martial artist of the 5 states and you're familiar with battle formations. In your hometown, it shouldn't be difficult to become a general in the imperial court. Su Yuanxiao nodded and said, it's not difficult. Su Yuanxia sighed and said, I'm afraid of returning home. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. When I was young, I fought for my life on the battlefield, but I didn't feel so worried. Qin Pingon thought about it. Since Su Yuanxia wanted to return home alone, she must have her reasons. He said softly, I'm going to Xianxia Island in Book Lake to find a child named Gu Can. He lived with me in Mud Bottle Alley in my early years. His master is Lu Jimao, the immortal of the river Severing. If everything goes well, I'll go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom and find a few children who also came from my hometown. Brother Su, when you return to your hometown, if you have problems that you can't solve by yourself, don't forget that you still have two good friends in Jianghu. Since Zhang Shanfeng is not easy to find now, you can find me Chen Pingon. But it might be a little troublesome. You'll need to send 2 letters at the same time so that I won't miss them. Su Yunxia patted Chen Pingon's shoulder and pointed to the pond in front of them. In my hometown there's a pond like this. It's not even Jianghu. A martial artist of the 5 states with 2 good quality divine weapons is enough for me to show off. Even if the governor of a country sees me, he'll have to treat me as a guest of honor. Do you think everyone is like you, Chen Pingon? Chen Pingon handed over the blade's strengthening gourd and whispered, drink the wine inside. This is the real good wine. If you like it, you can take it. But of course you have to leave the gourd. Su Yuanxia was skeptical, but as soon as she drank a mouthful of the medicinal wine refined from the nascent soul old flood dragon's golden core, her face instantly flushed red. A mouthful of pure true qi inside her body surged up and down, rushing through her qi mansion aperture and acupoints along the way like a huge wave slapping against a stone cliff. Su Yuanxia hurriedly circulated her qi to regulate her breathing. With great difficulty she finally digested that surge of energy. She burped and spat out a mouthful of turbid air that had been accumulating for a long time, which she had been unable to purify. She wiped her mouth, her eyes shining. Chen Pingon was not in a hurry to take back the blade's strengthening gourd. He crossed his arms and said with a smile, do you think everyone is like Su Yuanxia? Can you drink the small refined wine in this gourd? The bearded man laughed and did not stand on ceremony with Chen Pingon. He drank another mouthful of the medicinal wine to help cleanse the turbid qi in his pure genuine qi. In the end he was not satisfied and drank a 3rd mouthful. He sat cross-legged for a long time like an old monk. When he opened his eyes he handed the gourd back to Chen Pingon. Okay, you can't do it more than 3 times. I finally have some hope in my life. I hope to be a martial artist of the 6th realm. 3 mouthfuls are enough. If I drink more it will be too much. The foundation of a martial artist is not good enough. I can't bear this kind of good wine. But let's make it clear in advance. When I break through the last bottleneck of the 5th realm I will ask you for more wine. Chen Pingon was puzzled. Then take the wine. It will save you the trouble of asking me for it. Although Chen Pingon needed a small amount of medicinal wine to nourish his body and spirit, his martial arts cultivation had been on the right track. If he did not drink the medicinal wine, it would only slow down the rise of his cultivation. It was not like the timely help that Old Dragon City had given him after he received the sword-swallowing boat, which was the icing on the cake. However, for Su Yuanxia this pot of medicinal wine which could not be bought with money was more significant. In the small countries of the Aquarius continent outside the Dali dynasty, the difference between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was 1 realm. The treatment of the martial artists of the 5th realm and the 6th realm was very different. In the small countries in the corner, a martial artist of the 7th realm might be involved in the martial arts fate of the country. Then, a martial artist of the 6th realm who had a chance to reach the golden body realm would naturally be a treasure in the hearts of the kings of the small countries. Su Yuanxia glanced at Chen Pingon. This medicinal wine can improve one's cultivation without any side effects. Of course it is a good thing. But it may not be a good thing for a martial artist who wants to break through to the next realm to train his mind. With the medicinal wine, it is inevitable that he will feel lucky. When he practices martial arts in the future his hands will not be slack but his mind will be slack. Chen Pingon, do you think that all the martial artists in the world whose cultivation is close at hand and can clearly improve by drinking a mouthful, can really resist drinking a drop of wine? Su Yuanxia looked into the distance and sighed. Even if I know that it will eventually hinder the opportunity to break through to the next realm, I, Su Yuanxia, admit that I usually cannot resist. Besides, I am a drunkard. When my addiction to wine reaches my head I don't care about the bottleneck. I will drink first. In terms of the determination of the mind on the path of cultivation, Su Yuanxia admitted that she was not as good as Zhang Shanfeng, and even worse than Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon nodded. Then when Brother Su ascends to the sixth realm, I will give you more wine as a celebratory drink. Su Yuanxia suddenly said, if you have the chance to pass by Tsai Kingdom and Shushui Kingdom on your journey to the north this time, don't forget to visit Sword Saint Song, that pair of children in Yanji County, and of course that haunted house couple from back then. Qin Pingon smiled. Of course. I still have to treat Elder Song to a hot pot in return. Then I will see if that pair of children's cultivation is going smoothly. Finally, I will go to that old house and try the old granny's stewed meat with dried bamboo shoots. Su Yuanxiao laughed loudly. That's right, Qin Pingon is still the same old Qin Pingon. She patted this guy's shoulder again. The bearded man's grip was a bit too strong. He said boldly, Qin Pingon, you and Zhang Shanfeng have to do well. In the future when you become successful and famous, let me hear about it in my hometown. When the time comes I will be able to brag to people and have countless people cry and beg to invite me, Xianxia, to drink and tell them about the two of you. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and joked, Brother Su, I hope to hear your auspicious words. Su Yuanxia stood up. Alright, it was fine before. I didn't feel anything when I wandered around. Now that I think about my hometown, it's like the alcohol worm in my stomach is rebelling. If I don't drink a mouthful I will die of discomfort. Ah, my hometown is that jar of old wine. Alright, let's go drink. Qin Pingon stood up as well. Then I will accompany you to your residence to get your luggage and then walk with you. Su Yuanxia glared at him and said, you are so wishy-washy. You have to learn from Zhang Shanfeng. You can just walk as you wish. How straightforward. Qin Pingon rolled his eyes and said, him? If Zhang Shanfeng isn't crying right now then it means that he has grown up. Why don't we make a bet? Su Yuanxia rubbed her chin. Then I bet that Zhang Shanfeng is secretly crying behind his master's back. Qin Pingon also rubbed his chin. Great minds think alike. Su Yuanxia smiled and strode away. She didn't want Qin Pingon to see her off. The bearded ranger suddenly remembered that it was late at night. There might be women and children in the village who had gone to bed early. He stopped talking and turned his back to Qin Pingon. He waved goodbye without any hesitation. Qin Pingon stood in the same place. He was a little sad. About 2 incense sticks later, Pei Qian ran over in a daze. It was a little scary to run around in alleys at night. There was a yellow paper talisman stuck on her forehead. When she found Qin Pingon she asked curiously, why did Uncle Big Beard run away? Did he owe master money and can't pay it back? Is he too ashamed to see people so he ran away in the middle of the night? This made Pei Qian a little annoyed. She stomped her foot and hit her palm with her fist. She said angrily, this poor bearded man is really not loyal. If he can't pay back the debt he can borrow money from me in private. I won't tell master about this shameful thing. Although Pei Qian didn't know the reason, she always felt that after Qin Pingon met the young Taoist priest who wasn't very capable and the loud bearded man, he was very happy. It seemed that he was happier than making a lot of money. But in fact, since they met the yellow ox in the call, her master had been losing money. Didn't he give Zhang Shanfeng a green wooden box that seemed to have some kind of seal on it? Moreover, from Old Dragon City to Beetail Fairy, how could her master be willing to take out osmanthus wine and well immortal wine every day? It was like making friends in Jianghu. It was not interesting at all. From the beginning to the end she had been losing money. Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. Your bearded uncle is just homesick. In the future we can go find him. When you wander Jianghu by yourself you can also find him. At that time you should be able to drink. Remember to bring some good wine. Pei Qian shook her head and said, Jianghu is dangerous. Wine is too expensive. I have decided not to wander Jianghu. Qin Pingon twisted her ear. You're so young and you're telling me that Jianghu is dangerous? Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and begged for mercy. Old Wei and Uncle Big Beard both said so. I just feel like I'm a hero of Jianghu. I just said it casually. Qin Pingon let go of his hand and smiled. 6 steps, go back and sleep. Pei Qian's walking stance was now very good. It was just that the sword furnace stance was still not good enough. As for the heaven and earth stance, Pei Qian really wanted to learn it, but she couldn't because she couldn't even hold up the stance. The night passed uneventfully. After Qin Pingon woke up he didn't go out for a walk. Because in half an hour the martial artists in the village would gather to practice martial arts. Morning and night year after year, it was unshakable. As long as it was a man, no matter if it was a young man or a young man, it was the same. Even if it was a woman who wanted to participate, there was no taboo. After all, if one didn't have solid martial arts skills, they wouldn't be able to earn a golden signboard. According to what the teacher said, the Qin family's disciples who walked the Jianghu relied on the family head's nickname, Qin Pai Feng. In Qingyuan country, this region, they still had a lot of prestige. Yesterday, when Qin Pingon passed by the Qin family's practice field, he didn't watch the practice like he did in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Instead, he directly left. Not only that, he also told the 4 people in the picture scroll, especially Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu, not to bring weapons around the village. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This morning, the group gathered together to eat breakfast. After eating, they were about to leave the village. Qin Pingon planned to go to the capital of Qingyuan country and see the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that the emperor of the Tang family held before leaving. In Qingyuan country, other than the Bee-tail ferry that bordered the 3 countries, there was also an immortal ferry in the east. It was said that it was slightly bigger than the Bee-tail ferry. Previously at the Bee-tail ferry, they learned that the central region of the Aquarius continent was in chaos. The mountains and the bottom of the mountains were not safe. Many ferries that went there had temporarily stopped. Moreover, there was no ferry on the Book Slip Lake. The 2 ferries near the Book Slip Lake were in an important place in the capital of a country and a sect on a mountain. They were both met with disaster and were trampled by the Dali cavalry. Therefore, Qin Pingon wanted to go to the eastern ferry to try his luck. Otherwise, if he wanted to walk to the Book Slip Lake, it was really too far away. When everyone was eating porridge around the table, they all turned their heads to look at the courtyard outside the house. A snow-white figure floated out from the shadows of the corridor. After standing still, that person had a bright smile on his face. It was a young immortal dressed in white. Compared to Qin Pingon, he had more of an immortal aura. Pei Qian looked at the uninvited guest in a daze. He did not know why, but he took out the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and hurriedly stuck it on his forehead. Qin Pingon put down his chopsticks and sighed. The 4 people in the picture scroll all looked a little puzzled. Apart from his appearance and clothes, they could not see the depth of this person's cultivation level. They could not even tell whether he was an immortal from the mountain or a pure martial artist. But the more it was like this, the more uncertain the 4 people felt. Qin Pingon stood up and stopped near the threshold. He asked, "Why are you here?" The white-clothed youth's eyes were brimming with tears, his lips trembling. It was very touching. He cried and rushed towards Qin Pingon, as if he wanted to hug Qin Pingon and complain about the pain of parting. "Student came too late to save you, teacher, and let you suffer so much injustice. Disciple Cui Dongshan will not be able to redeem himself even if he dies 100 times. Qin Pingon directly kicked that disgusting disciple back. Pei Qian stared with his eyes wide open. Where did this guy come from? Did he want to snatch teacher from him? The white-clothed youth spun countless times in the air, his sleeves fluttering. He was as beautiful as a white cloud that was pushed away by an immortal. 381. After Cui Dongshan stood still, he wiped his tears and jogged over. Teacher, you've traveled more than 1,000,000 miles. You've worked hard, it's been too hard. I can't accompany you and ease your worries. Damn it. Lu Baixiang understood. He remembered that Qin Pingon said that he had an anonymous disciple who was studying at the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. He knew how to play chess and could exchange pointers with him if there was a chance. Qin Pingon turned and sat back on the bench. Pei Qian, whose forehead was still pasted with the yellow paper talisman, hesitated for a moment before leaving his seat and sitting next to Qin Pingon. Cui Dongshan strode over the threshold but did not sit next to Qin Pingon. He first went to the kitchen to find a pair of chopsticks and finally sat on the bench with Lu Baixiang. Cui Dongshan was just about to pick up a piece of fermented bean curd for porridge when he suddenly put down his chopsticks. My heart hurts so much that I don't have any chopsticks left. Qin Pingon asked directly, did you follow the contents of the letter I sent to Li Baoping and come here? But why did you come to Qingyuan Kingdom? I was going to Cliff Academy to find you anyway. Is it because of this debate between Buddhism and Taoism? Cui Dongshan laughed. Chickens pecking at each other for food, what's there to see? I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, in everyone's eyes, the arrogant young immortal suddenly slapped himself in the face. Will you die if you don't brag? After that, Qin Pingon didn't ask anything. Cui Dongshan just ate as fast as he could. After the meal, Zhou Xian and Pei Qian cleared the table. Cui Dongshan asked the hunchbacked old man if he needed any help. Zhou Xian politely said that there was no need. Cui Dongshan made an "oh" sound and followed Qin Pingon out of the house towards the courtyard. Lu Baixiang asked, "When we have time later, can we play a game of chess?" Cui Dongshan did not turn his head and waved his hand. No. When the white-clothed youth left their field of vision, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Zhou Xian stood at the door of the kitchen, rubbing his hands to wipe the water. He looked at Wei Xian, who was sitting on the steps, and asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" Wei Xian said calmly, "The one who saw the abyssal fish." Lu Baixiang asked Sui Yu, "Do you think this person thinks that I am not qualified to negotiate with him, or is he afraid that he will embarrass himself?" Sui Yu didn't answer the question. "The skin is a little strange." Pei Qian poked his head out of the door of the main room, as if he had to hide from the handsome young man in white fluttering clothes. He was afraid that he would run out from the corridor in the blink of an eye. It seemed that he was really afraid of this person. Pei Qian regarded Cui Dongshan as a scourge after just one meal. Qin Pingon took Cui Dongshan for a stroll in the alleys of the village. The ground was made of bluestone slabs that were as smooth as a mirror. Cui Dongshan followed behind Qin Pingon obediently. In the dim alleys between two towering walls and the bluestone ground, the teacher and student looked like two white sparrows. Cui Dongshan quickened his pace and walked side by side with Qin Pingon. He put one hand behind his back and patted the wall with the other. He said softly, "I heard that you got a young spirit body of Du Mao, a great cultivator in the Ascendant Realm. This is the physique of an immortal realm cultivator, and its degree of toughness is sufficient to rival a martial artist of the 9th realm. Not to mention this immortal's shed skin, it has long been constructed and managed by Du Mao to the point that it's similar to a small paradise. Whoever is able to occupy it will obtain a smooth path towards the great Tao that will surely ascend to the 5 realms." Qin Pingon asked, "You heard? Who did you hear it from?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "I have my own ideas and I have my own ways." Qin Pingon asked directly, "Do you want this immortal's slough?" Cui Dongshan's expression was complicated. He shook his head and said, "My current skin is the immortal's slough left by the ancient times, and it is the body of a flood dragon in the land of Gushu. Compared with Du Mao's young spirit body, it is even more precious. It's just that it is a priceless treasure. Who wouldn't be envious when they see it? If you pity me and give me the immortal's slough with a wave of your hand, I will be so grateful that I will be willing to do anything for you." Qin Pingon asked, "Where can I find a powerful otherworldly item that is worthy of the immortal's slough? A heroic spirit from the ancient battlefield ruins? Or some ghost generals and ghost kings from the unmarked burial mounds?" Cui Dongshan said with a cheeky smile, "It turns out that you are quite familiar with the matter of a dove occupying a magpie's nest, but I have a bad news to tell you. Whether it is the ancient battlefield where countless ghost soldiers and generals wander, or the unmarked burial mounds where tens of thousands of people are buried, the things produced are still too small. In terms of cultivation, they are at most nascent soul realm ghosts, which can't suppress the immortal's slough at all. Once they enter, it is like a pot of oil and a water prison. The two corrode each other and neither of them will end well. So in the end, it still depends on your face and luck whether you can find an otherworldly item that is naturally tough and has extremely hard bones. As for the realm of the otherworldly item, it is actually not important." Qin Pingon silently remembered it in his heart and then said, "We are about to leave for the capital of Qinghuan country. On the way we may pass by a governor's mansion. We may not necessarily pay them a visit, but they may take the initiative to come to us. I will tell you this first." Cui Dongshan bowed with both hands and said, "As you wish, I have no objections." After leaving the village, Cui Dongshan only said some flattering words to Qin Pingon. He did not interact with Pei Qian, the 4 people in the painting scroll, and did not speak much. It was like he had an extra follower that was idle all day long. Other than the unusual appearance that day, Cui Dongshan's performance after that was really mediocre and extremely mediocre. When Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu were playing chess, he did not even go near them. When Pei Qian used that crazy demon sword technique, he did not even look. When Zhou Xian was cooking, he did not help. From day to night, he just followed Qin Pingon obediently. One day they arrived at a small county. There was a civil and military temple in the county. However, the incense in the civil and military temple was dim, while the incense in the military temple was bright. It was said that the incense could bless people and make them rich, which was very effective. Therefore, how could the incense not be abundant? During the day, the noisy military temple was much quieter at night. The civil and military temple was not like the other temples in the area. Normally it was not closed at night. That day Qin Pingon, who was resting in the county, took Cui Dongshan to the civil and military temple under the dim light of night. He asked the 4 people in the painting scroll to stay in the inn to protect Pei Qian. The 2 went to the Confucian temple first. In the history of the Qinghuan kingdom, a civil official with the posthumous title of Duke Wenzhen was worshipped there. He was once an official in the local county and did good deeds. Therefore, all the Confucian temples in the area were worshipped there. The reason why they visited the Confucian temple at night was that Qin Pingon had been overlooking the county from a distant mountain ridge. If he looked into the distance, he could vaguely see that 2 places in the county were covered with dark clouds. Evil qi rose and slowly spread around the county. After Qin Pingon noticed the abnormality, Cui Dongshan casually revealed the heavenly secret. The civil and military temple has been harmed. It has been used as a bridge for cultivators to steal someone's fortune and fortune. If people in the county were born with some talent for cultivation, they might see the statue of the civil and military saint shedding tears when they went to burn incense there recently. Otherwise, they might have been warned by the 2 local gods in their dreams. However, after Qin Pingon and the others went to the Confucian temple, the gods did not show up except for the strong yin qi. It was just a clay statue with few incense sticks. When they left, Cui Dongshan explained with a smile, "After all, we are outsiders. We have never burned incense in the Confucian temple. The local gods have weak spirituality and are dying. It is difficult for them to show up and talk to us. Moreover, they are suspicious of us. We might as well hide and wait for death. It is better than leaving the golden body and being caught by the qi trainers with evil intentions. We will be bound by the soul-arresting and god-arresting techniques. We will end up in a worse situation than our golden body being destroyed." When he arrived at the Guanlin temple, Qin Ping's heart tightened. Although there were no more incense sticks lit by the commoners in the temple, Qin Ping could still see the flourishing sight of incense sticks curling up in spirals. However, there was a chilling aura in the seemingly flourishing sight. Adding oil to a raging fire was not a long-term solution. Not only that, Qin Ping went to the large incense burner to take a look at the remaining incense sticks. He pinched out a piece of it and it quickly turned into ashes at his fingertips, releasing a faint stench. Cui Dongshan had already stepped into the main hall. He put his hands behind his back and stared at the 10 feet tall statue carefully. After all, it was a martial temple in a small county. There were not so many gold leaves to decorate the temple. Therefore, the clay statue would not be too tall. At this moment, the god who was deep in the mud was in a deep sleep. He was either talking to the local people, parents, and officials in their dreams or dealing with the contamination of the incense sticks with evil origins. After Qin Pingon walked into the main hall, Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves and smiled. "Mister, you can take this opportunity to see the manifestation of the martial arts fate in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Pingon heard a ding-dong sound in the lake in his heart. Looking up, a golden drop of water fell from above and finally fell into the incense burner at the foot of the statue. There were ripples. However, Qin Pingon waited for a long time and no more golden raindrops fell from the sky. Cui Dongshan sneered, "This is the martial arts fate of the Tang family of the Qinghuan kingdom. If it was in the early years of the Lu dynasty in any martial temple, there would be raindrops falling so fast that they formed a continuous line. This has nothing to do with the level of the god's position. It is only related to the length of the country and the thickness of the martial arts fate. Moreover, for ordinary qi cultivators, even if you are an earth immortal, you still can't see it from the side. I only know some ancient secret techniques and learned some skills about the incense sticks from the old god in the medicine shop. That's why I can make it manifest. As for the Combe country and the Tsai kingdom that you have traveled to before, They are not as good as the Qinghuan kingdom where 1 drop of incense sticks golden liquid can be condensed in about half an hour. Maybe 1 drop can only be condensed in 2 or 3 hours. As expected, after Qin Pingon waited for half an hour, there were more golden raindrops that symbolized the martial arts fate. Qin Pingon was a little enlightened. When he was in the old dragon city, the sword spirit said that Pei Qian was a martial arts embryo. At that time it was the first time Qin Pingon heard this name. Thinking back to what Cui Dongshan said tonight, it was a little clearer. Thinking about it, it was similar to how the goddess of the buried river could see the amount of incense sticks every month at a glance, and how there were many spiritual herbs and immortal trees in the immortals' cave abodes on the mountain to help manifest the amount of luck of the mountains and rivers. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Are you waiting for me to ask about the martial temple in Dali?" Cui Dongshan gave a fist salute, lowered his head and smiled. "Mister, you are knowledgeable about worldly affairs. You have only traveled for a few years and you have such a temperament. You are indeed a genius, a god." Qin Pingon glanced at Cui Dongshan, hesitated for a moment and still asked, "Isn't the martial temple in the Great Duan Kingdom of the Central Plains more magnificent than you lose old country with a female martial god?" Cui Dongshan laughed. "Of course. Otherwise, why would the god of fortune of the Snow Mountain continent, the Lu family, be willing to bet on the Great Duan Kingdom? Other than the Shang family and the School of Vertical and Horizontal Studies, there are actually many Tao-seeking orthodoxies that have chosen the Great Duan Kingdom." Cui Dongshan then felt a little regretful. Other than this martial temple in the martial temple to observe luck, there are actually many more things that can be observed in the authentic martial temple in the capital city of a country. You can even see the increase and decrease, ups and downs because of a certain person. Cui Dongshan walked to the doorstep of the martial temple and sat down. He raised his head and looked at the general statue that was in a bad situation and had a dim luster. He sighed. "I heard that in the Great Duan Kingdom, a young man with frightening martial fate appeared. He was brought back by his master and entered the Great Duan Kingdom. On that day, the already exaggerated martial temple's martial fate changed from a river to a huge waterfall. It was like an incense burner in a pool, splashing countless martial fate water droplets, causing rumbling sounds. As long as you are a deity, you can hear the shocking sounds from far away outside the temple." Qin Pingon smiled. "That person is called Xianxia. I have seen him at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I even fought with him 3 times and lost. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I hope that the gap between us will not be too big in the future and that we will have the chance to fight another 3 times. Cui Dongshan looked at the calm and sincere Qin Pingon and gave him a thumbs up. He praised from the bottom of his heart, "Sir, you are amazing. You have great ambitions." This flattery was the least flattering. If outsiders were present, such as the 4 people in the picture scroll, they might think that Cui Dongshan was mocking Qin Pingon. However, Qin Pingon knew that this was probably the most sincere thing that Cui Dongshan had said. However, Cui Dongshan sighed and said with a face full of pity, "Sir, it is a great loss to be in the same era as this person." Qin Pingon walked to the door and Cui Dongshan stood up. The 2 of them stepped out of the door together. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "It was the imperial tutor Cui Dong who noticed the change in martial arts fate in the martial temple of Dali. Therefore he asked you to be the mediator. Is it because he is afraid that I will take Wei Xian and the other 3 people to another country such as the Great Sui Kingdom?" Cui Dongshan did not flatter him this time. He just nodded and said, "The old imperial tutor received the news that you are about to start cultivating and need to refine your natal item. Our old imperial tutor proposed a deal. As long as you let Wei Xian and the other 3 people join Dali, the Dali dynasty will tell you the final location of the 5 mountains of the Aquarius continent. Now we can reserve the 5-colored soil for you. The soil from the roots of the 5 mountains can be provided with 5 caddies per mountain. It is enough for you to refine your natal item twice." Without waiting for Qin Pingon to refuse or agree, Cui Dongshan explained, "Mister, refining the 2nd natal item is an urgent matter. However, there is no need to worry. Among the 5 sacred mountains, apart from Wei Bian's northern sacred mountain, the southern sacred mountain, Fan Juanmao's southern sacred mountain is just the beginning. As for the other 3 sacred mountains, although the great Li Song family has long had intentions, they may not be able to successfully confer titles in the next 10 or 20 years. Mister, you don't have to worry about this. In fact, it is a good thing that the difficulty of refining will be reduced. Moreover, Mr. You have just started cultivating, so you don't need a natal item of too high a grade. When the 5 sacred mountains are all recognized by the Great Li's imperial court and a certain Confucian school of the Central Earth, they will be implicated in the stability of the continent. The two of them walked out of the martial temple. Qin Pingon walked on the dark street and asked, "This is the imperial tutor Cui Dong who wants to make a deal with me. What do you think?" Cui Dongshan stopped in his tracks. "Mister, do you trust me?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't trust you, but I also want to hear a lie." Cui Dongshan laughed involuntarily and thought for a moment. "Then mister, listen to my lie for the time being. In my opinion, those 4 people entering Dali is a matter of benefit and no harm to mister. Why don't you take a price with the Song clan and give them 10 caddies of 5-colored soil first? As for whether mister will change his place of origin from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom or some other random place, it won't be too late to make a decision on the day when the 5 mountains of Dali obtain the legitimate status of the Aquarius continent. As for whether or not mister will refine the natal item of the 5 elements of Earth, mister will do it or not. It won't be too late to take the benefits first." Qin Pingon remained silent and continued to move forward. After taking a few steps, he found that Cui Dongshan was still standing in the same place. Qin Pingon looked back. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Tonight this student will deal with the changes in the Wenwu temple. If there are evil cultivators causing trouble, this student will do justice for the heavens and earn a small merit for mister. If there are mountains and rivers that are not good at teaching, and the local people bring it upon themselves, I hope that mister will allow this student to stand by and watch, and let the incense here perish on its own." Qin Pingon nodded, "Sure." Qin Pingon turned and left, planning to return to the inn. Cui Dongshan suddenly shouted, "Mister!" Qin Pingon turned his head. "What's the matter?" Cui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, "Those 4 ant-like pure martial artists as mister's retainers, they were so disrespectful. This student has been abiding by the duties of master and disciple these days, and can only watch from the side without saying anything. It is painful to watch, and I beg mister to allow this student to teach them how to be human starting tomorrow." Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "How do you plan on teaching them?" Cui Dongshan stood at the foot of the steps at the entrance of the Guanlin temple, and said righteously, "Naturally I will follow mister's teachings and convince people with reason and virtue." Qin Pingon no longer paid any attention to Cui Dongshan, and directly rushed back to the inn. On the way back he pondered over why Cui Dongshan had come, and why he had suddenly left the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. The matter of Du Mao's coveted immortals remains, the matter of the old imperial tutor Cui Dong bringing up the sale of the birthplace, as well as the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of the Qingyuan Kingdom. Qin Pingon felt that these were all the purposes of Cui Dongshan's trip, but they were still not the most important. In the distance behind him, Cui Dongshan turned around and walked up the steps, yawning, and returned to the Guanlin temple. (382). When Qin Pingon returned to the inn, he found that not only was Pei Qian not asleep, she was playing with a talisman stuck on her forehead. The 4 of them were gathered in the same room, waiting for the results of the Wenwu temple. Qin Pingon found it strange. They had traveled from the center of Tongya continent to Qingyuan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent. They had experienced so many life and death battles. Logically speaking, they should not be interested in the Wenwu and Wenwu temples in a small county. Even if there was a demonic wind and demonic rain in a small place, it was destined not to cause any big waves. Qin Pingon quickly figured out the key point. It was very likely that tonight was the first time his student Cui Dongshan fought. Wei Xian and Sui Yu must be more concerned about it. After sitting down, Zhou Xian had already served tea. Qin Pingon said frankly, "Someone did something to the Wenwu temple. Cui Dongshan will handle it properly and will not delay tomorrow's trip." Sui Yu's temper was the most straightforward. He asked directly, "This Cui Dongshan, is he really your student?" Qin Pingon patted Pei Qian's head and told her to go to sleep first. Pei Qian said that she could not sleep and was afraid of ghosts. She also said that her sleeping posture was not good and she liked to kick the quilt. If the talisman on her forehead was rubbed off, ghosts and demons would have an opportunity to take advantage of her. Wouldn't she be unable to protect Sister Sui? This was because Qin Pingon had mentioned some rules and taboos to Pei Qian regarding talismans. For example, talismans were protective talismans that could be used to travel across mountains and rivers. They could deter evil spirits and make some of the deities and ghosts in the waning waters revere them. However, at the same time, they were also bright lights that could easily attract the greed and hatred of some malicious spirits that were not afraid of the strong winds of the mortal realm. Qin Pingon did not force Pei Qian to go to sleep immediately next door. He said to Sui Yu, "Although Cui Dongshan shamelessly came to me at the beginning, he is indeed my student now. Along the way you should have a general understanding of his temper. He is a very conceited person. As long as you don't provoke him, Cui Dongshan will not take the initiative to plot against you. There are many rules and regulations in the world, such as what I told Pei Qian before. Don't bully the mountain, don't bully the water, don't wait when you enter the temple to worship Buddha, don't wait when there are many people." These are actually what Cui Dongshan told me when I traveled with him. In fact, Qin Pingon did not say it too bluntly. Probably in the eyes of the Dali imperial tutor, the 4 people from the picture scroll who walked out of the lotus blossom blessed land were not worthy of his crooked thoughts. However, this kind of truth was too hurtful, so Qin Pingon was too embarrassed to say it. Just like on the day of their reunion, Cui Dongshan went straight to the point and talked about Du Mao's immortal slough. He begged Qin Pingon to generously give him the slough, but in his heart Cui Dongshan did not care much. Cui Dongshan was willing to pester Qin Pingon, but his true vision might not be on Qin Pingon at all. Mr. Qi, who had already passed away, had always been hidden in the shadows and behind the curtains. He was the old scholar who had lost his physical body, the sage of literature who had merged with the Tao, with the entire vast world, A Liang who had already ascended to the heavens beyond heaven and wrestled with the second brother of Taoism, and Lu Qin, the leader of Taoism who was currently in charge of the White Jade capital's 5 cities and 12 buildings. For Dali to be able to build the sword tower that was a replica of the Bekokekyung building, there was already the shadow of the school of Yinyang and the school of Mo. In addition, Jinwu Mountain and the Wind Snow Temple were the ancestral courts of the military school of the Aquarius continent, especially the former, which had long been deeply involved with Dali. In addition to the prosperous old dragon city at the southernmost end of the continent, the most powerful school of thought, except for the school of legalism and the school of Zongheng who had not shown themselves, the Dali dynasty had actually gained the favor of many forces outside the continent. This was where the Song clan's confidence in swallowing half of the Aquarius continent came from. The Dali cavalry and the vassal king Song Zhangqiang were fighting for the country on the surface, but how to defend the country was more of a test of the Dali dynasty's skill and foundation. These were things that Qin Pingon figured out himself after seeing the history of the lotus flower blessed land and seeing the long river of time. There was still some distance from the truth, but the general direction should not be wrong. And the whole game of chess of the Dali dynasty involved so many complicated forces. The specific planning and the person who helped the Song clan to prepare everything was the white-clothed youth, who stayed in the martial temple. Looking back now, Qin Pingon's travels in the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom and the vassal Huangting Kingdom in the north, the Tsai Kingdom, Guyu Kingdom and the Shushui Kingdom in the middle, and the southernmost Old Dragon City in the southernmost part, actually fell on the chessboard of the imperial tutor Cui and did not leave the chessboard. It was just that the 2 imperial tutor Cui and Cui Dongshan, whose souls had been separated, each wearing a different skin, did not pay any attention to Qin Pingon. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "This Mr. Cui, is he a cultivator who has a profound cultivation and has returned to the origin?" Qin Pingon did not know how to answer and could only say, "He used to be a disciple of the Confucian school. His hometown was in the Aquarius continent. Later on he went to the Central Plains to study. In the past his cultivation realm was relatively high, but later on he dropped. I can't tell which realm he is in now, so I didn't ask him." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Previously, I heard young master say that the great cultivators in the world have strong bodies and are not inferior to the pure martial artists of the 3rd realm of spirit refinement. I wonder how is the fist technique of this young immortal on the mountain? If he has a magic weapon, I wonder if he can break Wei Xian's sweet dew armor." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Let's put it bluntly first. If any of you are willing to test Cui Dongshan, I will definitely not stop you, but you will have to bear the consequences. Pei Qian whispered, I don't dare to fight with him for the position of the first disciple. In the future I will just call him senior brother. Cui Dongshan pushed the door and entered. He said angrily, Little girl, why are you scolding me behind my back? Who is your senior brother? You are the senior brother. Speak properly. Cui Dongshan questioned her out of nowhere. Pei Qian was so scared that her face turned pale. Qin Pingon asked, What about the martial temple? Cui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for himself and drank it in one gulp. He smiled and said, It has been settled. I have met the culprit of the martial temple and the culprit. Both sides can be considered to be amicable. As a student, I have laid out the facts and reason with them. If I didn't rush back to inform you, perhaps the masters of the martial temple and the martial temple would have dragged the local lord along and brought some jars of aged wine buried deep in the ground to chat with me till dawn. Qin Pingon was puzzled and asked, Who is the culprit? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, It was a local rich man who cherished his life and wanted to live for another 20 to 30 years. Coincidentally, he had a descendant who cultivated in a celestial sect in Qingwan country. He didn't learn the good stuff but learned the bad stuff. After learning some crooked ways, he wanted to change his fate without permission. At the cost of harming the fate energy of the land, he wanted to increase his lifespan and improve the geomancy of the Yin house. Naturally, he had a dispute with the local civil and martial temples. Since the cultivator had learned the celestial arts, the young so-called gods' favored children in the small sects naturally had bad tempers. They went all out and that young cultivator almost wanted to seize the golden body as well. It is said that the mountains and rivers of the Qingwan kingdom and the Qingshan kingdom have been slaughtered by the imperial courts in the entire southeast region of the Aquarius continent. However, the golden body fragments are still in short supply. If the martial temple and the martial temple have a problem with the incense, the local cultivators will take action. Although it is a little unsightly, at least they won't be pursued to death by the sages of the academy. If the young cultivator and his backer operate properly, they can directly understand the matter in the royal study of the Qingwan kingdom. The news won't even reach the Lakeview Academy. Hearing this, Qin Pingon's heart was heavy. He took a sip of the medicine wine. Cui Dongshan's expression was as usual, as if he didn't notice his teacher's abnormality at all. He continued with a smile. The mountains and rivers of the Dali kingdom all have their own destinies and karma. It's just a little earlier. When the Dali dynasty really annexes a continent in the future, the banning of the temples will be a sure thing. The method will only be more ruthless. Now, to the north of the Lakeview Academy in the central region, there are already officials from the Ministry of Rites working together with the Qintianjian kingdom to follow the map. In the 2 years that you weren't in the Aquarius continent, just south of the Huangting kingdom and north of the Tsai kingdom, more than 4,000 temples that violate the rules and etiquette of the 62 kingdoms on the underground dragon path have been destroyed. This is because the officials from the Ministry of Rites of the Dali kingdom are all greasy and soft-hearted. Otherwise, the number would at least double. Regarding the banning of the temples, Lakeview Academy is naturally happy to see it happen. Even if they are unwilling to deal with the Dali imperial court, they still sent dozens of gentlemen and sages led by the deputy headmaster to help the Dali kingdom investigate this matter and draw a boundary for the Dali imperial court. The Dali kingdom has given Lakeview Academy a lot of face on this matter. After rambling on, Cui Dongshan put down the teacup and looked around. He smiled and said, Why? Sleeping early and waking up early is good for the body. You don't know how to maintain your health. Do you want to delay my teacher's rest? Pei Qian was the first to get up and run away. The 4 people in the painting had different expressions. They didn't say anything and left one after another. Cui Dongshan was the last to get up and bid farewell to his teacher. Qin Pingon needed to lock the door. He walked to the door with Cui Dongshan. One was outside the door and the other was inside the door. Qin Pingon asked, If you are secretly involved in the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the Qingwan kingdom behind my back, you'd better tell me clearly in advance. At worst, I'll go around the capital and wait for you at the Immortal Ferry in the easternmost part of the city. Otherwise, when you and I turn against each other, you Cui Dongshan will do the dirty business of deceiving your teacher again. Cui Dongshan had an aggrieved expression on his face as if his crotch was stained with yellow mud. Teacher, you have an open mind as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. When you and I traveled the great Sui kingdom, your student was always as warm as the spring breeze. How can you measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Cui Dongshan wrung his hands and lamented, I know. It must be because those 4 squires didn't know how to behave. Teacher, you have been with them for a long time, so it's inevitable that you are a little unruly. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow your student will. Qin Pingon closed the door and said unhappily, get out. Cui Dongshan, whose white robe fluttered like an immortal, spun in circles in the corridor and went away. It should be considered as rolling sideways. When he passed by Pei Qian's room next door, Cui Dongshan paused for a moment. While spinning in circles, he kindly reminded, Pei Qian, since you and I are from the same school, then let me tell you a piece of good news. As long as you don't open the window, you definitely won't see the ghost hanging upside down with its tongue out. As long as you don't poke your head out of the bed, you definitely won't see the female ghost wearing a bright red wedding dress and married to the ghost king in the mass grave. As long as you don't get up in the middle of the night to drink water, you definitely won't see the pale water ghost with a belly full of water plants after drowning in the water. Oh, by the way, some long-haired girls who died in vain like to curl up at the feet of little girls. Don't be afraid. No matter how you look at it, it's just a big mass of hair. Pei Qian hid in the bed, shivering and covering his ears with his hands. When he arrived at the room of the 4 people in the painting, Cui Dongshan, who was spinning non-stop, only laughed outside the door of Lu Baixiang's room. I heard from my teacher that your chess skills are excellent. Tomorrow I'll learn how to play chess from you. Lu Baixiang, who was playing chess with the light in the room, smiled and said, if Mr. Cui is willing, how about we play a game before resting? Cui Dongshan had gradually gone away. Forget about it tonight. Things like chess, you have to pick a time and it depends on your mood. Outside the small inn, there were 2 immortals with golden bodies that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. One on the left and one on the right, one on the civil side and the other on the military side. With a straight face, they were like 2 door gods guarding the inn. 383. At dawn, Qin Pingon had just finished practicing the heaven-earth stance when Pei Qian knocked on the door with sleepy eyes. When he opened the door, Qin Pingon saw a dispirited girl. It seemed that Cui Dongshan's kind reminder last night scared Pei Qian. Qin Pingon asked her to take a nap in his room. Pei Qian felt relieved and fell asleep immediately. After covering Pei Qian with the quilt, Qin Pingon sat at the table and read the alchemy book given by Lu Yong, the Earth Immortal from the Xian Tiger Palace. Although it described the path of alchemy, it was a secret book exclusive to nascent soul cultivators after all. It contained a lot of exquisite insights about the Great Tao. Qin Pingon learned a lot every time he read it calmly. The inn was simple and crude. For 2 or 3 meals a day the guest had to go out and settle it themselves. From the innkeeper to the waiters, they all had a bad temper. When Qin Pingon and his group checked in, they saw the innkeeper and a group of traveling merchants were cursing and scolding each other. However, Qin Pingon's group had Cui Dongshan, Lu Baixiang and Sui Yiyu. The innkeeper looked at the dishes and was a lot friendlier. He took the initiative to recommend some local delicacies. Qin Pingon took Pei Qian, who had just finished her nap, out for breakfast. He didn't go back to the room. At the entrance of the inn, he told Pei Qian to take the food to Cui Dongshan and the others and also told her to tell them that he would stay in the county for 2 days. He wanted to walk around alone. Pei Qian was happy to rest for 2 days. She didn't have to travel, which meant that she didn't have to do the boring 6-step stance. While Qin Pingon was walking around the county town by himself, Cui Dongshan, picture scroll, and the others received the breakfast that Pei Qian had brought back and met up to eat. Cui Dongshan's face was full of gratitude, saying that this teacher was helping the students to fill in the gaps. He had put in a lot of effort and thought that where else could he find such a considerate teacher? Pei Qian didn't dare to talk back. She only dared to criticize him in her heart. What do you mean by finding out what they missed? It's obvious that he doesn't trust you. After breakfast, Cui Dongshan was in a good mood. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, do you know how to play 5 pieces in a row? Let's make a small bet for fun. If you win, you'll get a copper coin. How about that? Pei Qian had played 5-piece chess before. It was a little trick that Lu Baixiang had taught her. The rules were simple. Pei Qian often pulled Wei Xian and borrowed Lu Baixiang's chess pieces to play chess. The two played back and forth. Compared to Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu's game was dull and boring, Pei Qian and Wei Xian's game was very lively. Every time a chess piece was placed, it was louder than the previous one. It was full of momentum and it was as if they wanted to smash a hole in the chessboard. When playing chess with Wei Xian, Pei Qian won more than he lost. Once he gained the upper hand he would get carried away, but once he lost the upper hand he would regret his moves. Fortunately, Wei Xian didn't care much about winning, losing or playing chess. Now that she heard Cui Dongshan say that he wanted to gamble, Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. She wasn't stupid. Even if Cui Dongshan said that he wanted to learn chess from Lu Baixiang 5 pieces in a row was an unorthodox game. Pei Qian didn't have the confidence to win money. After all, it was rare to find a blockhead like Wei Xian in this world. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Let's play chess. As teacher's disciples, you and I can't hurt each other. Whoever loses wins money." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Losing a game of chess and winning a copper coin? How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? Therefore, in Pei Qian's room, Lu Baixiang took out the chess set. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian, who were from the same school, didn't know their seniority yet, started to play 5 pieces in a row. The 4 people in the picture scroll were watching the game from the side. Pei Qian placed her chess pieces randomly. Between 2 chess pieces, there was a distance of 108,000 li between them. Cui Dongshan also didn't play in a systematic way. Sometimes he followed behind Pei Qian's pieces, and sometimes he played a piece in each direction. It seemed that Pei Qian was more likely to lose, but when the space on the board became narrower and narrower, Pei Qian was both distressed and surprised to find that it was easier and easier for her to play 5 pieces in a row. When the board was full of crisscrossing black and white chess pieces, Pei Qian actually won. No matter how she placed her chess pieces, it was always a 5 pieces in a row. Just like that, she lost a copper coin. Pei Qian regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She couldn't wait to eat the board into her stomach. But when she glanced at Cui Dongshan, who was sitting opposite her and eating melon seeds, she didn't dare to act shamelessly. Cui Dongshan looked at the game and said regretfully, "I lost a game of chess, I lost a game of chess. It seems that my gambling luck is slightly better than yours. Why don't we play again? If you don't like one chessboard and can't fully display your chess skills, we can add another 2 or 3 chessboards. However, for each additional board, the bet has to be increased by 1 copper coin. As for me, as long as I win, I will immediately pay you money from my own pocket. However, you, Pei Qian, can add as many chessboards as you like until you lose and win money. Isn't that fair?" Pei Qian hesitated, but the table can't fit 2 boards. Cui Dongshan pointed to the ground. "We'll play chess on the ground. What's there to be afraid of? If there are many boards, we can even play outside the house, right? Anyway, the more boards there are, the more money you can win. I know you have a good memory, so I'll make do. Let's let Lu Baixiang or Sui Yu borrow 2 pieces of charcoal from the inn. When the time comes, I'll use the charcoal to draw the board. We won't use chess pieces. If anyone remembers incorrectly, it's also considered a loss." Pei Qian turned his head and glanced at old Wei. Wei Xian probably felt that this method of asking for a loss was too stupid and directly left. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes and left the house. On the other hand, there were 2 chess experts from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. As expected, Lu Baixiang went to borrow some charcoal and returned. Sui Yu stood at the side with an indifferent expression. The 2 of them patiently stayed in the house, accompanying the 2 who were squatting on the floor and fooling around. Pei Qian's memory was excellent, and Qin Pingon and the other 4 had long been aware of it. Could be said that Pei Qian was outstanding. However, the chess masters who studied ancient chess manuals said that as long as Lu Baixiang familiarized himself with the new chess sect for 2 or 3 months before playing against Wang Jian, it would be nothing more than an additional disciple of the chess saint. In short, there were different opinions. Since there were no more national players who had roughly the same chess skills as the 3 people, and no one gave a fair evaluation that was enough to convince the public, the chess skills of the 3 people were destined to become an unresolved case. Sui Yu suddenly said, "Don't lose to that person." Lu Baixiang smiled slightly and said, "Let's wait and see." In Pei Qian's room, Cui Dongshan was squatting on the ground and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian's face was wrinkled and she was about to cry. She was about to lose 6 copper coins. Cui Dongshan comforted her. We still have enough charcoal. The outcome is not decided yet. Just draw another one. The bigger the bet, the bigger the win. Pei Qian raised her arm and wiped her eyes. She took out the sachet that Aunt Gui gave her as a money bag from her sleeve and took out 7 copper coins. These were her hard-earned money. She clenched the copper coins tightly and stood up hesitantly. She gently placed them on the table and looked at the guy surnamed Cui with a pitiful expression, hoping that he would show the demeanor of an immortal and walk away. She never thought that Cui Dongshan would walk to the table with a smile and wipe the copper coins away. Only then did Cui Dongshan walk to the door. He didn't forget to remind her with a smile. Remember to return the chess set to Lu Baixiang and wipe the traces on the ground. Otherwise, if Qin Pingan knows that we gambled, he will scold me and make you copy books until you break your arm. As for the money, if you lose, Qin Pingan won't help you get it back. Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and swaggered away. Today is really a good day. I earned money and went out to buy candied haws. Pei Qian stood by the table and cried miserably. Cui Dongshan suddenly walked backward and leaned back. He stuck out his head and smiled. Pei Qian, I want to learn how to play chess from Lu Baixiang. I want to get a good omen. From now on, every time you call me Chess Immortal, I will give you a copper coin. Pei Qian's eyes lit up and ran out of the door. She followed behind Cui Dongshan and eagerly called him Chess Immortal. In less than 2 hours, Pei Qian had already lost her voice after returning the chess set to Lu Baixiang and calling him Chess Immortal. The two of them returned to her room. Pei Qian was babbling, but she couldn't say a word. She smiled brightly and stretched out her hand to ask for the money. Seeing that Cui Dongshan didn't respond, she quickly wrote a number on the table. Cui Dongshan smiled. I'm just playing with you. Do you really believe it? Pei Qian collapsed and couldn't say a word. She could only bare her fangs and brandish her claws. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to poke Pei Qian's eyes. If you keep talking, not only will you temporarily become a little mute, but you will also become blind. No matter how angry Qin Pingan is, he can't beat a student like me to death. But you will be miserable. You will become a little blind person. What hope do you have in this life? Isn't that right? Cui Dongshan stood up and pretended to be blind. He stretched out his hand and randomly touched her. Pei Qian's face darkened. She pursed her lips, but she didn't dare to pick up the mountain staff and beat this bastard to death. The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. She sat on the edge of the bed with a dull expression. Her heart was dead and her tears fell like rain. Cui Dongshan suddenly took out something that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve and gently threw it to Pei Qian. Since you are tactful, I'll lend it to you to play for a few days. If I learn chess well, maybe I will give it to you when I am in a good mood. But when I play chess with Lu Baixiang, remember to return it to me first. Pei Qian held the heavy silver ingot in her hands and suddenly smiled through her tears. Cui Dongshan left again. Pei Qian placed the large silver ingot on the table and looked at it from left to right. She never got tired of looking at it. Just as she was thinking about how to keep the silver ingot in her hand, her eyes suddenly widened. The silver ingot began to wriggle and then turned into a snow-white grasshopper. It hopped toward the window and disappeared in an instant. Pei Qian came to her senses and immediately climbed up the window. She jumped down and began to search for the silver ingot in the backyard. She searched the weeds, the wall, and the crevices of the stones for an hour. In the end, she even dug the ground with her hands. In the end, she still couldn't find the silver ingot that had turned into a grasshopper. Exhausted, Pei Qian sat on the muddy ground in a daze. This time she didn't even have the strength to cry. When Qin Pingan returned to the inn from the Confucian temple, he saw Pei Qian's gloomy and thin back. He called her a few times but she didn't respond. Qin Pingan had no choice but to jump out of the window. Pei Qian turned her head stiffly. When she saw Qin Pingan, she lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Qin Pingan sighed and returned to the house. He went straight to Cui Dongshan and soon stood at the window. He shouted to Pei Qian, "You can win the 7 copper coins back if you can. If you can't, just admit defeat. However, you can play with Cui Dongshan's silver ingot. You still have to do as he says." Although Pei Qian was still heartbroken, she quickly stood up and climbed up the window. She jumped on the ground and carefully took the silver ingot that had turned back into a silver ingot with both hands. Qin Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear and pulled her to the table. You've grown up. You even know how to gamble with others now. Pei Qian sat at the table trembling with fear. She held the silver ingot tightly with both hands. Qin Pingon asked, since you like to gamble so much, I'll give you the treasure box in the bamboo chest. Anyway, you have a lot of money now. You can gamble with Cui Dongshan many times. Do you want me to get it for you or do you want to go by yourself? Pei Qian looked flustered and shook her head. Qin Pingon slammed the table. Go get the treasure box. Carry it yourself in the future. Pei Qian turned her head away with a straight face. She didn't cry or beg for mercy. She didn't look at Qin Pingon or listen to him. Qin Pingon was furious. Pei Qian gritted her teeth and threw the silver ingot out of the window. Qin Pingon stood up and opened the bamboo chest next door. He took out the treasure box and returned to Pei Qian's room. He threw the box on the table and left. Qin Pingon had just taken a sip of the medicinal wine in the room when Pei Qian rushed in with the treasure box in his hand. He stuffed the treasure box into the bamboo chest and ran away as fast as lightning. Qin Pingon took out the treasure box again and went next door. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian had locked the door. Qin Pingon was furious. He wanted to kick the door open and throw this guy in the treasure box out of the inn. Qin Pingon stood outside the door for a moment. Inside the door, Pei Qian, who had locked the door, pressed her back against the door. She raised her two slender arms and used the back of her hands to cover her charcoal-like face. On the roof of the inn, the main culprit, the white-clothed youth, was lying on his back with his head on his arms. He had a faint smile on his face. Lu Baixiang was concentrating on playing chess in the room. It was the extremely famous Rosy Clouds manual in the vast world. The Rosy Clouds 10 games were derived from various chess manuals. Some people specialized in cutting the Rosy Clouds 10 games, while others only delved into the intricacies of the Rosy Clouds 10 games. It was said that this manual had nurtured countless wild chess masters in Jianghu. In terms of chess, Lu Baixiang was invincible in Lotus Blossom Paradise. When he first came to Vast World, he thought highly of himself in the art of chess. It was only when he inadvertently obtained this Rosy Clouds manual that he understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. The more he studied it, the more he realized the depth of the chess skills of both sides. Not to mention the city lord of White Emperor City, who had the qualifications to play against this demonic powerhouse in Rosy Clouds. Even though he had lost a lot without looking at the backups of White Emperor City, just looking at this expert's arrangements alone, every move was brilliant. It was practically enough to teach all future players of the game how to play chess. Lu Baixiang only felt the sound of wind and thunder penetrating through the paper and hitting them in the face, suffocating them. So much so that Lu Baixiang painstakingly searched and collected most of this expert's chess games. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this person's chess skills could be said to be flawless. Vast World's chess grandmasters all had an extremely high evaluation of this person. There were roughly 3 points. The first was that he was able to damage the local situation and seek the big picture, breaking the established conclusion of the golden-horned, silver-edged grass belly. The second was that although this person occasionally showed his sharpness and bloodthirstiness in his moves, overall, this person was worthy of the praise of diluting the essence, reaching the highest level in the world. The third was that this person had created many wonderful ideas such as the Great Avalanche Inward Turn style and the world's #1 small point. Although in the following 100 years, most of these ideas had been solved by chess experts one by one, or directly seen through by the city lord of White Emperor City in the Rosy Clouds 10 moves. But through the Rosy Clouds manual, all the spectators of the game could not help but be shocked and amazed by this person's fantastic ideas. It gave them the feeling that this person was completely different from all the other chess players in the world. As for why Lu Baixiang had lost to the city lord of White Emperor City, he could only say that this person had been born at the wrong time. He had just so happened to meet such a monster that no one had ever seen before, and no one would be able to surpass him in the future. Lu Baixiang flipped through this Rosy Clouds manual. After thinking it over, he could probably only use the phrase, "no mistakes, no muddle-headed moves" to describe this Confucian expert whose reputation was in tatters. Lu Baixiang had once joked with Qin Pingon that his greatest wish in this life was to be able to travel to White Emperor City. However, in the depths of Lu Baixiang's heart, The person he wanted to play chess with the most was not the city lord of White Emperor City, but the former head disciple of the sage of literature, Cui. Mr. Cui the Great. Lu Baixiang put down the chess manual and sighed. He should be able to go to White Emperor City. It was only a matter of time. However, would he be able to play against Cui? Playing 10 games would be rather hopeless. Although Cui was currently the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty Qin Pingan's hometown. However, by observing people through chess, one could roughly see that this person had extremely high aspirations. Even if he, Lu Baixiang, were to meet Cui, it would be extremely difficult for him to play as he wished. Because Lu Baixiang knew that his chess skills were not enough. It was just that the later generations had ruined chess because of people, especially the Tongyi continent and the Aquarius continent. Their evaluation of Mr. Cui Da's chess skills was purposely lowered by a lot. Lu Baixiang's heart was captivated by the 3 words that this person had left for the later generations. It doesn't matter how you play first. The official's move is to clean up the battlefield. Whoever says that the official is invincible will just be a joke. The black pieces will learn from that Ma Duan, the white pieces will learn from my Cui. Let Ziqi learn from the city lord of White Emperor City. Learn from Ma Duan, you can learn 70 to 80%. Learn from Cui? Cui, you can learn 50 to 60%. Learn from the city lord of White Emperor City. Lu Baixiang took a deep breath and glanced at the chessboard on the table. He was about to get up and find Cui Dongshan. He estimated that he would be able to test out this person's worth by winning 2 out of 3 games. When Lu Baixiang walked out of the house, he saw Wei Xian walking back in with a strange expression. Lu Baixiang turned into the corridor and knocked on the door of the house slightly further away. Wei Xian stood at the fork and asked, "Are you looking for Cui Dongshan?" Lu Baixiang nodded. Wei Xian waved his hand, "There's no need. This guy also made a bet with Zhou Xian and has already left the county." Sui Yu followed him. Lu Baixiang was puzzled. What bet? Wei Xian said, Cui Dongshan said that he wants to exchange moves with Zhou Lian. If Zhou Lian wins, he will give Zhou Lian something close to him. If Zhou Lian loses, he will make supper for Cui Dongshan every day. Lu Baixiang smiled. Zhou Lian actually agreed? Wei Xian hesitated and scratched his head. Of course Zhou Lian didn't agree at first. After all, Pei Qian was tricked so badly. Zhou Lian was also afraid of following in his footsteps. However, Cui Dongshan said that he could stand still. Zhou Lian still didn't agree. That guy also said that he couldn't move his hands and feet. Zhou Lian then asked if he was an earth immortal sword cultivator. Cui Dongshan said that he definitely wasn't. Thus Zhou Lian agreed. Sui Yu also went to watch the show. After only an hour, Cui Dongshan returned to the inn with a smile on his face. Following behind him was Sui Yu, who had a strange expression. Of course, there was also Zhou Lian, who was covered in dirt. Zhou Lian went straight to his room and slammed the door shut. Lu Baixiang, who was meditating in the room, didn't ask any questions. Sui Yu walked into the room and sat across from him. He said to Lu Baixiang, Cui Dongshan said that he will soon come over to learn chess from you. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, how did Zhou Lian lose? Didn't he just sneakily become an 8th stage martial artist not long ago? Sui Yu said helplessly, that guy didn't move at all. However, this person has a lot of magic treasures on him. From beginning to end, Zhou Lian couldn't get within 10 feet of him. It's like walking a dog. If I were to play against this person, I wouldn't fare much better than Zhou Lian. Lu Baixiang poured a cup of tea for Sui Yu, but Sui Yu didn't drink it. He shook his head and said, you guys play chess. I won't watch. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, what, do you think my chances of winning aren't high? Sui Yu stood up. I don't think this person's chess skills are that high. I just believe in one thing. As long as he gambles with someone, it seems that he won't lose. The thing that chilled Zhou Lian the most was that the man stood where he was and controlled the endless and dazzling magical equipment one after another. Not only did he beat Zhou Lian until he could not raise his head, he even cheered for Zhou Lian with a face full of regret, saying that an ant like Zhou Lian could only be a cook by his master's side. As for the thing that almost made Sui Yu draw his sword, it was that person who talked about Zhou Lian. He then glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and said that she was slightly better. After all, she was quite good-looking. My master might even sleep facing the right every night. Lu Baixiang sank into deep thought. After Sui Yu left, she habitually flipped through the Rosy Clouds manual. Not long after, that white-clothed youth came to her door sloppily. He had been eating melon seeds all the way here. After entering the door, he hadn't even sat down when he saw the chess manual that Lu Baixiang had just put in her hand. He said blankly, "You're just looking at this thing to learn life and death, chess tendon, chess set and chess theory?" Lu Baixiang asked back, "What's wrong with that?" Cui Dongshan sighed and sat down across from Lu Baixiang. He said with a frown, "Forget it, I don't want to learn chess from you." Lu Baixiang frowned. He picked up a chess piece and asked, "Why is that?" Cui Dongshan held the melon seeds that he had swindled from Pei Qian. He stretched out his free hand and pointed at Lu Baixiang with his index finger. Then he raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "You'd better learn chess from me. See." Modern people tend to belittle the opening board when commenting on the ancient seat system. They only admit that the middle board is very exciting, but in fact it's not quite right. Lu Baixiang, your intuition about chess is not bad, but it's only not bad. As for the theory of chess, it's like Sui's underwear on the right. You haven't even seen it before, let alone touched it. The game was about to enter the middle board. The long-winded Cui Dongshan had already covered the box with his palm. Lu Baixiang raised his head. "Mr. Cui, what are you doing?" Cui Dongshan was startled. "Can't you see that you've already lost? It'll take at most 30 moves. Cui Dongshan lifted his hand. "Then let's continue." Lu Baixiang frowned and continued to place his pieces. It couldn't be denied that when Lu Baixiang played chess, his style was extraordinary. Whether it was reaching out his hand to pick up a piece, bending down to place a piece, or examining the board, everything about him was outstanding. Unfortunately, Cui Dongshan didn't care about these things at all. He didn't even care too much about the game. His pieces flew down as if they were flying. After each white piece took root on the board, he began to wait for Lu Baixiang in boredom. This was probably the reason why he had been nagging so much. Waiting was far too boring. Cui Dongshan casually said, "Seat chess and empty board chess can't be said to be better or worse. Today's chess players fight over this and that, but in the end, it's because their view of the game isn't deep enough or broad enough. In fact, besides the 10 games of Rainbow Cloud, there should have been an 11th game. As for the board, it's not just 19 horizontal and horizontal lines. It's too small." Lu Baixiang's heart tightened. He paused for a long time, silently staring at the game that wasn't actually that complicated. His opponent didn't have any powerful killing moves, no clever exchanges, and no so-called demon blade great slant. It was as if he had just played half a game of chess with Lu Baixiang, patiently waiting for Lu Baixiang to admit defeat. Lu Baixiang's heart was heavy. He placed 2 pieces on the bottom right corner of the board. He threw in a piece and admitted defeat. Cui Dongshan yawned. "Isn't that right? I told you not to think about the goal. Next I'll give you a handicap." Lu Baixiang said in a low voice, "Mr. Cui, how about you give me a handicap of 2 pieces?" Cui Dongshan laughed. "A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. I didn't teach you this game in vain." Lu Baixiang smiled wryly and didn't say anything. After stabilizing his mind, he began to tidy up the board. Finally, he took a deep breath and began the second game. Cui Dongshan still didn't seem to be going all out. He just asserted early on, "I haven't made any mistakes. Naturally I'll win." In the middle game, Lu Baixiang often needed to think long and hard. Cui Dongshan didn't rush him at all. He just frequently looked around, not taking his moves seriously. It was said that before the great celestial masters of Mount Longhu succeeded the throne, they had to go there to train. There were even tragic cases of them dying. Qin Pingon had never held much hope for the gift from the Guanlin Temple. Today he had merely come here for a stroll. Most of it was because he yearned for the ancient battlefield ruins that would go down in history. He wanted to rely on his own 2 fists to reach the 6th realm. Qin Pingon stood alone in the hall of the martial temple. The martial temple in the county was too small. There was no place to burn incense. The commoners brought their own incense. Qin Pingon felt that it was not appropriate to put his palms together. He simply cupped his fists and bowed to the martial saint as a martial artist. Then he turned and left. Outside the hall, the spring sun was bright and beautiful. Qin Pingon stepped over the threshold. Now that the longevity bridge had been rebuilt and he had successfully refined his first natal item, Qin Pingon was equivalent to having one foot in the door of becoming a qi refinement warrior. However, this was definitely not a great blessing. It was rare to have both a bear's paw and a shark's fin in the world. This was especially so for the identity of a qi refinement warrior and a pure martial artist. They were on opposite paths. Although there were people who cultivated both, there were very few in the world. Some sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi Taoist priests from the Saber Division, and a few freaks that Cui Dong had unintentionally mentioned before belonged to this category. The reason why this was seen as a stupid thing by the orthodox was that it was easier to make fatal mistakes in the future. It was not easy for a qi refinement warrior to form the golden core. It was even more difficult for a nascent soul to break through the bottleneck and destroy one's mental demons. The Buddhists cultivated an invincible golden body and the Taoists pursued a flawless glazed body. In fact, they were all tirelessly pursuing the word flawless. Once one chose to open up two paths at the same time, it was equivalent to asking for trouble. It was easy to not rely on both sides, and in the end one's achievements would be limited. Just as Qin Pingon's right foot was about to step out of the door, a wave of spiritual energy rippled behind him. A mellow voice sounded, "Immortal Master, please wait." Qin Pingon turned around and walked back into the main hall. The painted statue rippled with a layer of golden light. Then a middle-aged general in golden armor walked out from the statue and landed in the main hall. The martial saint of Qinghuan country clasped his fist and smiled. "This matter is all thanks to the help of Immortal Master's disciple. Only then did our two temples escape this disaster. I wonder if Immortal Master can give us a chance to repay him? If Immortal Master needs anything, just say the word. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will not refuse." Qin Pingon smiled. "This time it was my disciple's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Martial Saint, you don't have to thank me. I just happened to pass by this time. Sorry for disturbing you." The martial saint said helplessly, "I would like to disturb you more." Qin Pingon was speechless. The incense of the divine path was the most mysterious. Qin Pingon had nothing to do, so he simply picked a praying mat and sat down. The martial saint set up a few concealment spells to prevent scaring mortals. He also sat down. Qin Pingon asked some questions about the origins and etiquette of the two temples. He also asked some questions about literary courage. These questions were mixed in with the other questions, so they were not out of place. The martial saint did not hide anything, answering one by one. Qin Pingon got what he wanted. He got up and thanked him before leaving. The martial saint only sent him to the entrance of the main hall. After the young immortal master walked further and further away, the golden body returned to rest in the clay statue. A young man in white walked on the street. He walked past the lush green trees, the yellow dog lying on the ground and the laughing children. The young man muttered to himself, muttering to himself, "At your age there will always be things you can't do. Or things you can't do even if you try hard. What does it matter? It doesn't matter. But doing it wrong and doing it wrong are two different things. You're young, so you don't have to be afraid of making a mistake. But this is not a reason to not change. If you have sensible parents, they will beat you and scold you when you make a mistake. If you go to school, the teachers will hit your palm with a ruler and board. Little Treasure Bottle has Mr. Qi and Big Brother Li Shixing. Chao Qinglang has parents and now she's going to school. You have neither. It doesn't matter, I'll teach you. But what kind of teaching is the best for you? When I was your age, no one taught me." The young man walked past the spring festival couplets with very ordinary words and the door gods with crude drawings. He was not in a hurry to return to the inn. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered something. He turned into a secluded alley and took out a yellow paper talisman from the jade token in front of him. It was the one where the withered bone beautiful ghost of colorful clothes kingdom lived. On the Osmanthus Island to the inverted mountain, Aunt Gui and the old golden core sword cultivator, Ma Ji, helped him sign a contract with the female ghost. However, Qin Pingon had suffered greatly from a female ghost in a wedding dress. He disliked otherworldly items. Since leaving Osmanthus Island, he had not given the female ghost a chance to appear. At this moment, after she saw the light of day again, she felt a little uncomfortable. Standing in the shadows, she was slim and graceful but also gloomy. She wore a gorgeous dress with wide sleeves. Her hands were hidden in the sleeves, but Qin Pingon knew that other than her beautiful face, the rest of the female ghost's neck was white bones. She bowed, revealing 2 snow-white, bony wrists. She said in a delicate manner, "Greetings, master." Qin Pingon found it difficult to speak, so he was hesitant. When signing the contract, Qin Pingon learned that the female ghost's real name was Ro. Qin Pingon paid attention to whether there was anyone passing by, while he was thinking about what to say. She smiled and said, "Master, do you need me to do some dirty things?" "Master, you don't need to hesitate. This is your servant's duty." Qin Pingon sighed and shook his head. "I don't want you to do those dirty things. You are a woman, so I want to ask you something you are good at." The withered bone ghost narrowed her eyes. "Oh? May I ask, master, is it a matter between a man and a woman?" She laughed, and a bony arm stretched out of her sleeve. She covered her mouth and laughed, but her eyes were cold. "I didn't expect master to have such a strange hobby. It is my good fortune." Qin Pingon did not care about the sarcasm in her words and said helplessly, "I want to ask you, when you were alive, did you marry a husband and raise children? Do you know how to set rules for the children and juniors in the family?" He was confused. It was obvious that Qin Pingon's idea was beyond her expectations. In her early years, her soul was trapped in the picture scroll, and she was used to the evil deeds of the old immortal master. She went against her heart and vomited, but it was better than watching the souls of her sisters disappear. Some of the souls of the pitiful sisters were lit by the old immortal master's extremely ruthless candle-sitting technique. Their souls were used as the wick of the oil lamp, and they melted little by little. It was extremely miserable. Other than her, who would dare to disobey? Now that she had a new master, why did she change so much? She sighed in relief and shook her head. "I was never married before, so I don't know what master is talking about." Qin Pingon nodded. Then he took her back into the talisman without saying anything, and put her back into an object that was close to him. In the netherworld of the talisman's cage, the female ghost's body was floating, and her face was full of astonishment. That was it. He was a little resentful. If she knew it would be like this, she would have fooled him. How long had it been since she saw the scenery of the outside world? Even if she had to endure the pain of the strong wind blowing against her body, or the pain of the spring thunder scraping her bones, she was willing. Qin Pingon walked out of the alley and finally sat on the steps outside of a closed door. He hugged his knees and was lost in thought. He walked past a family of 3 who were dressed simply. The child was innocent and carefree, and the woman's eyes were red as if she had been wronged. The man smiled and said good things, holding a long strip of meat wrapped in oil paper in his hand. However, the more attentive the man was, the more annoyed the woman was. In the end, she simply took her son's hand and left quickly, leaving the man aside. The man's back was hunched and he was a little tired. This time he was accompanying his wife back to her parents' home. Several of his sons-in-law had gathered together. Some were government officials, some were teachers in wealthy families, and of course there was a farmer like him. His father-in-law had given him a gift in return, and the other 2 sons-in-law had received pork legs. He was the only one who could only get a strip of meat. Naturally, he was angry, but his wife was angry with him. As a man, how could he quarrel in front of the child? In the end, wasn't it because he was useless? The man sighed and suddenly found an unfamiliar young man squatting at the door not far away. The man subconsciously straightened his back, smiled at Qin Pingon, and then ran to his wife and son who were farther and farther away. Qin Pingon looked at this scene. Although he didn't know how to speak, he was originally born in a poor place like Mud Bottle Alley. He was familiar with the bumps and bumps at the bottom of the city, and he knew about the trivial things that slowly ate away at people's hearts. Therefore, Qin Pingon roughly guessed that when the child was a little older, he would most likely learn about his parents' respective hardships. Perhaps he would study harder in school, perhaps he would smile less often, perhaps he would feel that his indomitable father was actually a little cowardly and would despise him like his mother. However, there was also a possibility that on the way home today he would help his father carry that strip of meat. Then his parents would reconcile and feel that they could live on together. It was all possible. Pei Qian was copying books in her room. After copying the books, she quietly stood at the door, eavesdropping on the movements outside. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any footsteps. She squatted with her back against the door looking at her toes. In the beginning she wasn't used to walking on the mountain road, so the soles of her feet were full of bloody blisters. She didn't dare to use a thorn to prick them. Someone squatted beside her and helped her prick them one by one, and then applied some crushed herbs on them. Then it didn't hurt anymore. While Pei Qian was in a daze, a familiar voice came from outside the door asking, "Have you copied books today?" Pei Qian immediately jumped up and shouted, "I've finished." The footsteps gradually faded away, and then there was the soft sound of the door next door closing. 385. Sui Yu didn't open the door for Cui Dongshan. Even though Cui Dongshan told her that he could improve her swordsmanship, sword intent, and even her sword Dao by 3 feet, Sui Yu still didn't change her mind. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin outside the door and changed his approach. He asked Sui Yu if she wanted to know how the real swordsman of the vast world looked like. Sui Yu was still indifferent. She used a piece of dragon-slaying platform to sharpen the infatuated sword. She bought this piece of dragon-slaying platform from Qin Pingan. When she got it, it was only as thick as a palm. It was the leftover from the 1st and 15th days of the flying sword. Although the infatuated sword was originally a celestial magic treasure made by a cultivator and had the possibility of improving its quality, it was not a natal flying sword made by a swordsman. It was still a non-living object. Therefore, unlike Qin Pingan's 2 flying swords that could be thrown out of the dragon-slaying platform, Sui Yu needed to spend a lot of effort to sharpen the infatuated sword. When the sword was sharpened, sparks flew everywhere, sputtering out mysterious 5-colored sparks. Sui Yu only knew that the dragon-slaying platform was known as the most precious sharpening stone in the world. As for the reason, she did not know for now. However, the process of sharpening the sword with the dragon-slaying platform benefited Sui Yu greatly. The subtle sword aura flowed, like clouds gathering and dispersing, drifting erratically. Some agile lines flashed on the sword blade, showing off its sharpness. It seemed that other than the infatuated heart of swordsmanship, there was also her bright and clear sword heart. Cui Dongshan found it strange. He had seen dozens of people like Sui Yu who were so passionate about the sword. Their temperament was actually the simplest. To put it nicely, they were sincere. To put it bluntly, they were one-track-minded and did not know how to beat around the bush. To put it nicely, they were called swordsmanship. Moreover, she had been nurturing her sword aura all day long. What she really wanted was sword intent, which was not the pursuit of a sword master. Sui Yu obviously had the intention to change from a warrior to a chi cultivator. She was determined to become one of the top sword immortals in the world. Moreover, she was a silly woman who thought that the world revolved around her. Logically speaking, she should not be so shy. For the time being, Cui Dongshan had no way to deal with her. If he wanted to thank her, he would have broken the door and slapped her. But Sui Yu had Qin Pingan as her protective talisman. Inevitably, Cui Dongshan's hands and feet were tied. Many of his exquisite methods of teaching people's hearts could not be used, so he had no choice but to leave. He still had one more thing. As long as he said it, Sui Yu would not be unmoved. It was just that he was not willing to reveal it for the time being. After returning to his own house and closing the door, Cui Dongshan stomped his feet heavily and summoned the local earth god's edict. It was a gorgeously dressed and plump woman, which was quite rare. Cui Dongshan stood by the bed and leaned back. He kicked off his boots and asked the earth god who had the lowest god position to massage his legs. The woman squatted beside the immortal master's feet obediently. Her movements were gentle and extremely obedient. The world was cold and the earth was frozen. The 4 seasons rotated. Birth, old age, illness and death were all caused by qi. Those who ate qi lived for a long time. This was one of the origins of the qi cultivator. It involved the true foundation of Tao. The saints said that those who ate meat were brave, those who ate grains were intelligent, those who ate qi lived for a long time as gods, and those who did not eat would not die and become gods. The first 3 were easy to understand, but the last sentence was not complete. It was not only that Tao cannot be spoken, but also that there was too much taboo in it. It was not only the path of a pure warrior, But also the saints from all sides did not want the future generations to trace the origin of the Tao of gods. However, Cui Dongshan knew the 3 stages of the 10 realms of martial arts: vigorous, pure, and divine. Now Song Jianqiang, the king of Dali, should only be vigorous. Li Er, who became a warrior later, had already entered the pure state. This made Cui Dongshan very surprised when he first heard the news. He even went to teach Yu Lu, who accompanied Zhou Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, a lesson. Yu Lu, whose face was bruised and swollen, did not dare to fight back. He probably still did not understand why he was beaten up. Yu Lu also did not understand Cui Dongshan's words. Be careful that you have toilet paper in your hand in the future, but there is no toilet for you to take a dump in. Cui Dongshan was worried for his little servant. There were different levels of martial arts in a country, but how could there be no difference in a continent? The Aquarius continent was the smallest continent in the world. However, Song Jianqiang reached the peak state at a young age, and then Li Er went to the North continent. Soon he caught up with Song Jianqiang and became a cultivator of the level 10 of the returning realm. Besides, there was also that old man. It was said that the old man's temperament had changed, and he became a hermit in the bamboo house of the Luopa mountain. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that the 9th realm martial artist Jing Dafeng suffered a huge setback at Old Dragon City, from a person who had a high chance of reaching the peak realm to a cripple, it was estimated that in the next 100 years, the path of the martial artists in the Aquarius continent would not be the 10th realm, but the 9th realm. Adding Chen Pingon and the 4 retainers that appeared out of nowhere in the Aquarius continent, Yu Lu and Xianxia as a pair of servants under me, Cui Dongshan, can't you be a bit more careful and quickly go and squat in the latrine of the 10th level martial artists? If not, you will not even have a place to poop in the future. Yu Lu, as the crown prince of the Lu dynasty, what else could he be if he wasn't the Lu dynasty's descendant? Yu Lu's cultivation level kept rising, and the most important thing was that every step he took was stable. Other than his talent in martial arts, it was more because the Lu dynasty's emperor had lost his mind and transferred half of the country's martial arts luck to Yu Lu. A martial artist was like a rock in the toilet in the eyes of the saints. Smelly, hard, and unpresentable. Cui Dongshan was sad. There were too many idiots in the world who didn't understand his vision. In the past it was Xianxia, Yu Lu, and the other kids. Now it was Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and the other people around Chen Pingon. Little Treasure Bottle was better. It was just that the red cotton-padded jacket girl's temper was bad. Cui Dongshan laid on the bed and touched his forehead. Then, in a bad mood, he kicked the earth goddess out of the county. The woman smashed into the wall. No matter how weak she was still a deity who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. She did not cause any commotion. She quietly got up and said while trembling, "This servant is stupid. Immortal master, please don't be angry." Previously, this foreign immortal master of unknown origin had first detained her from the simple underground mansion at the martial temple in the county. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he had dragged the martial sage's golden body out of the statue. After asking for the reason of the matter, he had settled the feud that night. With the help of this person, the 2 burning incense sages in the martial temple had recovered their pure golden bodies. What was even more puzzling was that the family that had produced an immortal disciple was full of joy, as if they had gained a lot of benefits. He had to be afraid. A young qi cultivator in the cave-dwelling state almost changed the feng shui of the county. She thought that this foreigner should be at least an earth immortal. She could not afford to offend him. The 2 orthodox deities of the martial temple who were extremely stubborn when they were alive were willing to be his gatekeepers. They stood outside the inn for a night to repay his kindness. She was just a small peasant who ate leftovers, and she was also a woman. How could she dare to show off her strength of character? Cui Dongshan sat at the table. On the table there was a pile of literati books that he bought on the way here. Most of them were works of famous writers in Qingwan country. Cui Dongshan casually opened a book and began to yawn after reading a few pages. He waved his hand, "Come and help me turn the book." She hurriedly walked over and flipped the pages for this handsome young man. This was a skillful job. She had to pay close attention to the master immortal's gaze. If she flipped the pages too early or too late, she would definitely make the master immortal unhappy. Cui Dongshan read a few more pages and waved his hand, "There's nothing for you to do in the future." She did not dare to show the slightest hint of happiness. When she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. After weighing the pros and cons, she made up her mind and told Cui Dongshan the whole story of what she had seen before. It was when Qin Pingon left the inn for a short trip and went to the martial temple. After leaving, he met a talisman beauty in a secluded and shabby alley. After all, she was a local god. Being underground was equivalent to hiding in the feng shui. Unless it was an earth immortal, it was extremely difficult for cultivators of the middle 5 realms to find her traces. After Cui Dongshan finished listening, he said that it was a great contribution. He laughed and waved his sleeve, almost killing the local god. However, he stopped at the last moment and helped her restabilize her golden body. He only used 7 or 8 taels of pure incense. Otherwise, the county town would have a new local god. But even so, 7 or 8 taels of pure incense required her to accumulate close to 60 years of time. While she was frightened, she was also bleeding in her heart. However, she still did not dare to be angry. She only knelt and begged for mercy, sobbing, "Forgive me, immortal master." Cui Dongshan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "You have made such a great contribution. I should reward you with the title of Mountain God of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom. As for your unauthorized investigation of my family's teacher, that is a capital offense. Contribution is contribution, sin is sin. Contribution does not make up for sin." Rewards and punishments are clear. Originally, you were already dead. Even if I wanted to help you raise your position, it would not fall on your head. As for now, just stay at home and wait for the good news. As for why he let her go at the last moment, Cui Dongshan did not say. The local god returned to the underground in surprise. The accident in Sai country was originally one of his, or their many chess pieces. However, the old lecherous cultivator who liked to collect beauties and wild ghosts was not an important chess piece. Cui Dongshan did not spend much effort on him back then. However, through the numerous secret letters of spies that poured into Dali's capital like snowflakes, Cui Dongshan paid attention to a record. The number of words was not many, only 20 or so words. It was a rough content. Perhaps the Dali spy who reported this did not pay much attention to it. In the past, this kind of interesting thing that the imperial tutor of Dali used to pass the time was like those secret letters that piled up into a mountain in Dali's secret vault. It was thus covered in dust year after year. With nothing to do, Cui sure started to unravel the secrets of the Aquarius continent. Thus, he dared to say that compared to the previous owner of the female ghost, he knew more about her background. Searching for clues, following the vine to find the melon. The imperial tutor and Cui Dong were masters of both. Cui Dongshan got up and left the room, knocking on Qin Pingon's door. After Qin Pingon opened the door, he asked, "What's the matter?" Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. "Student wants to talk to teacher about an important matter." Qin Pingon glanced at him. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's just that whether it works or not, it depends on whether your luck is good or not." Qin Pingon closed the door, but Cui Dongshan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He quickly stretched out his hands and held on to the 2 wooden doors, begging bitterly, "Teacher, please allow me to speak slowly. If it is as I expected but teacher is not willing to listen, then it will really be a waste. Furthermore, it will be 2 good things being wasted together. You will miss out on a great opportunity that is destined by fate." Student is not lying at all. Cui Dongshan initially thought that he would have to find another chance, but who knew that Qin Pingon would allow him to enter the house. Cui Dongshan closed the door and sat down with a smile. He poured a cup of tea for Qin Pingon and himself, then set up a restriction. It was the flying sword that he had won from the Central Plains sword cultivator through the chess game. A golden light that was as fast as lightning spun 1 round on the ground. The flying sword flew back to Cui Dongshan's forehead, but the golden light that was hovering on the ground did not dissipate. It was as though a golden well was drawn on the ground with gold powder. Cui Dongshan laughed and asked, "The earth goddess here is too daring and does not know life from death. She dared to follow teacher's journey to the martial temple, and saw some things that she should not have seen. What's even worse is that she actually dares to claim credit in front of me. Does she not know that heaven, earth, ruler, parents and teacher?" Qin Pingon directly asked, "So you killed the earth goddess?" Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "How is that possible? I only spoke some principles with her peacefully, and told her to be careful and not do it again in the future. This earth goddess is also a well-educated and reasonable person, and it is obvious that she listened to me. So I gave her a good fortune, and it can be considered as a small good karma. Qin Pingan saw through Cui Dongshan's thoughts with one sentence. If you did not have to come here, I reckon that this earth goddess who failed to claim credit would have already been removed from the Qing Wan Kingdom's landscape register. Cui Dongshan laughed embarrassedly and said, Teacher has wronged me too much, now I am always being kind to others. Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of tea and said, Then let's talk about serious matters. Cui Dongshan drank the tea to moisten his throat and carefully worded his words. About that seemingly useless immortal slew, if teacher's luck is better, you might be able to get the best of both worlds. Qin Pingan's eyes widened. Cui Dongshan, are you crazy? The female ghost in the talisman. Let's not talk about whether or not her bones were hard enough in the eyes of the school of Yin and Yang. Even if you used the method of weighing weights, she was still a female ghost that couldn't be lifted. A female ghost. This immortal slew is Du Mao's Yang's spirit body. Cui Dongshan's fingers gently twirled the teacup, and his expression was indifferent. He stared straight at Qin Pingan. Why do you care about this? Even if you care, shouldn't it be about the female talisman ghost? Why do you have to work so hard? Qin Pingan was stunned at first, and then he nodded and said, That makes sense. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, There is no but, right? With a thought, a piece of yellow paper talisman made of special material appeared on the table out of thin air, fluttering slightly. Qin Pingan used the talisman's door-opening technique, which was not very difficult, to release the withered bones and colorful ghost Shuro. The talisman was both a house and a cage. Shuro hovered on the table, her colorful clothes dragging on the table. Cui Dongshan raised his head. Shuro looked down and saw a handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows. Although the young man did not speak, his eyes clearly told her 4 words. Do you want to die? Although Shuro didn't know the identity of this person and couldn't even see the depth of his cultivation, an instinctive fear surged from the depths of her heart. She immediately floated to the ground and turned around, not daring to meet the eyes of the youth. Facing Qin Pingan, even so, she still felt as if there was a blade at her back. She lowered her eyebrows and, for the first time, revealed a more sincere and delicate expression as she said to Qin Pingan, This servant greets master. Cui Dongshan stood up, rubbing his hands and smiling, eager to try. Qin Pingan nodded at him. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and pressed on the shoulder of the female ghost in colorful clothes. She looked as if she was struck by lightning. The evil spirit of an otherworldly item poured out in torrents. Her face was distorted and her hair fluttered crazily. Cui Dongshan turned a blind eye to this and just gently lifted her up slowly. When she was about a foot away from the ground, he increased the strength of his fingers and lifted the ferocious withered bones and colorful ghost up another foot. Cui Dongshan did not stop and lifted her up for the 3rd time. The female ghost Shuro's skeleton instantly loosened, as if all the bones had been removed from her body. It was as if she was a puppet being held in the air, so she did not collapse to the ground. Cui Dongshan loosened his hand, but the female ghost was still suspended in the same place. Her spirit was trembling and drifting. Strands of original evil spirit flowed out of her 7 apertures, almost like a living person bleeding from the 7 apertures. She opened her mouth wide as if she was wailing, but no sound came out. Cui Dongshan walked around her and lifted the female ghost 3 times. Each time he was very particular. The first time he used the fortune teller's skill of weighing weight to measure her integrity. The second time he used the ancient witch's skill of plucking seedlings. The third time he was even more secretive. He used his improved method of summarizing, which was born out of a divine sense of reading created by the Confucian sages. It was the same as the method of reading from 8 sides. They were all methods that only the master of the Academy of Confucian could use. In addition to having many magic treasures, Cui Dongshan was good at many occult arts. Looking at the whole world, he was also an outstanding figure. Cui Dongshan glanced at Qin Pingan and found that the latter's expression was normal. After all, he was not the young man with straw sandals anymore. Cui Dongshan collected his thoughts and shot a small coin at the female ghost's glabella. The latter fell to the ground with her hands on the ground. Her shoulders trembled and she could not even lift her head. Obviously she suffered a lot. Fortunately, the small coin melted into pure spiritual qi in midair, and the pain in the depths of the female ghost spirit was slightly relieved. Qin Pingon asked, "How is it?" Cui Dongshan sighed, "It's okay. Your luck is quite average." The two sat opposite each other again. Qin Pingon said to the female ghost of dried bones who was staggering to stand up, "I have a shed that is equivalent to the immortal realm. Would you like to live in it?" The female ghost was shocked beyond words. She could not believe it and was speechless for a while. How could an otherworldly item like her enjoy such a great fortune? Not to mention Jindan and Yuanying, who were earth immortals in the eyes of the secular world. The shed of an immortal would be coveted by unpolished jade cultivators. Perhaps even immortal realm cultivators would be envious. After all, if one could concentrate on refining an immortal's shed and use it as an armor for a wandering Een god, it would be able to attack and defend. It would be like adding wings to a tiger. It was a magnificent feat, although she was an otherworldly ghost with low cultivation, or else she would not have been imprisoned by a cultivator who was not even an earth immortal. However, because of certain reasons, her vision was not low. The female ghost, Shiro, suddenly floated to the door, knelt down and began to kowtow. She probably also begged Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan. She cried, "Please have mercy. Let this servant have a body and be able to walk in the world of the living openly. I am willing to be a cow or a horse for all my life." Cui Dongshan flew into a rage and slapped the female ghost of dried bones. Her head tilted and she only kowtowed to Qin Pingon. "Why are you kowtowing to a little ghost like me? Don't you know the rules? When you enter a temple you have to pray to Bodhisattva and true God. Would a living person, after entering the Wen and Wu temple, kneel down and kowtow to the temple attendant? I think you, Shiro, after being a ghost for 600 years, your brain has rotted away." The female ghost kowtowed even more frequently. She repeatedly said the same thing, begging for mercy and for the shed. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "When we were fighting in that alley, I did not mention the name Shiro to her. Cui Dongshan, how did you know? Was the disaster in Tsai country's Yanji County a secret plot between you and Dolly?" Cui Dongshan's face stiffened. He had been too complacent this time. He had actually made such a damned mistake. Alas, playing chess with a bad chess player like Liu Baixiang would cause his chess skills to plummet. Cui Dongshan hurriedly stood up and clasped his hands in front of his chest. He tried to defend himself. "This is the work of State Preceptor Cui Shi. Mr. is wise and observant. This has absolutely nothing to do with student Cui Dongshan. It has nothing to do with even half a copper coin." Qin Pingon actually couldn't find any fault with this kind of shameless words. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment and said helplessly, "Get up." Cui Dongshan pretended to touch his forehead that was not sweaty. However, he found that Qin Pingon was looking at the female ghost. Cui Dongshan could only bow again. The female ghost was still unwilling to get up and kept kowtowing. There was no need for words to express her sincerity. Qin Pingon turned to Cui Dongshan and said, "Then I'll leave her to you. If you can help her open the mountain and enter the immortal shed. If you can't, don't force it." Cui Dongshan patted his chest and promised, "Teacher, don't worry. Even if it doesn't work in the end, I guarantee that it will be a profitable business." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If it works, how much do I have to pay you?" Cui Dongshan was surprised and said, "It is my duty to respect my teacher and solve your problems. What kind of payment do I need?" Qin Pingon sneered and said, "Do you believe it yourself?" Cui Dongshan smiled shyly. "Teacher, not only are you knowledgeable, you are also experienced in human relations. If I follow you and seek the Tao, this student..." Qin Pingon couldn't help but interrupt Cui Dongshan's nauseating flattery. "Stop, let's get to the point." Cui Dongshan thought for a moment and sat back on the bench. He took a sip of tea and asked tentatively, "If this student says that teacher must take out all the gold and copper coins and the more the better, will teacher agree?" Qin Pingon nodded. Daming strange love record, Cui Dongshan asked, "Teacher, are you not afraid that fortune and misfortune come together? Under my guidance, this female ghost successfully took over the immortal shed and refined it. However, I did something to her and she would no longer be loyal to you. Teacher, are you willing to trust me on such a big matter?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't trust you, Cui Dongshan, but I trust the teacher who gave you another chance." Cui Dongshan was silent. The female ghost, Shiro, was confused. She had no idea what the teacher and student were talking about. Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and picked up the yellow paper talisman. At the same time, the female ghost, Shi Ro, was pulled into the talisman and put into Cui Dongshan's snow-white sleeve. One must know that this talisman was already refined by Qin Pingon. The skeletal female ghost, whose mood was surging, floated in the dark void. She couldn't help but be in awe of the immortal youth with a mole between his eyebrows. She was not afraid of Qin Pingon, the real master who had signed a life-and-death contract. As for respect, it was even more out of the question. As for why? Because the world was like this. After Cui Dongshan put away the talisman, "Teacher, can you stay for a few more days? At most 3 days there will be a result. Whether it's good or bad, we can continue our journey." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes." Cui Dongshan was a little embarrassed and guilty. He stretched out a hand to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon took out a few bags of gold and copper coins from the Dali dynasty as an apology from the Fengsuan item. It was really going to be gone before he could hold it. Once the female ghost successfully entered the immortal's mold, it would be a terrible bottomless pit that needed to be filled with gold and copper coins. Then Qin Pingon took out Du Maoyang's body and let Cui Dongshan put it into his Fengsuan item. Cui Dongshan walked to the door and stopped. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Teacher, although we agreed in advance the way I dealt with those people, won't you be angry?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. Just do it." Cui Dongshan asked again, "Then what about Pei Qian?" Qin Pingon sighed. "I can only tell myself that it's better to make a mistake earlier than later when she makes a big mistake and then be busy trying to make up for it." Cui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. He was not playing hard to get. In the end, he learned from Qin Pingon and sighed, "Teacher, you might as well read more books from the legalist sages. After all, it's too complicated and tiring to use Confucian etiquette and morals as a yardstick to measure one's actions on the mountain. For example, the legalists advocated that high and low follow the law. These are good medicine for the world and can also save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Even if you don't want to follow legalism, it shouldn't be a bad thing to use it to pass time and prove that Confucian food is good and legalist medicine is good." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Okay, while I'm in the county, I'll look for a few legalist works to read." Cui Dongshan bowed and said, "Teacher, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I've learned a lot." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Why don't you compete with Wei Xian and the others in flattery? The 4 of them will definitely be convinced." When Cui Dongshan closed the door, he smiled brightly and asked, "Teacher, when you're free in the future, how about I teach you how to play chess?" Qin Pingon was stunned. "We'll talk about it in the future." Cui Dongshan smiled and left. The circle of golden light in the room dissipated. Cui Dongshan returned to his room and sat down with his eyes closed. Finally, he took out a painting scroll solemnly. It was actually made of the same material as the gold essence copper coin. After Cui Dongshan opened it, the painting scroll on the table flowed like the long river of time. The scenes were endless, like the most realistic people and things in the world. The person in the painting was Qin Pingon. The people in the painting intercepted from the long river of time were mostly Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian, the neighbors of Clay Bottle Alley. One involved the imperial tutor Cui Dong's own great Tao, and the other involved the direction of Dali's national power. This kind of magical painting scroll that used the flowing water of time as the rice paper was called the horse painting by the immortals on the mountain and was extremely precious. Only the Ascendant Realm cultivators or the Immortal Realm cultivators who were proficient in some ancient secret techniques could have this kind of supernatural power. The Immortal Mountain with the character Zhong, which had a deep foundation and did not lack financial resources, secretly protected the reincarnations of the ancestors of the Mountain Gate. Many of them had this kind of thing and carefully treasured it. The flowing water painting scroll and the horse painting were not small things that could be used for pleasure. They cost a lot and involved the cultivation of great Tao. The words and actions of the people being paid attention to, their crying and laughing, the ups and downs of the state of mind and the ripples in the heart lake, would be completely recorded on the painting scroll. Even the Emperor Dali and Cui Dong's former ally, Song Jisan's birth mother, had never seen this painting scroll. Looking at Qin Pingan and Song Jisun, who were of the same age in the painting, little by little turned from a child to a teenager, Cui Dongshan fell into deep thought. The thing he was thinking about was the two people who were no longer in the painting scroll. During the period when he stayed in the small town with this appearance, after Qi Jingchun had died, Cui Dongshan found that the flowing water of time in Lizhu Grotto heaven was thinned by a great supernatural power. It was extremely hidden. Not to mention the ordinary people in the small town and the earth immortal cultivator, even the Qi cultivators in the immortal realm might not be able to detect it. This meant that someone should have enough flowing water painting to support a longer timeline in their hands. It was hard to say who would do something so heaven-defying. It could be one of the three Taoist sect leaders, Lu Qin, for one of his eldest senior brothers, Li Shixing, or for Long Mei, who was the descendant of the heavenly lord Xiexia, or for Wan Chong, who was the saint after Qi Jingchun, or for his daughter Wan Xiu, or for Old Yang, who was in the medicine shop, or for Ma Kushuan, who was extremely lucky, or for some young person who had secretly placed a bet. Cui Dongshan put away the painting scroll and carefully hid it in the objects close to him. Then he drew a circle with his flying sword and isolated a small world. Only then did he take out the yellow paper talisman, a few bags of gold and copper coins, and the priceless immortal's cadaver. Cui Dongshan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Compared to the porcelain fragmenting teenager he had pieced together in Lizhu Grotto heaven, this was much harder. Cui Dongshan sighed. It's only right for a student to share his teacher's burdens and help him generously. Damn it, I've been apprenticed twice, and both times I've been in such a miserable situation of being someone's money bag. Cui Dongshan and Cui Dong are indeed the same person. Qin Pingan really went to a few bookstores in the county and bought 2 books on legalism. He read them under the light at night. In the twilight of the first day, the haggard Cui Dongshan came to Qin Pingan's house to complain. He asked for a pot of osmanthus wine and shamelessly took another pot. The next day Cui Dongshan's face was ashen. He staggered to Qin Pingan's house. Pei Qian was seriously immersed in copying books. Cui Dongshan asked the little girl to move closer and then lay on the table. He slept for an hour before waking up. He saw Qin Pingan practicing the heaven-earth stance and Pei Qian practicing the 6-step stance. He left silently, but of course he didn't forget the pot of peach blossom wine on the table. On the third day Cui Dongshan said that he would set off the day after tomorrow. He was in high spirits. When he visited he even brought Lu Baixiang's chess set, saying that he wanted to relieve his boredom and teach his teacher how to play chess. With his teacher's talent he would definitely surpass Lu Baixiang in 2 or 3 days. It would be easy for him to beat Cui Dongshan in 5 or 6 days. Before the game officially began, Cui Dongshan looked at Qin Pingan, who was sitting across the table with a serious face. He was in a trance for a moment. Cui Dongshan taught him the small point on the colorful cloud chart. No matter how brilliant this juziki was and how it was praised by later generations as unprecedented and unparalleled, it was still just a juziki in the end. However, Qin Pingan stubbornly clung to this stereotype. As a result, he spent a whole 2 hours explaining the essence of this pattern and the many changes after it. If Lu Baixiang or any other dolly was so stupid, they would have scolded the other party. However, probably because of Qin Pingan's identity as a teacher, Cui Dongshan didn't have the slightest impatience, which was very rare. It was also possible that Qin Pingan, who made Cui Dongshan suffer a lot, never asked him for advice like this. In short, Cui Dongshan taught chess and Qin Pingan learned chess. The crisp sound of chess pieces as well as the question and answer rose and fell one after another leisurely. Late at night on the 4th day, when Qin Pingan opened the door he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and then he had goosebumps all over his body. He saw Du Mao standing beside Cui Dongshan with a shy smile. She said timidly, "This servant greets the master." 386. Qin Pingan struggled for a while before he finally let Cui Dongshan and Shi Rose Yang's spirit body into the room. Cui Dongshan still drew a big circle with the golden flying sword. Qin Pingan could not help but ask what kind of magic it was. Cui Dongshan laughed and said it was the method of the ancient deities. It could be used as a shelter, but it could also be used to imprison others. Therefore it was called the Thunder Pool. Later generations improved and evolved the magic of the immortals. There were as many as 10 kinds of magic, but most of them deviated from the right path and were not worth mentioning. After they sat down, Cui Dongshan talked about Shi Rou with joy. He praised Shi Rou's root bone very much. He said that the opening of the mountain, except for the 2 bags of gold and copper coins, was smooth sailing. The glazed golden body stripped by the Ascendant Realm cultivator actually gave Shi Rou's soul great perseverance and great luck. It successfully became a fairyland for her soul. Now, although there was still some mutual rejection between Du Mao's body and Shi Rou's soul, it was just a matter of time and money, so there was no big problem. After Cui Dongshan said the good news, he began to nitpick. Opening the door and turning the guest into the host is just the first obstacle. Shi Rou is blessed by the heavens in terms of her bone frame. If there was someone who knew her stuff and was willing to spend money, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become one of our Aquarius continent's top 5 great mountain god. She has a good foundation, which is why she was able to gain such a huge advantage. However, her bone frame is good, but it doesn't mean that her cultivation aptitude is good. In fact, Shi Rou is a lonely spirit that has lived for hundreds of years, but she still couldn't cultivate anything. She couldn't become a ghost king. Other than her old master being unreliable, Shi Rou's cultivation aptitude isn't outstanding at all. Therefore, Shi Rou's bottleneck is rather terrible. She is destined to be unable to break through the restrictions of this glass golden body. Qin Pingon took out a bottle of osmanthus wine. After Cui Dongshan received it, he raised his head and took a big gulp. He wiped his mouth. Luckily, after entering this mountain of gold, even if it is a pitiful little ghost moving money, no matter how little she moves after tens or hundreds of years, she will still be able to move out a rich person. After that, Shi Rou will only need to use her stupid method to gnaw on the hard bones. There will not be any big bottlenecks in her cultivation. This is the most enviable part of an immortal's shed skin. She can go all the way to the upper 5 realms without forming her golden core, nurturing her yuanying, and even ignoring the heavenly demons who wouldn't be envious. Cui Dongshan chuckled. Of course Mister's mind is strong, you won't be envious. As for me, your student, I have a gem in front of me, there is no need for me to be envious. In the end, I am still not as good as Mr. Qin Pingon reminded. No matter how much Shi Rou cultivates and accumulates the gold essence copper coins, I will keep 6 gold essence copper coins with me. Don't even think about it. Cui Dongshan said seriously, to have such a kind and benevolent mister as the master of those 4 ants in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land is really their good fortune. If they still don't know how to cherish their good fortune, they deserve to be struck by lightning. Don't worry, mister, your student knows a little about Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 thunder execution technique. I might even be more proficient in it than some of the Celestial Masters' residences. When the time comes, Mr. just has to give the order and I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Qin Pingon shook his head. I still hope that I can have a good ending with those 4. Cui Dongshan said softly, Mister, why don't you ask me how I will firmly control Shi Rou after 60 years? Qin Pingon laughed. If I don't ask, you won't tell me? If we only talk about business and planning, I am far inferior to you. I trust you and I trust that you will not be sneaky outside of the Great Tao. That would be looking down on you, Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan shed tears of gratitude. I didn't expect you to think of me as such a considerate person. Since Mr. is willing to trust me, how can I not be loyal to you? Qin Pingon looked at the withered bones gorgeous ghost who was about to walk in the human world with Du Mao's appearance and asked, You won't regret it? Shi Rou smiled. Master, you don't know the sufferings of a ghost. You only hear the thunder in spring, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum, the righteous wind between heaven and earth, the murderous aura of autumn, the aura of war on the battlefield, the mountains, rivers, temples, and so on. These are the hardships of us wild ghosts. Moreover, it is easy for us to lose our last bit of intelligence and become a malicious ghost that only knows how to kill. Shi Rou talked tirelessly about the rules and the inside story of otherworldly items. Qin Pingon listened attentively. Only then did he feel less uncomfortable facing Du Mao. Cui Dongshan kept a smile on his face as he listened to Shi Rou's explanation with Qin Pingon. The matter of Du Mao's golden glazed body had been settled. Cui Dongshan only said that he needed to rest for another day tomorrow. Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. The inside of the house was like a celebration party. However, there were only 3 people and a bottle of osmanthus wine. In the end, Cui Dongshan stood up and said goodbye. Qin Pingan walked the 2 of them to the door. After closing the door, the white-clothed young man and the white-haired old man walked in the corridor. Although Cui Dongshan's face was full of joy, Shiro didn't know why she felt more and more frightened as she walked. When they arrived at Cui Dongshan's house, he grabbed Du Mao's head and pressed Shiro against the wall with his 5 fingers like hooks. He said with a stern face, "You're just a small otherworldly item. You're even worse than an ant. How dare you boast in front of my master? Who gave you the guts?" The golden glaze body was equivalent to the physique of an immortal. It was not inferior to the vigorous physique of a 9th-stage martial artist. Logically speaking, Cui Dongshan, who was only in the Earth Immortal realm, should only be scratching Shiro's itch. However, Cui Dongshan obviously used some kind of magical power that he didn't want to reveal to others. Her spirit surged like 5 strong gusts of wind blowing at the root of Shiro's spirit. It was so painful that Shiro's weathered face was distorted and tears kept flowing. Cui Dongshan raised his other hand and flicked at Shiro's forehead. Like a great bell, it sounded in Shiro's heart. Her face was full of sorrow. She looked at this immortal master who looked like a god but had a meticulous and vicious mind. She muttered, "How can there be such a terrifying person like you in this world?" Cui Dongshan sneered, "This is not taught by you. I learned it myself." Shiro stood up and only dared to stand against the wall. Cui Dongshan slammed the table. "Why aren't you scrambling back to your room? Are you looking for death by standing here? Do you believe that I will chop off that thing in your pants and make you eat it?" The grief-stricken Shiro lowered her head and quickly left this room that was like purgatory in the human world. Cui Dongshan flipped open the books on the table written by the scholars of Azure Phoenix. The more he read, the angrier he got. He heavily closed the book and cursed, "Bullshit. Not reading for 3 days and I feel that language is tasteless and disgusting. Looking at these things, it's like my face has been smeared with a large amount of shit and it's fucking shit from diarrhea." Cui Dongshan couldn't sleep and was bored to death. He quietly left the inn and went outside to stroll around the county. He inadvertently saw a poor cultivator of the lower 5 realms. He was using the little ghost money stealing technique to control a dozen or so little ghosts to steal the savings of a common family. Like ants moving house, they worked together to move copper coins and broken silver. The cultivator squatted at the foot of the wall, weighing 2 or 3 of the most valuable pieces of silver. He was grinning from ear to ear. Many a little makes a mickle, it's never too little. In the end, when he turned his head, he saw a white-clothed youth squatting beside him. Was this accompanying him to admire the moon? The cultivator was so scared that he trembled. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "You can even do this? Why don't you steal the gold and silver of the rich families?" The cultivator swallowed his saliva and said with fear and trepidation, "It's really because the door gods of those rich families are too hard to deal with. They killed the little ghosts that I painstakingly raised for nothing. It's a loss." Cui Dongshan nodded. "That's true." The cultivator's eyes turned quickly. He wanted to run away and kill the strange youth in front of him to silence him. Was it worth it for a few taels of silver? Moreover, who knows who would be the one killing who? Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and picked up a little money-stealing ghost that was as tall as a thumb. Then he placed it on his palm, put his palms together and casually kneaded it. Seeing this, the insignificant cultivator from the mountains and lakes trembled. While one of his generals had died in battle. How could he withstand being kneaded and squashed like this? These money-stealing ghosts that he raised were of extremely low quality. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to pass the hurdle of the door god of the Xianxia family. Just as the cultivator was feeling heartache, Cui Dongshan spread his hands. The little ghost that was grimacing in pain seemed to be wearing an extra layer of red clothing. He threw it on the ground and ordered, Go steal a piece of gold from the rich families." The little fellow clenched its fists and ran away with its cheeks puffed up. It was running very hard. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it really did carry a piece of gold that was the size of a fingernail back. The cultivator was dumbfounded. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Immortal Master's remarkable abilities are truly an eye-opener. Cui Dongshan stood up and disappeared in a flash, leaving the excited cultivator behind. Cui Dongshan went to the civil and martial temples in the county town. He couldn't stand their reverence, so he chatted with them for a while and left soon after. He was really bored. Cui Dongshan casually gave the painted door gods of a family a finishing touch, so that the two door gods could condense the embryonic form of a golden body. They were still thousands of miles away from becoming real gods. They could only scare the most useless otherworldly items and block the evil spirit more. Then he went to the second richest family in the county town and broke the ridge beasts on the roof of their house one by one and threw them away. He was aimless and did whatever he wanted. Cui Dongshan was the only one who was so bored as an earth immortal. That night, Qin Pingon practiced the heaven-earth stance after Cui Dongshan left with Shi Rou. Then he walked out of the house and gently knocked on the door next door. He laughed angrily and said, "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Pei Qian was reading a knight-errant novel by the light. After Qin Pingon knocked on the door, she quickly blew out the oil lamp and rushed to the bed, pretending that she had just been woken up. "I'm sleeping. Why aren't you sleeping? Do you need me to open the door?" Qin Pingon smiled and didn't care about the lie. He reminded her, "You don't need to open the door. You can read anytime. Don't hurt your eyes. We don't have to hurry tomorrow. You can read it during the day." Qin Pingon turned around and left. Then he remembered something and said at the door, "After I leave, don't hide under the quilt and read with the oil lamp in your hand." Pei Qian opened her mouth wide. Her master was really something. He could even guess that. He had to agree. "I know." After Qin Pingon left, Pei Qian resisted the temptation and went to sleep, although she was still thinking about the Jianghu grudges and the sword shadows in the novel. However, she kept her eyes wide open and didn't feel sleepy. After a long time she slowly fell asleep. The next day after breakfast in Qin Pingon's room, Cui Dongshan was teaching Qin Pingon how to play Go. He was still playing Xiaojian. At first Lu Baixiang was watching from the sidelines. As soon as she saw the game she was entranced. Finally, during a break she quickly left and called Sui Yuyu over to watch the game. She said it was too wonderful for words. Sui Yuyu had once been defeated by Lu Baixiang's Xiaojian on the chessboard and was defeated so badly that she threw away her helmet and abandoned her armor. She did not believe in heresy and allowed Lu Baixiang to use this style for 3 consecutive games. As a result, she lost the initiative completely and lost miserably. It was to the extent that she made an exception and made a series of unreasonable moves, but was still unable to turn the situation around. Therefore, when Lu Baixiang said that her understanding of this world's number 1 Xiaojian was only 30 to 40% of its essence, Sui Yuyu was somewhat interested. She came over to watch how Cui Dongshan taught people to play chess and how Qin Pingon learned chess from others. Soon Zhou Xian also came over to join in the fun. Wei Xian was the last to enter the room. However, Sui Yuyu soon lost interest in watching the game. Qin Pingon's talent in Go was too mediocre. No matter how good Cui Dongshan's teaching was, he still couldn't understand Qin Pingon. It was inevitable that Sui Yuyu, who was already proficient in Go, would feel anxious and bored. Therefore she silently left. During this time Sui Yuyu couldn't help but take a few more glances at the old man standing behind Cui Dongshan. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was even more disgusting than Zhou Xian, an old sissy. You're a man, but you don't dare to look people in the eye. You also like to purse your lips and twirl the corners of your clothes with your orchid fingers. After Sui Yuyu left, Zhou Xian and Wei Xian walked out of the room one after another. During the battle in Old Dragon City, the battlefield was severely divided. Therefore, the 4 people in the picture scroll had never seen Du Mao of the Tongyi sect. As for the Withered Bones ghost Shi Rou, who had always stayed in the yellow paper talisman, they had also never seen her. Therefore, when Du Mao's immortal body appeared, Sui Yuyu and the others were all kept in the dark. They only thought that Cui Dongshan had picked up an outsider from some random corner. After lunch, Cui Dongshan began to shut himself in the room. The next morning, the group continued their journey towards the capital of Qingwan Kingdom. Originally, there was a yellow bull in the group and it was very eye-catching. However, when Cui Dongshan rode the yellow bull, although it was still eye-catching, the passers-by who saw this scene only guessed that this handsome young man should be from a wealthy family. He brought his retinue to travel the Jianghu. It was a bit strange, but at such a young age he was already somewhat distinguished. With Cui Dongshan present, the journey was more casual and casual. The 4 people in the picture scroll each had their own taste. If it was said that when Qin Pingan met his 2 friends, Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia, his entire state was lively and upbeat, no longer old. Then when he reunited with this disciple in a foreign land, he was leisurely with a sense of propriety. The interaction between teacher and student, although it did not conform to the norm of the secular world, Qin Pingan's shoulders still seemed to have lightened a bit of weight. Moreover, as the teacher, other than learning chess, Qin Pingan would also ask this disciple for advice on legalism. Along the way it was Cui Dongshan who fought to pay, not allowing his teacher to spend a single copper coin. Taking advantage of the idle chatter between Cui Dongshan and Qin Pingan, the 4 people in the picture scroll also gained a lot. Their understanding of this vast world became clearer and wider. For example, Lu Baixiang learned that in this world where there were all kinds of strange things, in addition to attaining the peak of Taoism and the limit of martial arts, in fact, there were also scholars who really worked hard on learning and cultivating the mind. There were also many Qi trainers from the 100 schools of thought who were regarded as immortals who cultivated Taoism. They valued the orthodoxy and looked down on the strength of cultivation. Sui Yu saw how Cui Dongshan's strange and variegated celestial spells fit in with daily life bit by bit. When there was no one around, Zhou Xian asked Cui Dongshan for advice twice. His idea was very simple. He just wanted to know how many celestial magic treasures this guy actually had. Wei Xian was still the most taciturn one. He was the only one who got along well with Pei Qian. The 2 of them were always impolite. Cui Dongshan was still the same as before when they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The 2 of them traveled together, occasionally disappearing for a while, and Qin Pingan never asked about it. Old man Shi Ro finally shook off some of her cosmetics. She no longer swayed her waist like a woman when she walked, no longer had the natural flirtatious look, and no longer unconsciously twirled her fingers. She finally looked like a proper white-haired old man. However, Shi Ro was still the least likable one in this group. Her status in Jianghu was probably even lower than that of a scalper. Pei Qian practiced the white ape's back swordsmanship and dragging blade style more diligently. After all, they were all forms and were still impressive, so she didn't have to suffer the pain of breaking her tendons and bones. Compared to the 6-step stance walking, she preferred to use the bamboo blade and bamboo sword that Qin Pingan made for her, and practice the set of blade and sword techniques that the female Taoist nun Huang Ting taught her. However, once Cui Dongshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the cow, used a strange tone to criticize her back swordsmanship. Cui Dongshan held his stomach and laughed so hard that he directly fell from the cow's back to the ground. This hit Pei Qian so hard that she was depressed for a few days. Every day she only dared to practice the stance walking. The group of people arrived at the county closest to the capital of the Qinghuan kingdom. It was unknown how Cui Dongshan found it. The group settled down in an immortal inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Qin Pingan indeed didn't have much talent in playing chess. However, he didn't throw it aside and didn't waste time on it. He also didn't neglect his fist and sword techniques. Every day he would spend about 2 hours learning chess from Cui Dongshan. When they arrived at this immortal inn called 100 Flowers Park, it was said that the shopkeeper was a middle-aged sea-viewing cultivator. However, he didn't show his face in front of Qin Pingan and the rest. The inn occupied a large area and planted many exotic flowers and herbs that refreshed the mind. As the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was about to be held in the capital not far away, there weren't many rooms left in this immortal inn. Pei Qian once again slept in a room with Sui Yu. Lu Baixiang, Zhou Lian and Wei Xian squeezed into another room. Cui Dongshan, Shi Ro and Qin Pingan were the only ones who occupied a room to themselves. It was very expensive to stay here, but it was worth it. There were many benefits that couldn't be bought with money. For example, some anecdotes about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism were given to the guests by the inn's staff every day in the form of an official bulletin. In addition, there were a few small spiritual artifacts in each room. Although they had the title of spiritual artifacts of immortals, most of them were made of scraps and scraps. They were worth 2 or 3 snow coins in total, and they could be taken away by the guests. This made Pei Qian very happy. After saying good things to Sui Yu and getting the small objects in their room, He ran to Old Wei and Little Bai and invited them to eat melon seeds and fruits. He dilly-dallied and refused to leave the room. In the end, Zhou Xian was annoyed and asked Pei Qian to take the 3 small objects and disappear quickly. In the end, with the 4 objects in Qin Pingan's room, Pei Qian suddenly had 10 more low-grade spiritual objects. Immortals in the middle 5 realms didn't care about these things that looked good but were useless. Immortals in the lower 5 realms couldn't afford to live here. As a result, Pei Qian became rich overnight. The treasure box couldn't hold so many objects, so he had to temporarily put them in Qin Pingan's room. The place where immortals stayed must be quiet and distant. Moreover, after making good connections with the government, they could build a formation that hid wind and gathered water. The spiritual energy was much more abundant than in the marketplace. Furthermore, there were 2 painted door gods posted at the entrance of the inn. They were real talisman door gods. Once an evil spirit approached, a divine warrior clad in golden armor would walk out. They were sharp and could devour ghosts and demons. In addition, there would be a small plate of immortal vegetables and fruits on the table every day. It was the specialty of a farmer cultivator in the 100 Flowers Park. It was also the golden signboard of this inn at the foot of the mountain. When Pei Qian was copying books, she put down her brush to rest several times. When she twisted her wrist, she saw Qin Pingan staring blankly at the plate of dates and fragrant pears. She couldn't understand. She only felt that her master seemed to have remembered something unhappy. When she finished copying, she found that Qin Pingan was still sitting in the same place. He just turned his head and looked out the window. Pei Qian was a little worried and joked, "Master, what's wrong? Do you miss your wife?" Qin Pingan came back to his senses and smiled. "You want to copy another 500 words?" Pei Qian's face was bitter. Qin Pingan stood up, patted Pei Qian's head, and began to practice the 6-step pile walking around the table. Pei Qian felt more and more strange. Nowadays, Qin Pingan mostly practiced the 3 piles of the heaven and earth piles. He didn't just practice the most basic and simple fist piles. Pei Qian put away her brush and paper and leaned on the table. She asked casually, "Master, you weren't afraid of ghosts since you were young?" Qin Pingan answered while walking slowly, "Not quite like you. I wasn't afraid when I was young. Instead, I really hoped that there were ghosts in the world. I often went to the immortal's tomb outside my hometown. When I was a little older, I went to the mountains to chop firewood and make charcoal. I also went alone to find suitable soil for making porcelain. I was never afraid." Pei Qian exclaimed, "Master, you're really talented." Qin Pingan laughed it off and didn't explain the reason. At noon that day, the waiter of the inn delivered another Immortals Palace bulletin. The content was varied and there was a matter recorded on it that interested Qin Pingan the most. After learning chess from Cui Dongshan, he asked Cui Dongshan for his opinion. The governor of Qingyuan Kingdom, Wei Liang, was on his way up north. He passed by a provincial city. Because of a small matter, he caught 2 officials who were derelict in their duties. One of them was a general who was corrupt and had taken hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. The other was a master of literature and ink. In the end, the former was only demoted, while the latter was executed first and then reported later. Cui Dongshan didn't think much and blurted out, "This is the style of the school of legalism." Towards the latter, normal people would see it as a lighter crime than the former, but the school of legalism just had to add to the crime. Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Mister, have you figured out where the key points are?" Qin Pingan thought deeply and sighed, "Truly amazing." Cui Dongshan said casually, "The 100 schools of thought outside of the 3 schools of thought have been able to stand for 1,000 years without falling. They all have their own foundations and unique points. That's why there's a guy who said a long time ago, 'My life also has a limit and my knowledge is also limitless.' Ordinary people like the first half of the sentence, but people who practice the Tao will find the second half wonderful. In the end, the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought have a lot of knowledge. If it's just a single school, I'm afraid that even if a cultivator spends his entire life, he won't dare to say that he has reached the end of knowledge. It depends on how you choose to give up. If you take it, how much of the knowledge you have truly turned into your own ability? If you give it up, is it like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons?" Qin Pingan nodded. Cui Dongshan grabbed a fragrant pear and began to chew on it. He said vaguely, "It's just that knowledge is knowledge and people are people. There are some relationships, but there are no absolute relationships. That's why the affairs of the world are complicated. How a person lives, what books they read, and whether or not the books they read are all part of their own fate and karma. There are truly too many idiots in the world. They don't know that the most important thing is to let us know more about the ways of the world. It's a waste of the earnest advice of the sages of the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought. The sages impart knowledge, and the scriptures are like lanterns hanging in the night. The roads are different and the lanterns are different in size. It's a pity that the people of the world are blind. Qin Pingon did not comment on this. Cui Dongshan originally wanted to find something to talk about, so he changed the topic and talked about the glorious deeds of the little treasure bottle. He said that at the end of last year, Li Huai the little fool had an argument with his classmate. A book that had just been distributed by the academy was taken by his classmate and said that it was his. Li Huai could not produce any evidence. In the end, Li Baoping happened to pass by and immediately settled the case. She took the book and told Li Huai and his classmate that since they could not explain it clearly, they could just tear it in half and split it in half. Li Huai was anxious, but the other child happily agreed. Thus, Li Baoping threw the book to Li Huai and gave the other child a good beating. An old master who had been watching from afar laughed loudly. Pei Qian, you're just a little thing. That fellow will definitely think that you're a pushover. So before you sleep, you must watch the door and windows carefully. Otherwise, it will be too scary if tree branches crawl into the house in the middle of the night. As he spoke, Cui Dongshan even deliberately twisted his arm and vividly imitated how a tree spirit would sneak into the house to harm people. Pei Qian was so frightened that she immediately took out her beloved talisman and pasted it heavily on her forehead. Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Cui Dongshan sighed. This won't do. This talisman of yours is a pagoda demon subduing talisman. The plants and trees have turned into spirits. They won't fall for this trick. Pei Qian took out the yang energy lighting talisman that Qin Pingon had given her a long time ago and pasted it on her forehead again. Cui Dongshan hit his palm with his fist and said worriedly, "Don't. This talisman is a guiding talisman. Can't fend off ghosts and spirits. Perhaps it will attract the attention of the other tree spirits instead. They will feel that you are provoking them. By then the flowers and plants will follow the jujube tree spirit to your house. By then they will be by your bedside and under your bed." Pei Qian pursed her lips and scrunched up her charcoal face. Tears started to well up in her eyes. Qin Pingon slapped Cui Dongshan's head and scolded jokingly, "Don't scare Pei Qian." Cui Dongshan made no sound. Then he held his stomach with one hand and pointed at Pei Qian, who suddenly realized something. "Haha, you little fool." Pei Qian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to go to the next room to take out the mountain walking stick. After all, she still felt that the crazy demon swordsmanship that she had created was more powerful. She would fight it out with him. Cui Dongshan saw that the situation was not good. He had already run away. After Cui Dongshan ran away, Pei Qian squeezed out a smile at Qin Pingon and said, "Master, I was pretending to be afraid just now. Even without these 2 talisman, I will recite the sage books before going to bed at night. I will definitely be invulnerable to evil and ghosts will not come near, right?" Qin Pingon looked at the little girl who still had 2 talisman pasted on her forehead. He held back his laughter and nodded. "Maybe." Pei Qian was a little flustered. "Just maybe?" Qin Pingon smiled. "This is the Immortal Inn. How could there be spirits that dare to harm the guests?" Pei Qian said pitifully, "What if there is?" Qin Pingon was stunned. He patted her head. "Don't worry. I'm right next door. What are you afraid of?" Pei Qian's eyes lit up. She quickly took off the talisman and put it in her sleeve. She ran to the window and stood on her tiptoes. She looked at the garden and murmured something. It was nothing more than her master being Qin Pingon, and they should mind their own business. Elsewhere in the inn, Sui Yu took the initiative to find Cui Dongshan. He asked, "Do you have a secret method to nurture a natal flying sword?" Cui Dongshan smiled and did not speak. Sui Yu asked directly, "What do you want me to pay?" Cui Dongshan sat at the table and looked at the girl standing at the door. He smiled. "Very simple. Do not forget your roots." Sui Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" Cui Dongshan's face was full of disdain. He waved his hand to drive him away. If you can't even understand this, how can you, a pure martial artist, hope to nurture the embryo of a natal flying sword early? Sui Yu's face was as cold as ice. He turned and left. Cui Dongshan did not think much of it. He thought for a moment and went to Wei Xian's residence. Zhou Xian was walking around the 100 Flowers Park and happened to not be in the room. The door was not locked, so Cui Dongshan pushed the door open and entered. Wei Xian was looking at some local county records and unofficial histories he had bought along the way. He put down the book and asked, "What's the matter?" Cui Dongshan's cultivation swayed. After crossing the threshold, the door closed automatically. Cui Dongshan stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. "You Wei Xian, don't look at the process. You only look at the result. Among the four of us, you are the worst chess player. But you are also the one who unintentionally learned chess. Sooner or later you will hit my master's weak spot. Why don't I just kill you today and be done with it?" Wei Xian said indifferently, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and a scroll fell on the table next to Wei Xian. There were also 3 golden copper coins. Cui Dongshan strode forward. With one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist, he said, "If I kill you by mistake, then so be it. I'll kill you until your realm falls to the point where it can't fall any further. Once my master recovers from his injuries and breaks through the bottleneck of the 5th realm, it will be too late for you to make a move then." Wei Xian sneered, "I want to see if my loss is greater, or if you lose your master-disciple status. Do you really think I don't know that this scroll is a smokescreen for you, Cui Dongshan? You and I both know what kind of person Qin Pingan is." Cui Dongshan was slightly surprised. He slowed down his steps. "I underestimated you, the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Speak. We both know that you are the true hidden danger. But why haven't you made a move yet? I'm very curious. Is it because of Pei Qian?" Wei Xian was expressionless. He didn't say a word. Cui Dongshan smiled and sat down. "When I was playing chess with my master, I helped him review the game. I asked him about everything. I asked him about the lotus flower blessed land. As for the background of the 4 people in the scroll, as long as he knew about it, I knew about it. If he didn't pay attention to it, I would pay attention to it." Cui Dongshan pointed at a mediocre unofficial history book on the table. For example, according to the unofficial history of the Nanyuan kingdom, their iron-fisted founding emperor doted on the little princess who died young the most. For her sake, he sent all the palace alchemists to search for immortals. Then in your eyes, how similar is Pei Qian to your daughter? If you kill Qin Pingan, will you be able to revive her in the lotus flower blessed land? Or will you simply attach yourself to Pei Qian's body and reunite with your daughter in this vast world? Yes, perhaps you will still die, but at least she will be able to live one more life. As for whether or not she will be in her homeland, the Nanyuan kingdom, it doesn't matter. After all, her family is already dead. Perhaps she will have greater achievements in this vast world. So Wei Xian, you choose to wait silently, hoping to pave the way for her. You want to accumulate more wealth and avoid the fate of dying young again? So, you must kill Qin Pingan, but you also want the many treasures on his body so that you can leave them for Pei Qian and use them as her cultivation resources in the future? Wei Xian clenched his fists under the table. Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. My master said it well. That old senior's Dao skills are truly heaven-defying. Within the rules he gave Qin Pingan, Pei Qian and Yu Wei Xian. All of them have their own choices and plans within the rules. Wei Xian praised sincerely. Although I don't understand chess, Mr. Cui's chess skills are truly brilliant. Then Wei Xian smiled. But if I refuse to admit it to Qin Pingan, what can Mr. Cui do? Cui Dongshan laughed heartily. Wei Xian, do you really think you understand Qin Pingan? Let's not talk about my secret techniques that can capture your soul and force you to speak the truth. I dare say that as long as I tell you Qin Pingan's deductions, your fate will be, I will draw a circle with my flying sword covering heaven and earth. Then with his current cultivation level, Qin Pingan will beat you to death 3 times. The most important thing is that you, Wei Xian, are destined to never see the person you want to see the most in your life. Wei Xian loosened his fists under the table. He calmly said, that's true. This should be the first time Cui Dongshan directly called Qin Pingan's name in front of the 4 people in the painting. Cui Dongshan controlled the flying sword and drew a circle in the golden light. Then he took out the drawing of a horse and spread it open. He took out a section of the Water of Time and said with a smile, "Harmony breeds wealth. You don't have to fight and kill. You have a good temperament, but you still lose because of your narrow vision. Come, let me tell you a country bumpkin how I painstakingly pieced together a living person from a pile of broken pieces of natal porcelain in Black Pearl Cave. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. I'll let you know that other than the stinky god in your lotus blossom blessed land, I, Cui Dongshan, also have a chance to make you get what you want. I can't guarantee that I will succeed, but the chances are great. It's better than you, the founding emperor, taking risks right under my nose." Half an incense stick later, Wei Xian stood up. He lowered his head and cupped his fists without saying a word. After Cui Dongshan put away the painting, he also didn't say a word. Wei Xian raised his head and still cupped his fists. "Mister, are you the imperial tutor of Dolly, embroidered tiger Cui Dong?" Cui Dongshan raised his eyebrows. As expected of someone who was once an emperor. "You can see the big picture from small clues. You're much smarter than Liu Baixiang." Wei Xian's eyes were burning. "Lord Imperial Tutor, can you tell me exactly how you swallowed half of a continent with just Dolly's territory?" Cui Dongshan smiled playfully. "What makes you think you can make such a request of me?" Wei Xian withdrew his posture and sat back down. "Because Lord Imperial Tutor is willing to waste so much saliva in this room with me, a person who is bound to lose. I always have something that Imperial Tutor thinks is valuable. Even if I don't have it today, I will have it in the future." Cui Dongshan nodded and sighed. "Old Wei, you're very smart. Chatting with you is not too tiring." Wei Xian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. Cui Dongshan waved his hand. "I know what you want to say. This is the key to your survival. Pei Qian is my master's first disciple. If you can really harden your heart and have bad intentions towards her and treat her like a puppet, you will be dead the moment you reveal any clues. It won't be me who will kill you, it will be Qin Pingon." Cui Dongshan's eyes were deep. "You are waiting for an opportunity. Qin Pingon is waiting for you to make a move." "That may or may not be the case. However, the possibility is higher." Wei Xian shook his head. "I don't believe that." Cui Dongshan put his hands behind his head and looked up. "That's because you don't know. Qin Pingon has competed with many people in terms of mental state. That's why I say that you are narrow-minded." Wei Xian asked, "What does Imperial Tutor want?" Cui Dongshan sighed. "It's hard to say. Let's wait and see. Remember, don't call me Imperial Tutor in the future. Right now, I am half an enemy of mine." Cui Dongshan stood up and with a wave of his sleeves, a map of the Aquarius continent appeared on the ground. It was the map before the Song clan of greatly devoured the Liu dynasty. Cui Dongshan walked to the northernmost point of the continent on the map and with high spirits he laughed and said, "Since I have nothing to do, let me tell you about my great achievements back then, how I went all the way south and how I turned a continent into a country in the future." After Pei Qian left the house, Qin Pingon was alone. He closed his eyes and rested. He seemed to be tired. He opened his eyes and stood up, walking to the window. Another year of spring was coming to an end. Qin Pingon leaned on the window and smiled as he looked outside. Xianxia Mountain, a newly opened immortal residence. It was Fairy Kai Xianxian's cultivation residence. The residence was close to a cliff and had a wide field of vision. She dismissed the servants with decent cultivation talent. She sat cross-legged on a praying mat by herself. She held a scroll that she had never shown to anyone. Kai Xianxian was now famous in Xianxia Mountain. She had even become a young talent that was qualified to sit on the same level as the Earth Immortal Seniors in the Aquarius continent. Other than her sudden increase in cultivation after she returned from Lizhu Grotto Heaven, there were many secrets that no one knew. For example, she had a close relationship with Fu Nanhua. Kai Jingjian, on the other hand, had gone through a series of ups and downs, especially after the life and death calamity that even the ancestral master of her sect had not told her about. Regardless of whether it was her cultivation or her temperament, Kai Jingjian had undergone a complete transformation. Kai Xianxian would often go down the mountain to travel in the past few years. In the past 2 years she would often go into closed-door cultivation. Kai Xianxian opened the scroll in her hand. It was a green-robed scholar with white hair. She had drawn it herself. In the eyes of others, Kai Xianxian's Taoist heart was becoming firmer and firmer. She lowered her head and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She whispered, "Mr. Qi." She slowly put away the scroll and held it in her arms. Her mind wandered thousands of miles. When she came back from the dead and parted with Mr. Qi, he said that he had a favor to ask of her. Of course, Xianxia was willing. Mr. Qi asked her to send a time horse painting to the Great Wall of Sword Qi on the inverted mountain. And after that, Mr. Qi asked her to help send a few more scrolls over. The main character of the scrolls was the young man from Mud Bottle Alley. The content of the scrolls included the child Qin Pingon in Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, traveling to the Great Sui Kingdom, and sending the sword to the south alone. The last one was before arriving at Sai Kingdom. After that, Mr. Qi thanked and said goodbye to Xianxia. Xianxia once plucked up the courage to ask curiously if she could browse the scrolls. Mr. Qi smiled gently and nodded. In the last scroll, Mr. Qi appeared and said some last words. It was for the person on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "I have a presumptuous request. Please consider it, Miss Ning. Qin Pingon will treat the world well. Then I ask Miss Ning to treat Qin Pingon kindly. If Miss Ning still doesn't like Qin Pingon in the end, it doesn't matter. Just don't let my junior brother be too sad about love. Qi Chun thanks you." At this moment, Xianxia raised her head and looked into the distance in a daze. Mr. Qi always made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. 7. 387. Since they were going to stay in the prefecture capital for a day, Qin Pingon took Pei Qian out to play. At a paper kite shop, he bought Pei Qian a specialty of Qing Wan, a wood harrier. When Qin Pingon paid for it, Pei Qian's heart ached. She tugged at Qin Pingon's sleeve and pointed to the pile of relatively cheap butterfly kites in the shop, saying that they were actually quite pretty. Qin Pingon rubbed Pei Qian's head and smiled, saying that she didn't need to save money. She knew how to spend money on daily expenses. Before buying the wood harrier, Pei Qian was both happy and distressed. But after buying it, she was only elated. She held the expensive wood harrier in her hand and smiled so widely that the corners of her mouth could reach behind her ears. He took Pei Qian to a few scenic spots that tourists had to visit. Town God Temple Street, Pagoda Temple, Steel Forest, and an old residence of the former Prime Minister. The morning passed by leisurely. At noon, Qin Pingon took Pei Qian to a small restaurant for lunch. The food was cheap and good, but it was a little spicy. Pei Qian was sweating profusely and her eyes were covered with sweat, but she still ate with flying chopsticks. When there weren't many dishes left on the table, the sweating Pei Qian fiercely wiped her dark face. She suddenly realized that Qin Pingon had already put down his chopsticks and was smiling at her. Pei Qian smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. Her table manners were a little bad. She had to take it easy in the future. Otherwise, she would accidentally embarrass her master when she went out in the world. Returning to the Immortal Inn, Qin Pingon helped her pick an open space in Hundred Flowers Park. Pei Qian began to fly the kites. Qin Pingon sat on a long bench in the pavilion, watching the skinny little girl running, the kites flying in the wind, and the little bottle of osmanthus wine that was left in front of him. His state of mind was peaceful. Pei Qian turned her head and asked loudly, "Master, do you want to fly the kites?" Qin Pingon waved his hand. Pei Qian then continued to run. The gardens of the Hundred Flowers Park were filled with many different types of beauty, and nothing could be more beautiful. Cui Dongshan led Sui Yuyu toward the pavilion. After bowing, Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged on a bench, his back leaning against a vermilion pillar. Sui Yuyu, however, did not take a seat. He said, "Qin Pingon, I plan to leave this place and go ahead to the Yugui sect of the Tongye continent." Qin Pingon was not surprised. He nodded and said, "Be careful on the road." Sui Yu quietly waited for him to continue. However, Qin Pingon seemed to have said everything he wanted to say after he finished speaking. Sui Yu's face was cold. He neither left the pavilion nor opened his mouth to speak. The atmosphere was awkward as he confronted Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked at Cui Dongshan. The latter understood. He used the golden flying sword to draw a large circle around the pavilion, isolating it from the outside world. After all, it was not a true small world and may not be able to block the Earth Immortal's view of the mountains and rivers. However, in this way Cui Dongshan would be able to sense it. How hard would it be to casually kill a bullshit Jindan and Yuanying in a small place like Qingwan country? Don't treat me, Master Cui, as a nobody. Qin Pingon then said, Sway you, then I will say some facts that spoil the mood. Whether you like to hear them or not, you have to hear them. Firstly, the infatuated sword was lent to you, so you have to return it. Also, that beheading dragon platform, you still have to return it. Secondly, regarding the matter of joining the Great Li dynasty, this is something that you and I have already agreed on and cannot go back on, so before you leave the Aquarius continent, you have to let Cui Dongshan settle it, you cannot just leave. Thirdly, I will leave the painting scroll behind. However, once you change from a pure martial artist to a sword cultivator, chi cultivator, whether the gold essence copper coin can continue to let you walk out of the painting scroll, this matter you and I are not sure. Therefore, other than going south, you have to be careful and not act on impulse. When you reach the Jade Gui sect, you have to control your temper. As a sword cultivator, sword cultivation is cultivation, but cultivation is not only sword cultivation. Sui Yu looked at Qin Pingon and slowly nodded. Cui Dongshan wiped the corners of his eyes and pretended to be choked with sobs. Touching. If I was a woman with a little conscience, I wouldn't leave. He turned his head to look at the kite in the air outside the pavilion. People only say that immortals are free and unfettered. I only envy mandarin ducks and not immortals. Qin Pingon and Sui Yu ignored Cui Dongshan's jesting. Sui Yu was silent. Qin Pingon said, Have you prepared the travel expenses for the journey? Take it that I didn't ask, you definitely haven't. You won't be earning money along the way, then I'll prepare 2 money bags for you. A bag of secular gold and silver and a bag of snow coins. I don't even have a few pieces of small summer coins left, and I don't even have a single piece of grain rain coins. Therefore, when you go south to the Tongye continent, you won't have the chance to be extravagant. You might have to choose the immortal ferry and the route along the way, and you might have to make a lot of calculations. You can't stay in an expensive room, lest you have to travel on foot halfway. Qin Pingon suddenly changed his mind. You can make a trip to Old Dragon City first and look for Fan Air. Tell him that I promised you and let him lend you money. Qin Pingon stretched out a palm. At most 5 pieces of grain rain coins, at most 5 pieces. The corners of Sui Yu's mouth curled up slightly, but he still did not speak. Qin Pingon thought that she was mocking him for being a miser and said unhappily, There's no room for discussion. At most you can only borrow 5 pieces from Fan Air. Sui Yu nodded and said, Okay. Cui Dongshan thought about it and did not overstep his boundaries and act as a child of wealth for Qin Pingon. In small matters he was a pitiful disciple who could not escape the fate of being a money bag. It was fine to help his teacher take care of everything, but this kind of big matter that involved life and death, it was better to leave it to his teacher to deal with. However, 2 bags of money still appeared in Cui Dongshan's hand out of thin air, and he threw them to Sui Yu. Then he turned to Qin Pingon and smiled, Teacher, you can return them to me later. Qin Pingon naturally had no objections. Qin Pingon and Sui Yu actually did not like to drag their feet, so what happened next really had nothing to say. Sui Yu turned and walked towards the pavilion, and Cui Dongshan removed the restriction on the golden lightning pool. Sui Yu walked down the steps without turning her head, making Cui Dongshan click his tongue. She really was a spendthrift and a heartless woman. However, Cui Dongshan smiled knowingly, closed his eyes and clenched his hands into fists. He began to count, silently saying 1, and extended a finger. After Sui Yu left the pavilion, she found Pei Qian. Pei Qian quickly put away the kite and chatted with Sui Yu. After nodding and shaking his head, he quickly ran towards the pavilion, panting, Teacher, Sister Sui wants you to send her off. You can just send her to the inn's entrance, there's no need to send her off. Cui Dongshan just happened to count to 10 and his fists turned into palms. He laughed loudly and winked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon felt that this was human nature, and quickly followed Sui Yu who was gradually walking away. Qin Pingon followed Sui Yu and the 2 of them did not speak. When they reached the inn's entrance, there were 2 painted door gods as tall as a person on the door behind them. Sui Yu stopped and Qin Pingon stopped as well. Sui Yu did not look at Qin Pingon, she raised her head and looked at the clear blue sky and spoke softly, Did you always think that I was a burden, so when I said that I was leaving, you felt much more relaxed? Qin Pingon turned and looked at Sui Yu's face and laughed, Don't always think of people so badly. It was undeniable that Sui Yuyu was an extremely beautiful lady, especially when her expression was not so cold. It was like a flash in the pan, giving people a breathtaking feeling. I wonder if Sui Yuyu will meet a man she likes in the Jianghu, or if she will become a celestial couple with someone in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent, and most likely a young sword cultivator with shocking talent. Qin Pingon was curious about which man Sui Yuyu would like in the future, and was looking forward to meeting her again in the Aquarius continent, and seeing her standing side by side and greeting him. Upon thinking about all these unimaginable yet extremely interesting scenes, Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. Sui Yuyu turned her head and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Qin Pingon did not dare to say what was in his heart as it was somewhat rude and frivolous. Sui Yuyu was thin-skinned and had a big temper, so he did not want to be stabbed by Sui Yuyu in a good farewell. Qin Pingon only said, "Take care." Sui Yuyu left with large strides, leaving behind a sentence to Qin Pingon. It was a soft and heroic sentence. "I will quickly become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms." Walking to the end of the street, Sui Yuyu turned her head and looked, but Qin Pingon's figure was already gone, only 2 painted door gods. Sui Yuyu smiled and left. As if they had made an appointment, as soon as Sui Yuyu left, Lu Baixiang also came to ask for leave, saying that he wanted to visit all the large temples in the Qinghuan kingdom, including the Baishui temple, and then go to Qingshan kingdom and Yunshao kingdom. After a few years he could go to Qin Pingon's hometown Longquan County. Qin Pingon was in the room. He glanced at Cui Dongshan, who hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. Fai Lai used the 5 thunders technique to kill yourself." Lu Baixiang smiled. "It has nothing to do with Mr. Cui. It is me who wants to be alone, just like in the lotus flower blessed land, to explore the mountains and rivers to my heart's content. I hope that in 3 years, besides reaching the 7th realm, I can also reach the far travel realm, and be able to travel with the wind like a qi cultivator so that I can see the beautiful scenery on the mountain. After that, Lu Baixiang will know my place and follow you as a retainer, serving you until one day when I feel like moving, and then I will go out to travel." Qin Pingon had just returned 2 bags of silver and divine money to Cui Dongshan not long ago, and now he had to fork out money again. He laughed angrily. "Say it, how much money do you want to borrow from me for travel expenses?" Lu Baixiang laughed loudly. "I don't need a divine money, just some silver will do." But Qin Pingon still gave 2 bags of money to Lu Baixiang. "A single coin can stump a hero, take this bag of money just in case you need it." Lu Baixiang did not reject politely. After receiving the money, he suddenly mocked himself. "If I die the moment I go out, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing?" Qin Pingon laughed. "You will soon be a 7th realm martial artist, and you are not that impatient. These 2 are enough for you to do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent." Lu Baixiang stood up and bid farewell. He cupped his fists and said, "Then goodbye." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "Goodbye." Qin Pingon joked, "This is the vast world, not the lotus flower blessed land. Don't mess around and create a demonic sect." Cui Dongshan said, "Lu Baixiang is not an immortal on the mountain. Establishing a sect in the martial world is not a big deal." Pei Qian suddenly shouted, "Xiaobai, wait for me." Pei Qian turned around and took out the money pouch that Lady Gui had given him. He took out a snow coin and ran to Lu Baixiang. "Xiaobai, give me your hand." Lu Baixiang laughed and opened his palm. Pei Qian placed the snow coin into Lu Baixiang's palm and said solemnly, "Xiaobai, this is for you. The gift is not light, but the affection is even heavier." Lu Baixiang held on to the snow coin and spent money to a small Pai Xiu, for her to take the initiative to take out a piece of divine money. Furthermore, it was a gift and not a loan. The affection was not light. Lu Baixiang laughed. "Don't worry, I have been traveling the martial world for the past few years, and will help you look for good things and see if I can get them, and the next time we meet I will give them to you as a gift." Pei Qian nodded his head with all his might and said in a serious tone, "You can play, but you must not delay your martial arts training. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. If you want to learn from me, you must practice your stance, copy books, practice your sword techniques and blade techniques every day. Be diligent and sincere. The clumsy bird flies first." Lu Baixiang smiled and stretched out his hand. "I know." Pei Qian nimbly dodged the palm that was rubbing her head and complained, "I will not grow tall." She quickly smiled brightly at Qin Pingon. Master rubbing my head, it is not a problem. Lu Baixiang laughed heartily, and finally looked at the young immortal in white who was sitting beside Chen Pingon with his legs crossed. Cui Dongshan raised a hand, making Lu Baixiang swallow his words. We two men do not dawdle and whisper sweet nothings to each other. Lu Baixiang confidently left. The room was silent. Chen Pingon asked, do I need to prepare a little more? Is it Zhou Xian or Wei Xian next? Cui Dongshan pointed at himself. Pei Qian's face was tense and she struggled to hold back her laughter. Cui Dongshan picked up a date, bent his finger and accurately hit Pei Qian's forehead. Pei Qian bent down to catch the date, but this time she did not dare to eat it, for fear that Cui Dongshan would frighten her with the foul atmosphere. She only dared to put it back on the small plate on the table and sat beside Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon asked, are you not going to watch the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingwan? Cui Dongshan shook his head and revealed the secret. Most people can only watch two groups of people quarrel in the capital, stinky cow noses and old bald donkeys pointing at each other's noses and cursing. The real contest is between the reincarnation of the Buddha in Baishui Temple and the abbot of Baiyun Taoist Temple in Qingwan. One was once a famous monk with great virtue, and in this life he was also very intelligent. The other is a middle-aged Taoist priest who has no background and only knows how to read and understand all kinds of books. But these two people's debate will not attract many people's attention, but each of them is not a small trouble. Lakeview Academy Yunlin Jiang clan, and maybe many idle clouds and wild cranes from the sky, and some old bastards who rarely climb out of the water. Firstly, I have seen the world but I still look down on this debate. Secondly, I have too many enemies and it is not suitable for me to go there. Chen Pingon nodded. Caution is the parent of safety. Cui Dongshan stood up and bowed. This time, student needs to bring Wei Xian along. I hope teacher can agree. Chen Pingon chewed on the date and laughed. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Cui Dongshan did not say those words that no one would take seriously. He placed his arms on the table, intertwined his fingers and slowly said, now the situation in the center of the Aquarius continent is complicated. The mountain and the foot of the mountain are in a mess. The wild cultivators are taking advantage of the situation, especially the vicious ones. There are many earth immortals who want to fish in troubled waters, and many of them are from righteous sects and do not pay attention to their actions. That book Slips Lake was originally a smelly water tank with all kinds of fishes mixed in with the honest folk. Smelly fishes and rotten shrimps filled a large tank. So I suggest that teacher, after leaving the capital of Qingwan Kingdom, first go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can go there and refine the golden script gallbladder as your second natal item. I will write a letter. Other than Dolly, you can directly send the rest of the golden copper coins to the academy. At that time, Mao Xiaodong will help teacher to guard the array. To teacher it is icing on the cake, but to the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom, it is an invisible help. Teacher, you do not have to feel that you are taking advantage of them. The Great Sui Kingdom is a country with a flourishing literary style. Refining the golden script gallbladder is the most suitable. After that, it is not a big problem to revisit the Tsai Kingdom and Shui Kingdom, or to return to the Longquan County and visit the old house. After that, it is safe for teacher to go to Book Lake again. At that time, the central part of the Aquarius continent will have stabilized. Maybe a peace token issued by Dolly's Ministry of Rights will be able to make an earth immortal bow his head. Chen Pingon thought for a long time, took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a little medicine wine, finally nodded and said, okay, after leaving Qingwan Kingdom, we will roughly follow the route you planned. Cui Dongshan did not hide his relief. Teacher, don't worry, there is no plot to harm you. Besides, student and teacher, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, walking the same path. The higher your achievements, even if I, Cui Dongshan, am too lazy to do anything all day, I will still be able to take advantage of your light and be forcefully promoted by you. Chen Pingon hesitated. How do you deal with that person in the capital now? Cui Dongshan's head knocked heavily on the table, looking like he wanted to die. Knocking 3 times, he raised his head and said, speaking of this, student's heart hurts. Chen Pingon laughed and said, you asked for it, you can't blame others. Cui Dongshan said with grievance, but why is that old guy enjoying his life, continuing to be the prestigious Dolly Imperial tutor, while student doesn't even have the nickname of Embroidered Tiger? and every time I go out I have to eat and sleep in the open, hiding my head and tail. Qin Pingon gloated and said, "You should be content. In addition to the many magic weapons in the near hand, there is also this immortal's shed skin that is better than Du Maoyang's body." Cui Dongshan sighed, holding his chin with one hand. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "That's true. Luckily I am not very interested in fighting and killing now. As a young man, it is easy to be bored. After leaving the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, it is still okay being with teacher day and night. I enjoy it. In the East Mountain, little treasure bottle does not care to talk to me. You Lu and Xianxia, I feel annoyed. Li Huai and Lin Shi have nothing to talk to. What a miserable and lonely life." Qin Pingon was too lazy to comfort him. And what's more, this dolly-embroidered tiger needs others to comfort him? What a joke. Cui Dongshan straightened his back and said with a smile, "Teacher, the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can be considered to have come to an end for the time being. Let me give you a little review. Just treat it as teaching you a game of chess before we part." Qin Pingon subconsciously sat up straight. Every time he played chess with Cui Dongshan he was so serious. "Please go ahead." Cui Dongshan felt a little funny and a little sad, but these emotions were well hidden and did not show the slightest bit. First he used the flying sword to draw the thunder pool. "That Sui Yu is a silly girl, a dragon kiln porcelain vase, beautiful and beautiful, it will break with a smash. But although she is silly, she is indeed an innate sword embryo. As long as the Jade Gui sect is willing to cultivate her, nascent soul sword cultivator is not a problem. As for whether she can become a female sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, it is not up to her alone. She has to ask whether this world agrees. No matter what, this Sui Yu is the luckiest of the 4 people in the picture scroll. Teacher, you have taken good care of her." After dying 3 times, not only did Sui Yu's state of mind not break, but it became brighter. Qin Pingon had a strange look in his eyes. Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and said firmly, "I swear to the heavens, there is absolutely no double meaning in my words. There is no hidden meaning." Qin Pingon handed Pei Qian a snow-white pear. Pei Qian covered the pear with both hands, twisted it a few times and then gently nibbled on it. Cui Dongshan continued, "As for Wei Xian, this hot potato, I have already helped teacher settle it. In any case, he is just a silly man. There is no need to mention him." Cui Dongshan originally wanted to elaborate on the intricacies of this game, but when he saw Qin Pingon winking at him, Cui Dongshan immediately understood and changed his tone, skipping over Qin Pingon. Cui Dongshan glanced at Pei Qian, who was shaking his head and eating fruit. "Eat, eat, eat, you only know how to eat, don't have any eyesight." As a result, under the table, Cui Dongshan was kicked by Qin Pingon. Cui Dongshan said resentfully, "Lu Baixiang is very talented and has the potential to become a generalist. It is very difficult to reach the peak of martial arts. The 9th realm is not difficult, and the 10th realm is not an extravagant hope, unless a great fortune falls from the sky. Of course, in the future Dali dynasty, a warrior of the 9th realm will still be a transcendent existence with a certain amount of martial arts fate. At that time, with Lu Baixiang's intelligence, I will teach him some unorthodox methods and he will still be a good lackey. No, a good fighter, a good retainer." Pei Qian glared at him and said, "In front of my teacher, speak properly, don't talk nonsense and insult old Wei and little Bai." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Let me tell you the charming story about this pair." Pei Qian immediately smiled and said, "It is a great thing to know that you are wrong and change. It is a great thing. Teacher has a student like you. It is not a loss of face." Cui Dongshan imitated Pei Qian's tone, stretched out a hand and shook it lightly and said, "It is also a great thing that my teacher has a good disciple like you." Pei Qian pretended to be stupid and smiled. Cui Dongshan's expression changed slightly and he said in a low voice, "Only this Zhou Xian, he seems to be the one who does not dwell on insignificant matters, and can live comfortably wherever he is. But this means that he is the one whose heart is the most unstable. Born in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he was once a handsome young master of a rich family, but he ran off to practice martial arts, and he really became the world's #1. He is good at cooking, loves good food and says that he wants to win the hearts of beauties. He is also flexible, so of the 4 people in the painting, Zhou Xian has the highest vision and the highest ambition." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Of the 4, she was most afraid of that stooped old man. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled. This kind of guy is actually not stubborn. Teacher, if you don't teach him well, who knows when Zhou Xian will sell you out. But if you teach him well, there will be an unexpected surprise. At that time of the 4, Zhou Xian will be the only one who is willing to die for you. Moreover, he had said that he would die without any hesitation. Even if he only had 1 life left, there was no exception. I can take care of the other 3, but I can't teach Zhou Xian, so only you can do it. Cui Dongshan saw that Qin Pingan was puzzled, so he patiently explained, Sui you can't. She is pursuing the way of the sword, which is what she wants most. Lu Baixiang and you seem to have the most compatible temperament, but in fact they are not. This person is almost ruthless. Then Cui Dongshan stopped speaking and secretly told Qin Pingan in his heart, Wei Xian feels that he cannot die. He has not fulfilled his wish and he was born an emperor. Other than the only obsession in his heart, he can kill anyone in the world and buy and sell everything in the world. Regarding this obsession, please don't blame me for being nosy, but I still need to use my connections in Tongyi continent to dig up Wei Xian's imperial family in the early days of the founding of the Nanyuan kingdom. Qin Pingan reminded, when it comes to that old Taoist from the temple, take it easy. Cui Dongshan chuckled. I will definitely be extremely careful around that smelly old Taoist. To be honest, even when I was at the peak of the 12th level of Immortal, I didn't dare to provoke him. Old elementary scholar and him have a rather special relationship. Cui Dongshan was silent for a moment, then stood up and paced back and forth. He rubbed his palms together as if he was teaching Qin Pingan how to play chess, but also as if he was reviewing his literary pulse. He said softly, Teacher, remember, whether it is a disciple or a student, a mountain can be mixed. There cannot be only one kind of person, especially not everyone can be like you. Not everyone can be as kind to others as you, and adhere to the way of a gentleman. Not everyone can only do moral essays and great learning. Not everyone can only use their brains and shout about killing. There must be someone like me who does things against my will, who knows how to take advantage of loopholes in the rules, who can see the general trend clearly and who knows how to go with the flow. I can be the kind of evil person who makes people hate me. I can set off Sir's good side so that Sir's image will always be high and bright. There must be people who are willing to only recognize you, and your life and death is her life and death, and the former is even more important. There are people who inherit your knowledge, who are true kindred spirits on the great path of literary fortune, who are good seedlings to support the situation. There must also be people who can intimidate the evil, the unorthodox, and the hypocrites such as Zhou Xian. There must be a family background such as the one in the bamboo house in Luapa Mountain. Well, you should already know that he is my grandfather. There must be people who are funny, who show their innocence and childishness, so as to prevent a mountain from being too lifeless, such as the 2 water snakes and fire pythons that I helped you subdue in Huangting country. In short, when you reason with people, there must be people who can stand up and help you convince people with reason. When you compare notes with people on the great path, there must be people who can stand up and help you convince people with virtue. If there are people who fight with their fists when we like to reason and we are forced to fight and pretend to be pitiful when our fists are bigger, then there must be people who can help you beat them until they are convinced. In the end, you will scold them a little and at most give some compensation to the bruised and swollen opponent, giving them a date to eat. Others will not be able to find fault with our mountain's family style, school style, and literary style. Cui Dongshan stood still and said with a smile, I'm just saying, if you are willing to pick 1 or 2, I will be satisfied. Qin Pingan sat up straight and said, I have learned. Cui Dongshan looked at Qin Pingan's bright eyes, and when he bowed he said with a smile, like cutting, like comparing notes, like polishing, like grinding. Pei Qian's head hurt from listening at the side. Cui Dongshan's words suddenly changed 1,000 miles and he said with a smile, there are 2 things in Qingwan's capital. If you have the chance you must try them. One is Buddha jumps over the wall, and the other is the braised food from the old shops in the deep alleys. One is expensive, the other is cheap, but both are delicacies of the world. Qin Pingan smiled. Okay. Cui Dongshan said carefully, Sir, I want to have a few private words with Pei Qian about the friendship between fellow disciples. Is that okay? Maybe after the chat I will leave with Wei Xian. Sir, you don't need to send me off. After that, only Shi Rou and Zhou Xian will be the retainers. Qin Pingan nodded and turned to look at Pei Qian. She suddenly stood up. Who's afraid of who? Cui Dongshan smiled and walked out of the room, and Pei Qian followed closely behind. When he crossed the threshold, he turned to smile at Qin Pingon and raised his fist to encourage himself. But once they walked into the corridor and could no longer see Qin Pingon, Pei Qian immediately took out the demon-subduing pagoda talisman and stuck it on his forehead, and then followed behind that fellow. When he reached Cui Dongshan's room, he immediately helped Cui Dongshan close the door, and sat at the table with a flattering smile. He reached out to grab a pear. You're my senior martial brother, I'll help you wipe it. It'll quench your thirst. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. Forget it. Senior martial brother, I'll call you senior martial sister, okay? Pei Qian hurriedly waved his hand. No, we're from the same sect. We still have to talk about first come first served. Cui Dongshan sneered. Look at your prospects. Pei Qian nodded vigorously and said like a chicken pecking rice. Right. I'm too young right now, so I won't have much prospects. Cui Dongshan stood up and took out the flowing water horse painting, but did not open it immediately. He asked, what do you think your master was like when he was young? Pei Qian was stunned. I've heard master mention it to me, and I've also heard him chatting with others. It seems that he was quite poor when he was young, and grew up in that Pearl Grotto Heaven's mud bottle alley. Cui Dongshan slowly opened the painting and beckoned, then come take a look. On the painting there was the river outside the town and the bridge that was torn down in the end. Cui Dongshan said slowly, the cultivators of the world bully mountains, not water. This is because the sages of the 100 schools of thought are far more fond of water than mountains. Virtuous like water. Wise people love water. Buddhist alms bowl water. As for the distant truth inside, you'll know it in the future. After that was Qin Pingon's childhood. Flying kites in the immortal's tomb. There was a tan child squatting alone in the distance, looking enviously at his peers running and flying kites high in the sky. He went to the Yang drugstore to buy medicine, went back to boil it, and stepped on a small stool to cook. He secretly ran to the immortal's tomb to pray to the dilapidated statue. Later, under the hot sun, he carried a basket about his size and went up the mountain to pick herbs. In the end, his shoulder was burning with pain. He took the basket and walked at the foot of the mountain, crying loudly. He was so hungry that he walked back and forth in Mud Bottle Alley. Finally, a woman opened the door. The flowing water of time flowed slowly and the scenes changed slowly. From a child to a teenager. In the end, the scene stopped at the east gate of the town that day. Qin Pingon stood at the gate, waiting to run errands to deliver letters and earn copper coins. Pei Qian stared without blinking, and his expression kept changing. He watched for more than half an hour. During this time he was so engrossed that he muttered to himself, this Song Jisun and GQ both deserve to die. I happen to have a knife and a sword. In the future I'll cut off their heads with one knife and pierce their hearts with the other. No wonder master knows how to weave straw sandals, make books and everything. Master also covets candied haws. Why did master run away? Didn't the man selling candied haws want to give master a bunch? I don't understand. This sissy man in the dragon kiln is a bit like that old man called Shuro. This tree in the tomb, is it the regular tree that master talked about when he was chatting with Xiao Bai? Why does that old man Yao always like to scold master? He's blind. The big sister outside the door, could it be that she's the girl that master likes? She's not much better than Sui Yuyu. It seems that she's not as good as Huang Ting, who taught me sword and knife skills. Cui Dongshan put away the scroll and put it away. Pei Qian sat on the stool silently. Cui Dongshan sat at the side with an indifferent expression. When your master and I went to the lotus flower blessed land, he didn't drink much. But when he mentioned you, Pei Qian, he drank a lot. He said that he thought that all the parents in the world would want to leave all the good things for their children. Later he realized that it wasn't like that. How could there be a mother who secretly hid a steamed bun and chose to eat it alone in the middle of the night? Even if her daughter was starving to death, she was not willing to take it out. Pei Qian lowered his head. Cui Dongshan said indifferently, I have to thank you, Pei Qian. From the beginning to the end, you let my master know more about the stupid and bad people in the world. Cui Dongshan asked, do you know what were the 3 most difficult times for your master when he was in the small town? Pei Qian leaned on the table and muttered, one was if that woman didn't open the door, so master was especially good to that little slug. Another was the first time he went up the mountain to pick herbs, so Master was especially grateful to that old yang. As for the last one, I can't think of it. Cui Dongshan was quite satisfied and said with a smile, "Of course you, Pei Qian, can't think of it even if you crack your head. It's that stick of candied haws." Pei Qian turned his head and pressed his cheek against the table. He looked at the guy with the mole between his eyebrows with some doubt. Cui Dongshan said softly, "If you were there at that time, you, Pei Qian, could eat that stick of candied haws as much as you want. You could kneel on the ground and beg others to let you eat it. You could steal it and snatch it. You could even eat a whole stall of candied haws. But Qin Pingon couldn't eat it. Not even a single one could be eaten. Things in the world, people in the world, people in the world, people in the world. They seem complicated, but as long as you look at the most minute details, you can follow them." Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, "Call me Master. You dare to call Master by his name, you're really bold. Be careful or I'll complain to Master." Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a gesture of flicking his finger. Pei Qian hurriedly sat up and covered his forehead and his precious talisman with his hands. Cui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. He looked out the window and said softly, "We shouldn't always disappoint Master." These words made Pei Qian a little confused. Boys. But soon he was not confused anymore. Pei Qian casually counted with his fingers and realized that he had indeed not made Qin Pingon angry. Cui Dongshan turned his neck and looked at Pei Qian with a smile. "The sun and the moon shine in all directions and people have eyes to see everything clearly. Pei Qian, you're very lucky. You're even luckier to have met Qin Pingon. Like, Qin Pingon met Qi Jingchun." Cui Dongshan's eyes were in a trance, but there was a smile on his face. He murmured, "I remember when an old scholar, a guy who wasn't very bright, and the Mr. Qi in Qin Pingon's heart, were at the lowest point of our lives. We told our only 3 disciples at that time that if a person could live a peaceful life, having money was not so important. Even drinking water would taste sweet, and chewing a white steamed bun would taste like a roasted chicken leg. At that time, the one surnames was said stupidly that it was quite good to drink water and eat steamed buns for the rest of one's life." The old scholar was so angry that he slammed the table and glared at him. "Can you be a little more ambitious? If you don't use these principles to make up for your hunger when you're poor, how can you live your life? There are no idiots in the world who don't want to live a better life. When everyone wants to live a good life and can walk a good path, the world will be able to move forward." Then Qi Jingchun asked, "Master, when will we be able to eat food with oil?" Master was deflated and couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he could only point at me, the idiot of the 2 guys. He smiled and said, "That depends on when your big brother's family will send money over. But these words will not be known in the future. All of them will be left in the elementary school in that shabby alley." Later on, the old elementary scholar participated in the debate between the 3 sects twice. His disciples were as numerous as the clouds, attracting the attention of the world. However, the 3 of us didn't want to think about these things often. It seems that after that, the old elementary scholar was busy every day running here and there. He was so busy that he was overwhelmed with work for the so-called common people. He had to run from one school to another, preaching and clearing the doubts of even more idiots. We were the 3 best disciples at the beginning, but as time passed, we all had our own paths. Pei Qian didn't hear it clearly because Cui Dongshan's voice was too soft. Cui Dongshan took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves like snowflakes. He turned to look at Pei Qian and smiled. "The heart leaves the body like a bird out of the cage. Bright and clear like colored glass. The bright moon hangs inside and the body and mind are happy. Since you are not suitable for Master's fist skills and have started to practice the sword, then you must practice the sword. The sword is the fastest, as fast as the wind and lightning, so fast that one sword can break 10,000 techniques. If you want to practice the sword will be in the scabbard and the enemy's head will roll down." Pei Qian wrinkled his dark face. "You are not my master." Cui Dongshan smiled. "But you are my big sister. Now I will protect you and in the future you will protect me. This is the true friendship between master and disciple." Pei Qian blinked. "Don't lie to me. Otherwise I won't be your big sister." Cui Dongshan thought of something and took out a small thing that was folded into a paper crane. "Keep it carefully. You are traveling with my master this time. When he is most angry you can take it out and show it to him. But I hope that until I meet him again you will not take it out. Keep it in your sachet. Remember not to open it or you will have to bear the consequences. Pei Qian nodded and carefully put it away in the sachet. Cui Dongshan pointed at the lightning pool flowing with golden light. Don't you have the mountain walking staff? Do you want to learn this skill of mine? Pei Qian said, I don't have much money left. I gave it all to Xiao Bai for traveling expenses. Speaking of which, there was another sad matter. He played 5-piece chess with this fellow in front of him and cheated him out of a total of 7 copper coins. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and smiled. Talking about money hurts feelings. You don't need to spend money. Just take it as a reward for helping me. Qin Pingon finally sent Cui Dongshan to the entrance of the inn. Wei Xian and Pei Qian were chatting. Zhou Xian and Shi Rou were standing behind Qin Pingon. Cui Dongshan smiled at the two of them. You two must take good care of my master. Zhou Xian nodded and smiled. Your master is my master. Of course there is no need to say more. Shi Rou's mood was complicated. When Cui Dongshan was here she was as scared as a tiger. When Cui Dongshan left she was worried that the road ahead was bleak. Cui Dongshan bowed. The mountains and rivers are far away. Take care, sir. After Cui Dongshan stood up, Qin Pingon suddenly raised his arm and put his fist in front of him. With his back facing Du Mao, he gave him a thumbs up and said in a low voice, Beautifully done. Jing Dafeng and I both want to thank you. Cui Dongshan held back for a long time. This was the first time his flattery was so unsmooth. He could only say awkwardly, Sir is really a kind person. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.